what will be at stake will not just be cool products, but whether liberal democracy survives, whether the CCP survives, what the world order for the next century will be. The CCP is going to have an all-out effort to infiltrate American AI labs, billions of dollars, thousands of people. CCP is going to try to outbuild us. People don't realize how intense state-level espionage can be. When we have literal superintelligence on our cluster, and they can Stuxnet the Chinese data centers, you really think that'll be a private company, and the government would be oh my God, what is going on? I do think it is incredibly important that these clusters are in the United States. I mean, would you do the Manhattan Project in the UAE, right? 2023 was the sort of moment for me where it went from kind of AGI as a sort of theoretical abstract thing, and you'd make the models to I see it, I feel it. I can see the cluster where it's trained on, the rough combination of algorithms, the people, how it's happening. And I think, most of the world is not, most of the people feel it are right here, right?
Okay, today I'm chatting with my friend Leopold Aschenbrenner. He grew up in Germany, graduated valedictorian of Columbia when he was 19. And then he had a very interesting gap year, which we'll talk about. And then he was on the OpenAI super alignment team, may it rest in peace. And now he, with some anchor investments from Patrick and John Collison and Daniel Gross and Nat Friedman, is launching an investment firm. So Leopold, I know you're off to a slow start, but life is long and I wouldn't worry about it too much. You'll make up for it in due time. But thanks for coming on the podcast.
Thank you. I first discovered your podcast when your best episode had, a couple hundred views. And so it's been amazing to follow your trajectory, and it's a delight to be on.
Yeah. Well, I think in the Shelter and Trenton episode, I mentioned that a lot of the things I've learned about AI, I've learned from talking with them. And the third part of this triumvirate, probably the most significant in terms of the things that I've learned about AI, has been you. We'll get all this stuff on the record now.
Great.
Okay, first thing to get on record. Tell me about the $1 trillion cluster. But by the way, I should mention, so the context of this podcast is today you're releasing a series called Situational Awareness. We're going to get into it. First question about that is, tell me about the $1 trillion cluster.
Yeah. So, unlike basically most things that have come out of Silicon Valley recently, AI is kind of this industrial process. The next model doesn't just require, some code. It's building a giant new cluster. Now it's building giant new power plants. Pretty soon it's going to be building giant new fabs. And since ChatGPT, this kind of extraordinary sort of techno-capital acceleration has been set into motion. I mean, basically, exactly a year ago today, NVIDIA had their first kind of blockbuster earnings call, right? Where it went up 25% after hours, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, AI, it's a thing." I think within a year, NVIDIA data center revenue has gone from a few billion a quarter to 20, 25 billion a quarter now, and continuing to go up. Big tech capex is skyrocketing, and it's funny because it's both. There's this kind of crazy scramble going on, but in some sense, it's just the sort of continuation of straight lines on a graph, right? There's this kind of long run trend, basically almost a decade of sort of training compute of the sort of largest AI systems growing by about half an order of magnitude, 0.5 booms a year. And you can just kind of play that forward, right? So, GPT-4, rumored or reported to have finished pre-training in 2022. The sort of cluster size there was rumored to be about 25,000 H100s. A100s on semi-analysis. That's roughly if you do the math on that, it's maybe a $500 million cluster. It's very roughly 10 megawatts. Just play that forward, half an oom a year, right? So then 2024, that's that's a cluster that's 100 megawatts. That's 100,000 H100 equivalents. That's costs in the billions. Play it forward, 2 more years, 2026. That's a cluster that's a gigawatt. That's sort of a large nuclear reactor size. It's like the power of the Hoover Dam. That costs tens of billions of dollars. That's like a million H100 equivalents. 2028, that's a cluster that's 10 gigawatts, right? That's more power than kind of most US states. That's 10 million H100s equivalents. Costs hundreds of billions of dollars. And then 2030, $1 trillion cluster, 100 gigawatts, over 20% of US electricity production. 100 million H100 equivalents. And that's just the training cluster, right? That's the one largest training cluster. And then there's more inference GPUs as well, right? Most of once there's products, most of them are going to be inference GPUs. And so, U.S. power production has barely grown for decades, and now we're really in for a ride.
So, I mean, when I had Zuck on the podcast, he was claiming not a plateau per se, but that AI progress would be bottlenecked by specifically this constraint on energy, and specifically gigawatt data centers are going to build another Three Gorges Dam or something. I know that there's companies, according to public reports, who are planning things on the scale of a gigawatt data center. 10 gigawatt data center, who's going to be able to build that? I mean, the 100 gigawatt center, like a state, where are you going to pump that into one physical data center? How is this going to be possible?
Yeah.
What is Zuck missing?
I mean, I don't know. I think the 10 gigawatt, like 6 months ago, 10 gigawatts was the talk of the town. I mean, I feel like now, people have moved on. 10 gigawatts is happening. I mean, I don't know. There's the information report on OpenAI and Microsoft planning a $100 billion cluster. So, you got to, if you
is that the gigawatt or is that the 10 gigawatt?
I mean, I don't know, but if you try to map out,
Sure.
how expensive would the 10 gigawatt cluster be, that's maybe a couple $100 billion. So it's sort of on that scale. And they're planning it. They're working on it. It's not just sort of my crazy take. I mean, AMD, I think forecasted a $400 billion AI accelerator market by 2027. I think it's, and AI accelerators are only part of the expenditures. It's sort of, I think sort of $1 trillion of sort of total AI investment by 2027 is sort of we're very much on track on. I think the $1 trillion cluster is going to take a bit more sort of acceleration, but we saw how much sort of ChatGPT unleashed, right? And so every generation, the models are going to be kind of crazy, and it's going to shift the Overton window. And then obviously the revenue comes in, right? So these are forward-looking investments. The question is, do they pay off, right? And so if we sort of estimated the GPT-4 cluster at around 500 million. By the way, that's sort of a common mistake people make, is they say, people say $100 million for GPT-4, but that's just the rental price, right? They're like, you rent the cluster for 3 months. But it's, if you're building the biggest cluster, you gotta build the whole cluster. You gotta pay for the whole cluster. You can't just rent it for 3 months.
But can't you?
But then, I mean, really, once you're trying to get into the sort of hundreds of billions, eventually you got to get to $100 billion a year revenue.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is where it gets really interesting for the big tech companies, right? Because their revenues are on order, hundreds of billions, right? So it's 10 billion, fine, and it'll pay off the 2024 size training cluster. But really, when sort of big tech, it'll be gangbusters, is $100 billion a year. And so the question is sort of how feasible is $100 billion a year from AI revenue? And it's a lot more than right now. But I think if you sort of believe in the trajectory of the AI systems as I do, and which we'll probably talk about, it's not that crazy, right? So I think there's 300 million ish Microsoft Office subscribers, right? And so they have Copilot now, and I don't know what they're selling it for, but suppose you sold some sort of AI add-on for $100 a month. And you sold that to, a third of Microsoft Office subscribers subscribe to that. That'd be $100 billion right there. $100 a month is, a lot.
That's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot. But
for a third of Office subscribers?
Yeah, but it's for the average knowledge worker, it's a few hours of productivity a month. And it's, kind of you have to be expecting pretty lame AI progress to not hit some few hours of productivity a month yeah. Okay,
sure. So let's assume all this.
Yeah.
What happens in the next few years in terms of what is a 1 gigawatt training, the AI that's trained on the 1 gigawatt data center? What can it do, the one on the 10 gigawatt data center? Just map out the next few years of AI progress for me.
Yeah, I think probably the sort of 10 gigawatt-ish range is sort of my best guess for when you get the sort of true AGI. I mean, yeah, I think it's sort of 1 gigawatt data center. And again, I think actually compute is overrated, and we're going to talk about that. But we'll talk about compute right now. So, I think sort of 25, 26, we're going to get models that are, basically smarter than most college graduates. I think sort of a lot of the economic usefulness, I think, really depends on sort of unhobbling. Basically, it's, the models are kind of, they're smart, but they're limited, right? There's this chatbot, and things like being able to use a computer, things like being able to do kind of agentic long horizon tasks.
Yeah.
And then I think by 27, 28, if you extrapolate the trends, and we'll talk about that more later, and I talk about it in the series, I think we hit, basically, as smart as the smartest experts. I think the unhobbling trajectory kind of points to, looks much more like an agent than a chatbot. And much more almost basically a drop-in remote worker, right? So it's not I think basically, I think this is the sort of question on the economic returns. I think a lot of the intermediate AI systems could be really useful, but it actually just takes a lot of schlep to integrate them, right? Like GPT-4, whatever, 4.5, probably there's a lot you could do with them in a business use case, but you really got to change your workflows to make them useful. And it's just there's a lot of, it's a very Tyler Cowen-esque take. It just takes a long time to diffuse.
Yeah.
It's we're an SF, and so we missed that or whatever. But I think in some sense, the way a lot of these systems won't be integrated is you kind of get this sort of sonic boom where it's, the sort of intermediate systems could have done it, but it would have taken schlep. And before you do the schlep to integrate them, you get much more powerful systems that are sort of unhobbled. And so they're this agent, and there's this drop-in remote worker. And, and then you're kind of interacting with them like a coworker, right? You can do Zoom calls with them, and you're slacking them, and you're like, can you do this project? And then they go off, and they, go away for a week and write a first draft and get feedback on them, and, run tests on their code. And then they come back, and you see it, and you tell them a little bit more things, or, and that'll be much easier to integrate. And so, it might be that actually you need a bit of overkill to make the sort of transition easy and to really harvest the gains.
What do you mean by the overkill? Overkill on the model capabilities?
Yeah. So basically the intermediate models could do it, but it would take a lot of schlep. So then, they're like, actually, it's just the drop-in remote worker kind of AGI that can automate, cognitive tasks that actually just ends up kind of like, basically it's you're like, the intermediate models would have made the software engineer more productive, but, will the software engineer adopt it? And then the, 27 model is, you just don't need the software engineer. You can literally interact with it like a software engineer and it'll do the work of a software engineer.
So the last episode I did was with John Schulman.
Yeah.
And I was asking about basically this. And one of the questions I asked is, we have these models that have been coming out in the last year, and none of them seem to have significantly surpassed GPT-4, and certainly not in the agentic way in which they are interacting with as a coworker. They'll brag that they got a few extra points on MMLU or something. And even GPT-4o, it's cool that they can talk like Scarlett Johansson or something, but like... and honestly, I'm going to use that. Well, I guess not anymore. Not anymore. Okay, but the whole coworker thing... So this is going to be a run-on question, but you can address it in any order. But it makes sense to me why they'd be good at answering questions. They have a bunch of data about how to complete Wikipedia text or whatever. Where is the equivalent training data that enables it to understand what's going on in the Zoom call? How does this connect with what they were talking about in the Slack? What is the cohesive project that they're going after based on all this context that I have? Where is that training data coming from?
Yeah, so I think a really key question for sort of AI progress in the next few years is sort of how hard is it to do sort of unlock the test time compute overhang. So, right now GPT-4 answers a question and, it kind of can do a few hundred tokens of kind of chain of thought. And that's already a huge improvement, right? Sort of like this is a big unhobbling. Before, answer a math question, it's just shotgun. And, if you try to kind of like answer a math question by saying the first thing that came to mind, you wouldn't be very good. So, GPT-4 thinks for a few hundred tokens. And, if I thought for a few hundred, if I think at like 100 tokens a minute and I thought for
you think much more than 100 tokens a minute.
I don't know. If I thought for like 100 tokens a minute, it's like what GPT-4 does. Maybe it's like, it's equivalent to me thinking for 3 minutes or whatever, right? Suppose GPT-4 could think for millions of tokens, right? That's sort of plus 4 ohms, plus 4 orders of magnitude on test time compute, just like on one problem. It can't do it right now. It kind of gets stuck, right? It like writes some code, even if it, it can do a little bit of iterative debugging, but eventually just kind of like, it kind of gets stuck in something. It can't correct its errors and so on. And, in a sense, there's this big overhang, right? In like other areas of ML, there's this great paper on AlphaGo, right? Where you can trade off train time and test time compute. And if you can use, 4 ohms more test time compute, that's almost like, a 3.5 ohm bigger model. Just because, again, like you can, if 100 tokens a minute, a few million tokens, that's a few months of sort of working time. There's a lot more you can do in a few months of working time than right now. So the question is, how hard is it to unlock that? And I think the sort of short timelines AI world is if it's not that hard. And the reason it might not be that hard is that, there's only really a few extra tokens you need to learn, right? You need to kind of learn the error correction tokens, the tokens where you're like, I think I made a mistake. Let me think about that again. You need to learn the kind of planning tokens. That's kind of like, I'm going to start by making a plan. Here's my plan of attack. And then I'm going to write a draft and I'm going to now I'm going to critique my draft. I'm going to think about it. And so it's not things that models can do right now, but the question is, how hard is that? And in some sense also, there's sort of two paths to agents, right? When 𝐃𝐄 was on your podcast, he talked about kind of scaling leading to more nines of reliability. And so that's one path. I think the other path is a sort of like unhobbling path where it needs to learn this kind of like system 2 process. And if it can learn this sort of system 2 process, it can just use kind of millions of tokens and think for them and be cohesive and be coherent. One analogy. So when you drive, here's an analogy. When you drive, right? Okay, you're driving. And most of the time you're kind of on autopilot, right? You're just kind of driving and you're doing well. And then, but sometimes you hit like a weird construction zone or a weird intersection, and then I sometimes like, my passenger seat, my girlfriend, I'm kind of like, be quiet for a moment. I need to like figure out what's going on, right? And that's sort of like, you go from autopilot to like the system 2 is jumping in and you're thinking about how to do it. And so the scaling is improving that system 1 autopilot. And I think it's the brute force way to get to kind of agents. If you just improve that sort of system, but if you can get that system 2 working, then, I think you could like quite quickly jump, to sort of this like more agentified, test time compute overhang is unlocked.
What's the reason to think that this is an easy win in the sense that oh, you just get there's like some loss function that easily enables you to train it to enable the system 2 thinking.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of animals that have system 2 thinking, you know, it like took a long time for evolution to give us system 2 thinking.
Yeah.
The pre-training, it like, listen, I get it. You got like trillions of tokens of internet text. I get that. Like, you like match that and you get all these, all this pre-training capabilities. What's the reason to think that this is an easy unhobbling?
Yeah. So, okay, a bunch of things. So, I mean, first of all, pre-training is magical, right?
Yeah.
And it gave us this huge advantage for models of general intelligence because you just predict the next token, but predicting the next token, I mean, this is sort of a common misconception, but what it does is it lets this model learn these incredibly rich representations, right? Like these sort of representation learning properties are the magic of deep learning. You have these models, and instead of learning just kind of like, whatever, statistical artifacts or whatever, it learns sort of these models of the world. That's also why they can kind of like generalize, right? Because it learned the right representations. Sure. And so, you pre-train these models and you have this sort of like raw bundle of capabilities that's really useful and sort of this almost unformed raw mass. And sort of the unhobbling we've done over sort of like GPT-2 to GPT-4 was you kind of took this sort of like raw mass and then you like RLHF'd it into a really good chatbot. And that was a huge win, right? Like, going, in the original, I think, Instruct GPT paper, RLHF versus non-RLHF model, it's like 100x model size win on sort of human preference ratings. It started to be able to do like simple chain of thought and so on. But you still have a disadvantage of all these kind of like raw capabilities. And I think there's still like a huge amount that you're not doing with them. And by the way, I think this pre-training advantage is also sort of the difference to robotics, right? Where I think robotics, I think people used to say it was a hardware problem, but I think the hardware stuff is getting solved. The thing we have right now is you don't have this sort of huge advantage of being able to bootstrap yourself with pre-training. You don't have all this sort of unsupervised learning you can do. You have to start right away with the sort of RL, self-play, and so on. All right, so now the question is why might some of this unhobbling and RL and so on work? And again, there's sort of this advantage of bootstrapping, right? So your Twitter bio is being pre-trained, right? But you're actually not being pre-trained anymore. You're not being pre-trained anymore. You were pre-trained in like grade school and high school. At some point, you transitioned to being able to like learn by yourself, right? You weren't able to do that in elementary school. I don't know, middle school, probably, high school is maybe when it sort of started. You need some guidance. College, if you're smart, you can kind of teach yourself. And then sort of models are just starting to enter that regime, right? And so it's sort of like, it's probably a little bit more scaling. And then you got to figure out what goes on top. And it won't be trivial, right? So a lot of deep learning is sort of like, it sort of seems very obvious in retrospect. And there's sort of some obvious cluster of ideas, right? There's sort of some kind of like thing that seems a little dumb, but that just kind of works. But there's a lot of details you have to get right. So I'm not saying this, we're going to get this, next month or whatever. I think it's going to take a while to like really figure out the details.
A while for you is like half a year or something.
Well, I don't know. I think
that next month, 6 months.
between 6 months and 3 years, But I think it's possible, and I think there's I think is also very related to the sort of issue of the data wall. But I mean, I think the one intuition on the sort of like learning by yourself, right, is sort of pre-training is kind of the words are flying by, right? Or it's like, the teacher is lecturing to you, and the models, the words are flying by, they're just getting a little bit from it. But that's sort of not what you do when you learn from yourself, right? When you learn by yourself, say you're reading a dense math textbook, you're not just kind of like skimming through it once. You wouldn't learn that much from it. I mean, some word cells just skim through, reread the math textbook, and then they memorize. And that's sort of, like if you just repeated the data, then they memorize. What you do is you kind of like, you read a page, you kind of think about it, you have some internal monologue going on, you have a conversation with a study buddy, you try a practice problem, you fail a bunch of times, and at some point it clicks, and then you're like, this made sense, then you read a few more pages. And so we've kind of bootstrapped our way to being able to do that now with models, or like just starting to be able to do that. And then the question is, being able to like read it, think about it, try problems. And the question is, can you, all this sort of self-play synthetic data RL is kind of like making that thing work. So basically translating like in context, like right now there's like in context learning, right? Super sample efficient. There's that, in the Gemini paper, right? It just like learns a language in context. And then you have pre-training, not at all sample efficient. But what humans do is they kind of like, they do in context learning. You read a book, you think about it until eventually it clicks. But then you somehow distill that back into the weights. And in some sense, that's sort of like what RL is trying to do. And like when RL is super finicky, but when RL works, RL is kind of magical because it's sort of the best possible data for the model. It's like when you try a practice problem and and then you fail, and at some point you kind of figure it out in a way that makes sense to you. That's sort of like the best possible data for you, because like the way you would have solved the problem. And that's what RL is. Rather than just, you kind of read how somebody else solved the problem and doesn't initially click.
Yeah. By the way, if that take sounds familiar, because it was like part of the question I asked John Schulman, that goes to illustrate the thing I said in the intro, where like a bunch of the things I've learned about AI, just like we do these dinners before the interviews, and me, you, Sholto, and a couple, and like, what should I ask John Schulman? What should I ask Dario? Okay, suppose this is the way things go, and we get these unhobblings.
Yeah.
Now
and the scaling, right? So it's like you have this baseline, just enormous force of scaling, right? Where it's like GPT-2 to GPT-4, GPT-2, it could kind of like, it was amazing, right? It could string together plausible sentences, but it could barely do anything. It was kind of like preschooler. And then GPT-4 is, it's writing code. It like, can do hard math. And so it's sort of like smart high schooler. And so this big jump, and in sort of the essay series, I go through and kind of count the orders of magnitude of compute scale up, of algorithmic progress. And so sort of scaling alone, sort of by 27, 28 is going to do another kind of preschool to high school jump on top of GPT-4. So that'll already be just like at a per token level, just incredibly smart. That'll get you some more reliability. And then you add these unhobblings that make it look much less like a chatbot, more like this agent, like a drop-in remote worker. That's when things really get going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask more questions about this. Let's zoom out. Okay.
Right.
So suppose you're right about this.
Yeah.
And I guess this is because of the 2027 cluster. We've got 10 gigawatt, 2027, 10 gigawatts.
28 is the 10 gigawatt.
Okay.
So maybe it'll be pulled forward.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's like 5.5 level by 2027, like whatever that's called, right? What does the world look like at that point? You have these remote workers who can replace people. What is the reaction to that in terms of the economy, politics, geopolitics?
Yeah, so, I think 2023 was kind of a really interesting year to experience as somebody who was like, really following the AI stuff, where, before that, it was
what were you doing in 2023?
I mean, OpenAI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It kind of went, I was been thinking about this and, like talking to a lot of people, in the years before, and there's this kind of weird thing, you almost didn't want to talk about AI or AGI, it was kind of a dirty word, right? And then 2023, people saw ChatGPT for the first time, and they saw GPT-4, and it just like, it exploded, right?
Yeah.
And it triggered this kind of like, huge sort of capital expenditures from all these firms and the explosion in revenue from NVIDIA and so on. And, things have been quiet since then, but the next thing has been in the oven. And I sort of expect sort of every generation these kind of like G-forces to intensify, right? It's like people see the models. There's like, people haven't counted them, so they're going to be surprised and it'll be kind of crazy. And then, revenue is going to accelerate. Suppose you do hit the 10 billion, end of this year. Suppose it like just continues on this sort of doubling trajectory of, like every 6 months of revenue doubling. It's like you're not actually that far from 100 billion. Maybe that's like 26. And so, at some point, sort of what happened to NVIDIA is going to happen to big tech, like their stocks, that's going to explode. And I mean, I think a lot more people are going to feel it, right? I mean, I think I think 2023 was the sort of moment for me where it went from kind of AGI as a sort of theoretical abstract thing, and you'd make the models to like, I see it, I feel it. And like, I see the path, I see where it's going. I think I can see the cluster where it's trained on, like the rough combination of algorithms, the people, like how it's happening. Yeah. And I think, most of the world is not, most of the people feel it are like right here, right? But I think a lot more of the world is going to start feeling it. And I think that's going to start being kind of intense.
Okay, so right now, who feels it? You go on Twitter and there's these GPT wrapper companies like, whoa, GPT-4o is going to change our business.
I'm so bearish on the wrapper companies, right? Because like they're the ones that are going to be like, the wrapper companies are betting on stagnation, right? The wrapper companies are betting like you have these intermediate models and it takes so much left to integrate them. And I'm kind of like, I'm really bearish because I'm like, we're just going to sonic boom you, and we're going to get the unhobblings, we're going to get the drop-in remote worker, and then your stuff is not going to matter.
Okay, sure. So that's done. Now, SF is paying attention now, or this crowd here is paying attention. Who is going to be paying attention in 2026, 2027? And presumably these are years in which the hundreds of billions of capex is being spent on AI.
I mean, I think the national security state is going to be starting to pay a lot of attention. And I hope we get to talk about that a little.
Okay, let's talk about it now. What happens? Like, what is the sort of political reaction immediately?
Yeah.
And even like internationally, like what people see, like right now, I don't know if like Xi Jinping like reads the news and sees like,
I don't know
GPT-4, oh my God, like MMLU score on that. What are you doing about this, comrade? And so what happens when the GPT, he's like sees a remote replacement and it has $100 billion in revenue. There's a lot of businesses that have $100 billion in revenue and people aren't staying up all night talking about it.
I think the question is when does the CCP and when does the sort of American national security establishment realize that superintelligence is going to be absolutely decisive for national power, right? And this is where, the sort of intelligence explosion stuff comes in, which, we should also talk about later. It's sort of like, you have AGI, you have this sort of drop-in remote worker that can replace, you or me, at least that sort of remote jobs, cognitive jobs. And then, I think fairly quickly, by default, you turn the crank, one or two more times, and then you get a thing that's smarter than humans. But I think even more than just turning the crank a few more times, I think one of the first jobs to be automated is going to be that of sort of an AI researcher engineer. And if you can automate AI research, I think things can start going very fast. Right now there's already this trend of, half an order of magnitude a year of algorithmic progress. Suppose, at this point, you're going to have GPU fleets in the tens of millions for inference, or more. And, you're going to be able to run like 100 million human equivalents of these sort of automated AI researchers. And if you can do that, you can maybe do, a decade's worth of sort of ML research progress in a year. You get some sort of 10x speed up. And if you can do that, I think you can make the jump to kind of like AI that is vastly smarter than humans, within a year, couple years. And then, that broadens, right? So you have this sort of initial acceleration of AI research that broadens to like you apply R&D to a bunch of other fields of technology. The sort of like extremes, at this point you have like 1 billion just super intelligent researchers, engineers, technicians, everything, superbly competent, all the things, they're going to figure out robotics, right? We talked about it being a software problem. Well, now you have 1 billion of super smarter than the smartest human researchers, AI researchers on your cluster, at some point during the intelligence explosion, they're going to be able to figure out robotics, and then again, that expands. And, I think if you play this picture forward, I think it is fairly unlike any other technology in that it will, I think, a couple years of lead could be utterly decisive in, say, like military competition, right? If you look at like Gulf War I, right? Gulf War I, like the Western coalition forces, they had like 100-to-1 kill ratio, right? And that was like they had better sensors on their tanks, and they had better, more precision missiles, right? Like GPS, and they had stealth, and they had sort of a few, maybe 20, 30 years of technological lead, right? And they just completely crushed them. Superintelligence applied to sort of broad fields of R&D, and then the sort of industrial explosion as well. You have the robots, you're just making lots of material. I think that could compress. Basically compress kind of like a century worth of technological progress into less than a decade. And that means that a couple years could mean a sort of Gulf War I style like advantage in military affairs, including like a decisive advantage that even like preempts nukes, right? Suppose like, how do you find the stealthy nuclear submarines? Like right now, that's a problem of like, you have sensors, you have the software to like detect where they are. You can do that. You can find them. You have kind of like millions or billions of like mosquito-like, sized drones. And they take out the nuclear submarines. They take out the mobile launchers. They take out the other nukes. And anyway, so I think enormously destabilizing, enormously important for national power. And at some point, I think people are going to realize that. Not yet, but they will. And when they will, I think there will be sort of, I don't think it'll just be the sort of AI researchers in charge. I think on the CCP is going to, have sort of an all-out effort to like infiltrate American AI labs, right? Like billions of dollars, thousands of people, full force of the sort of, Ministry of State Security. CCP is going to try to, like outbuild us, right? Like they, their, power in China, like the electric grid, they added a US's, a complete, like they added as much power in the last decade as like sort of entire US electric grid. So like the 100 gigawatt cluster, at least the 100 gigawatts is going to be a lot easier for them to get. And so I think sort of, by this point, I think it's going to be like a extremely intense sort of international competition.
Okay, so in this picture, one thing I'm uncertain about is whether it's more like what you say, where it's more of an implosion of you have developed an AGI and then you make it into an AI researcher. And for a while, a year or something, you're only using this ability to make hundreds of millions of other AI researchers, and then like the thing that comes out of this really frenetic process is a super intelligence, and then that goes out in the world and is developing robotics and helping you take over other countries and whatever.
I think it's a little bit more, it's a little bit more kind of like, it's not like, on and off. It's a little bit more gradual, but it's sort of like, it's an explosion that starts narrowly. It can do cognitive jobs. The highest ROI used for cognitive jobs is make the AI better, like solve robotics, and as you solve robotics, now you can do R&D and, like biology and other technology. Initially you start with the factory workers, they're wearing the glasses and the AirPods, and the AI is instructing them, right? Because you kind of make any worker into a skilled technician, and then you have the robots come in, and anyway, so it sort of expands. This process expands.
Meta's Ray-Bans are a compliment to their llama.
Well, it's like whatever. Like the fabs in the U.S., the constrained to skilled workers, right?
Sure.
You have the, even if you don't have robots yet, you have the cognitive superintelligence, and can kind of make them all into skilled workers immediately. But that's it's a very brief period. Robots will come soon.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So suppose this is actually how the tech progresses in the United States. Maybe because these companies are already experiencing hundreds of billions of dollars of AI revenue.
And at this point, companies are borrowing, hundreds of billions or more in the corporate debt markets.
But why is a CCP bureaucrat, some 60-year-old guy, he looks at this and he's like, oh, it's like Copilot has gotten better now. Why are they now?
I mean, this is much more than Copilot has gotten better now. I mean, at this point,
to them, because to shift the production of an entire country to dislocate energy that is otherwise being used for consumer goods or something, and to make it that all feed into the data centers. What will that be obvious? Because part of this whole story is you realize the super intelligence is coming soon, right? And I guess you realize it. Maybe I realize it. I'm not sure how much I realize it. But will the national security apparatus in the United States and will the CCP realize it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in some sense this is a really key question. I think we have sort of a few more years of mid-game, basically, and where you have a few more 2023s, and that just starts updating more and more people. And, I think, the trend lines, will become clear. I think you will see some amount of the sort of COVID dynamic, right? Like COVID was like, February of 2020, it's like, honestly feels a lot like today, where it's like, it feels like this utterly crazy thing is impending, is coming. You kind of see the exponential, and yet most of the world just doesn't realize, right? The mayor of New York is like, go out to the shows, and this is just, like Asian racism or whatever, but, at some point the exponential, at some point people saw it. And then, like just kind of crazy radical reactions came.
Right. Okay. So by the way, what were you doing during COVID? Or when, like college, February? Okay.
College,
like freshman, sophomore, what?
Junior. Yeah.
But still, like, what were you, like 17-year-old junior or something? Yeah. And then you bought, like, did you short the market or something? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Did you sell at the right time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there will be like a March 2020 moment, that the thing that was COVID, but here. Now, then you can like make the analogy that you make in the series that this will then cause the reaction of like, we got to do the Manhattan Project for America here. I wonder what the politics of this will be like, because the difference here is it's not just like we need the bomb to beat the Nazis. It's we're building this thing that's making all our energy prices rise a bunch, and it's automating a bunch of our jobs. And the climate change stuff, like people are going to be like, oh my God, it's making climate change worse. And it's helping big tech. Like politically, this doesn't seem like a dynamic where the national security apparatus or the president is like, we have to step on the gas here and like make sure America wins.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think a lot of this really depends on sort of how much people are feeling it, how much people are seeing it. I think there's a thing where, kind of basically our generation, right? We're kind of so used to kind of, basically peace and like, the world, American hegemony and nothing matters. But, the sort of like extremely intense and these extraordinary things happening in the world, and like intense international competition is like very much the historical norm. Like in some sense, it's like, sort of there's this sort of 20-year very unique period, but like, the history of the world is like, like in World War II, right? It was like 50% of GDP went to, wartime production. The US borrowed over 60% of GDP, in I think Germany and Japan over 100%. World War I, UK, France, Germany all borrowed over 100% of GDP. I think the sort of, much more was on the line, right? Like, and people talk about World War I being so destructive, and like 20 million Soviet soldiers dying, and like 20% of Poland. But that was just the sort of like that happened all the time, right? Like 7 years war, like whatever, 20-30% of Prussia died. Like 30 years war, I think like up to 50% of like large swath of Germany died. I think the question is, will people see that the stakes here are really, really high, and that basically sort of like history is actually back? And I think the American national security state thinks very seriously about stuff like this. They think very seriously about competition with China. I think China very much thinks of itself on this sort of historical mission and rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. They think a lot about national power. They think a lot about like the world order. And then, I think there's a real question on timing, right? Like, do they start taking this seriously, right? Like when the intelligence explosion is already happening, like quite late, or do they start taking this seriously like 2 years earlier? And that matters a lot for how things play out. But at some point they will, and at some point they will realize that this will be sort of utterly decisive for not just kind of like some proxy war somewhere, but like whether liberal democracy can continue to thrive, whether the CCP will continue existing. And I think that will activate sort of forces that we haven't seen in a long time.
The great power conflict thing definitely seems compelling. I think just all kinds of different things seem much more likely when you think from a historical perspective, when you zoom out beyond the liberal democracy that we've been living in, had the pleasure to live in America, let's say 80 years, including dictatorships, including obviously war, famine, whatever. I was reading the Gulag Archipelago, and one of the chapters begins with Solzhenitsyn saying, if you would have told a Russian citizen under the Tsars that because of all these new technologies, we wouldn't see some great Russian revival or becomes a great power and the citizens are made wealthy, but instead what we would see is tens of millions of Soviet citizens tortured by millions of beasts in the worst possible ways, and that this is what would be the result of the 20th century, they wouldn't have believed you. They'd have called you a slanderer.
Yeah, and the possibilities for dictatorship with superintelligence are sort of even crazier, right? I think, imagine you have a perfectly loyal military and security force, right? That's it. No more rebellions, right? No more popular uprisings, perfectly loyal, you have perfect lie detection, you have surveillance of everybody, you can perfectly figure out who's the dissenter, weed them out, no Gorbachev would have ever risen to power who had some doubts about the system, no military coup would have ever happened. And I think I think there's a real way in which part of why things have worked out is that ideas can evolve, and there's sort of like some sense in which sort of time heals a lot of wounds, and time and solves a lot of debates, and a lot of people had really strong convictions, but a lot of those have been overturned by time because there's been this continued pluralism and evolution. I think there's a way in which kind of like if you take a CCP like approach to kind of like truth is what the party says, and you supercharge that with superintelligence, I think there's a way in which that could just be like locked in and enshrined for a long time, and I think the possibilities are pretty terrifying. Your point about, history and sort of like living in America for the past 8 years, I think this is one of the things I sort of took away from growing up in Germany is a lot of this stuff feels more visceral, right? Like, my mother grew up in the former East, my father in the former West. They like met shortly after the wall fell, right? Like the end of the Cold War was this sort of extremely pivotal moment for me because it's the reason I exist, right? And then, growing up in Berlin and, the former wall, my great grandmother, who is still alive, is very important in my life. She was born in 1934. Grew up during the Nazi era, during all that. Then World War II. Like saw the firebombing of Dresden from the sort of country cottage or whatever where they as kids were. Then spends most of her life in sort of the East German communist dictatorship. She'd tell me about in like 1954 when there's like the popular uprising. And Soviet tanks came in. Her husband was telling her to get home really quickly. Get off the streets. Had a son who tried to, ride a motorcycle across the Iron Curtain and then was put in a Stasi prison for a while. And then finally, when she's almost 60, is the first time she lives in, a free country, and a wealthy country. And, when I was a kid, she was, the thing she always really didn't want me to do was like get involved in politics. Cause like joining a political party was just, it was, very bad connotations for her. Anyway, and she sort of raised me when I was young, and so it doesn't feel that long ago. It feels very close.
Yeah. So I wonder, when we're talking today about the CCP, listen, the people in China who will be doing their version of the project will be AI researchers who are somewhat westernized, who interact with, either got educated in the West or have colleagues in the West. Are they going to sign up for the CCP project that's going to hand over control to Xi Jinping? What's your sense on? I mean, it's just like, fundamentally, they're just people, right? Like, can't you like convince them about the dangers of superintelligence?
Will they be in charge though? I mean, in some sense, this is also the case, in the US or whatever.
Right.
There's this sort of like rapidly depreciating influence of the lab employees. Like right now, the sort of AI lab employees have so much power, right? Over this, like you
but
saw
they're going to get automated, and then
yeah. I mean, you saw this in November event, so much power, right? But both they're going to get automated, and they're going to lose all their power. And it'll just be, kind of like a few people in charge with their sort of armies of automated eyes. But also, it's sort of like the politicians and the generals and the sort of national security state. A lot of, there's sort of, this is the sort of some of these classic scenes from the Oppenheimer movies. The scientists built it, and then it was kind of, and the bomb was shipped away and it was out of their hands. I actually think it's good for like lab employees to be aware of this. It's like, you have a lot of power now, but maybe not for that long, and use it wisely. I do think they would benefit from some more organs of representative democracy.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I mean, in the sort of in the OpenAI board events, employee power is exercised in a very sort of direct democracy way, and I feel like that's how some of how that went about. I think it really highlighted the benefits of representative democracy and having some deliberative organs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the 100 billion revenue, whatever. And so these companies,
$1 trillion cluster.
Yeah, the companies are trying to build clusters that are this big.
Yeah.
Where are they building it? Because if you say it's the amount of energy that would be required for a small or medium-sized U.S. state, is it then Colorado gets no power and it's happening in the United States, or is it happening somewhere else?
Oh, I think in some sense, this is the thing that I always find funny is, you talk about Colorado gets no power. The easy way to get the power would be like, displace less economically useful stuff. It's like, whatever, buy up the aluminum smelting plant, and, that has a gigawatt, and, we're going to replace it with the data center because that's important. That's not actually happening, because a lot of these power contracts are really sort of long-term locked in. There's obviously people don't like things like this. And so it seems like in practice, what it's requiring, at least right now, is building new power. That might change. And I think that's when things get really interesting, when it's like, no, we're just dedicating all of the power to the AGI. But anyway, so right now it's building new power. 10 gigawatt, I think quite doable. It's like a few percent of like US natural gas production. When you have the 10 gigawatt training cluster, you have a lot more inference. So that starts getting more, I think 100 gigawatt, that starts getting pretty wild. That's, again, it's like over 20% of US electricity production. I think it's pretty doable, especially if you're willing to go for like natural gas. I do think it is incredibly important that these clusters are in the United States.
And why does it matter it's in the US?
Look, I think there's some people who are, trying to build clusters elsewhere. And, there's like a lot of free flowing Middle Eastern money that's trying to build clusters elsewhere. I think this comes back to the sort of like national security question we talked about earlier. Like, would you do the Manhattan Project in the UAE, right? And I think basically like putting the clusters, I think you can put them in the US, you can put them in sort of like allied democracies. But I think once you put them in kind of like, dictatorships, authoritarian dictatorships, you kind of create this, irreversible security risk, right? So, one, cluster is there, much easier for them to exfiltrate the weights. They can like literally steal the AGI, the superintelligence. It's like they got a copy of the, of the atomic bomb, and they just got a direct replica of that. And it makes it much easier to them. They have weird ties to China. You can ship that to China. So that's a huge risk. Another thing is they can just seize the compute, right? Like maybe right now they just think of this. In general, I think people, I think the issue here is people are thinking of this as like, ChatGPT, big tech product clusters. But I think the clusters being planned now, 3 to 5 years out, like, may well be the like AGI superintelligence clusters. And so anyway, so like when things get hot, they might just seize the compute. And I don't know, suppose we put like, 25% of the compute capacity in these sort of Middle Eastern dictatorships. Well, they seize that, and now it's sort of a ratio of compute of 3 to 1. And we still have some more, but even only 25% of compute there. Like I think it starts getting pretty hairy. I think 3 to 1 is like not that great of a ratio. You can do a lot with that amount of compute. And then look, even if they don't actually do this, right? Even if they don't actually seize the compute, even if they actually don't steal the weights, there's just a lot of implicit leverage you get, right? They get the seat at the AGI table. I don't know why we're giving authoritarian dictatorships the seat at the AGI table.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of compute in the Middle East if these deals go through. First of all, who is it? Just like every single big tech company is just trying to figure out
Not
where they can
everyone,
get it.
some.
Okay. Well, I guess there's reports. I think Microsoft or which we'll get into.
Yeah.
So UAE gets a bunch of compute because we're building the clusters there.
Yeah.
And why? So let's say they have 25% of. Why does a compute ratio matter? If it's about them being able to kick off the intelligence explosion, isn't it just some threshold where you have 100 million AI researchers or you don't?
I mean, you can do a lot with 33 million extremely smart scientists, and again, a lot of the stuff, so first of all, it's like that might be enough to build the crazy bioweapons, right? And then you're in a situation where like now, wow, we've just like they stole the weights, they seized the compute. Now they can make they can build these crazy new WMDs that will be possible with superintelligence, and now you've just kind of like proliferated the stuff, and it'll be really powerful. And also, I mean, I think 3x on compute isn't actually that much, and so I think a thing I worry a lot about is I think the riskiest situation is if we're in some sort of like really tight neck, feverish international struggle, right? If we're like really close with the CCP and we're like months apart. I think the situation we could be in if we played our cards right, is a little bit more like, the US, building the atomic bomb versus the German project, way behind, years behind. And if we have that, I think we just have so much more wiggle room, like to get safety right. We're going to be building there's going to be these crazy new WMDs, things that completely undermine, nuclear deterrence, intense competition. And that's so much easier to deal with if, you're like, it's not just, you don't have somebody right on your tails. You got to go. You got to go at maximum speed. You have no wiggle room. You're worried that at any time they can overtake you. I mean, they can also just try to outbuild you, right? Like they might literally win. Like China might literally win if they can steal the weights because they can outbuild you. And they maybe have less caution, both, good and bad caution, kind of like whatever unreasonable regulations we have. Or you're just in this really tight race. And I think is that sort of like, if you're in this really tight race, this sort of feverish struggle, I think that's when sort of there's the greatest peril of self-destruction.
So then presumably the companies that are trying to build clusters in the Middle East realize this. Is it just that it's impossible to do this in America? And if you want American companies to do this at all, then you do it in the Middle East or not at all. And then you just like have China build the Three Gorges Dam cluster.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few reasons. I mean, one of them is just like people aren't thinking about this as the AGI superintelligence cluster. They're just like, like cool clusters for my, for my ChatGPT.
But so they're building in the plans right now are clusters which are ones that are like, because if you're doing ones for inference, presumably you could like spread them out across the country or something. But the ones they're building, they realize we're going to do one training run in this thing we're building.
I just think it's harder to distinguish between inference and training compute. And so people can claim it's training compute, but I think they might realize that actually, this is going to be useful for, they might say it's inference compute and actually it's useful for training compute too. Anyway, so
because of synthetic data and things like that.
Yeah, the future of training, like RL looks a lot like inference, for example, right? Or you just kind of like end up connecting them, in time. It's you have this like raw material. It's like it's placing your uranium refinement facilities there.
Sure.
Anyway, so a few reasons, right? One is just like they don't think about this as the AGI cluster. Another is just like easy money from the Middle East, right? Another one is like some people think that you can't do it in the US, and I think we actually face a sort of real system competition here because, again, some people think it's only autocracies that can do this, that can kind of like top down, mobilize the sort of industrial capacity, the power, get the stuff done fast. And again, this is the sort of thing, we haven't faced in a while. But, during the Cold War, like there was this sort of intense system competition, right? Like East-West Germany was this, right? Like West Germany kind of like liberal democratic capitalism versus kind of, communist state planned. And, now it's obvious that the sort of, the free world would win. But, even as late as like 61, Paul Samuelson was predicting that the Soviet Union would outgrow the United States because they were able to sort of mobilize industry better. And so, there's some people who, they shit post about loving America by day, but then in private, they're betting against America. They're betting against the liberal order. And I basically just think it's a bad bet. And the reason I think it's a bad bet is I think this stuff is just really possible in the US. And so to make it possible in the US, there's some amount that we have to get our act together, right? So I think there's basically two paths to doing it in the US. One is you just got to be willing to do natural gas. And there's ample natural gas, right? You put your cluster in West Texas, you put it in, Southwest Pennsylvania by the, Marcellus Shale, 10 gigawatt cluster, super easy, 100 gigawatt cluster, also pretty doable. I think, natural gas production in the United States is, almost doubled in a decade. If you do that, one more time over the next, 7 years or whatever, you could power multiple $1 trillion data centers. But the issue there is, a lot of people have sort of made these climate commitments, and not just government. It's actually the private companies themselves, right? The Microsoft, the Amazons, and so on. They have these climate commitments, so they won't do natural gas. And I admire the climate commitments, but I think at some point, the national interest and national security kind of is more important. The other path is you can do this sort of green energy mega projects, right? You do the solar and the batteries and the SMRs and geothermal. But if we want to do that, there needs to be sort of broad deregulatory push, right? So you can't have permitting take a decade, right? So you got to reform FERC. You got to have blanket NEPA exemptions for this stuff. There's inane state level regulations, that are you could build, you can build the solar panels and batteries next to your data center, but it'll still take years because you actually have to hook it up to the state electrical grid. And you have to use governmental powers to create rights of way to kind of have multiple clusters and connect them, and have thick cables basically. And so look, ideally we do both, right? Ideally we do natural gas and the broad regulatory agenda. I think we have to do at least one. And then I think this possible stuff is just possible in the United States.
Yeah. I think a good analogy for this, by the way, before the conversation, I was reading, there's a good book about World War II industrial mobilization in the United States called Freedom's Forge.
Yeah.
And I guess when we think back on that period, especially if you read the Patrick Collison Fast and the progress study stuff, it's you had state capacity back then and people just got shit done, but now it's a clusterfuck.
Wasn't it all the case?
No, so it was really interesting. So you have people who are from the Detroit auto industry side, like Knutson, who are running mobilization for the United States. And they were extremely competent. Yeah. But then at the same time, you had labor organization and agitation, which is actually very analogous to the climate pledges and climate change concern we have today. Yeah. Where they would have these strikes while literally into 1941 that would cost millions of man hours worth of time when we're trying to make tens of thousands of planes a month or something. And they would just debilitate factories for trivial pennies on the dollar kind of concessions from capital. And it was concerns that the auto companies are trying to use the pretext of a potential war to actually prevent paying labor the money it deserves. And so what climate change is today, you would think, fuck, America's fucked. We're not going to be able to build this shit. If you look at NEPA or something. But I didn't realize how debilitating labor was in World War II.
Right? It was just, before at the, sort of 39 or whatever, the American military was in total shambles, right? You read about it and it reads a little bit like, the German military today, right? It's military expenditures, I think, were less than 2% of GDP. All the European countries had gone, even in peacetime, above 10% of GDP, sort of this rapid mobilization. There's nothing, we're making kind of no planes, there's no military contracts. Everything had been starved during the Great Depression. But there was this latent capacity. And, at some point, the United States got their act together. The thing I'll say is I think, the supply is sort of the other way around too, to China, right? And I think sometimes people are, they kind of count them out a little bit, and they're the export controls and so on. They're able to make 7nm chips now. I think there's a question of how many could they make? But I think there's at least a possibility that they're going to be able to mature that ability and make a lot of 7nm chips. And there's a lot of latent industrial capacity in China, and they are able to build a lot of power fast. And maybe that isn't activated for AI yet, but at some point, the same way the United States and a lot of people in the US and the United States government is going to wake up, at some point the CCP is going to wake up.
Yep. Okay. Going back to the question of presumably companies, are they blind to the fact that there's going to be some sort of, so they realize that they realize scaling is a thing, right? Obviously their whole plans are contingent on scaling. And so they understand that we're going to be in 2028 building the 10 gigawatt data centers. And at this point, the people who can keep up are big tech, just potentially at the edge of their capabilities. Then sovereign wealth funded things. And also big major countries like America, China, whatever. So what's their plan? If you look at these AI labs, what's their plan given this landscape? Do they not want the leverage of being in the United States?
I think one thing the Middle East does offer is capital, but it's America has plenty of capital, right? it's like, we have trillion-dollar companies. Like, what are these Middle Eastern states? They're kind of like trillion-dollar oil companies. And then we have trillion-dollar companies, and we have very deep financial markets. And it's like, Microsoft could issue hundreds of billions of dollars of bonds, and they can pay for these clusters. I mean, look, I think another argument being made, and I think it's worth taking seriously, is an argument that, look, if we don't work with the UAE or with these Middle Eastern countries, they're just going to go to China. Right. And so, they're going to build data centers. They're going to pour money into AI regardless. And if we don't work with them, they'll just support China. And look, I mean, I think there's some merit to the argument, and in the sense that I think we should be doing basically benefit sharing with them, right? I think we should talk about this later, but I think basically sort of on the road to AGI, there should be kind of like two tiers of coalitions. It should be this sort of narrow coalition of democracies. That's sort of the coalition that's developing AGI. And then there should be a broader coalition where we kind of go to other countries, including, dictatorships, and we're willing to offer them some of the benefits of the AI, some of the sharing. And so it's like, look, if the UAE wants to use AI products, if they want to run, meta recommendation engines, if they want to run, like the last generation models, that's fine. I think by default, they just like wouldn't have had this seat at the AGI table, right? And so it's like, yeah, they have some money, but a lot of people have money. The only reason they're getting this sort of core seat at the AGI table, the only reason we're giving, these dictators will have this enormous amount of leverage over this extremely national security relevant technology, is because we're kind of getting them excited and offering it to them. I think the other,
And who specifically is doing this? Like, just the companies who are going there to fundraise, or like, this is the AGI is happening, and you can fund it or you can't.
It's been reported that there's been reported that Sam is trying to raise $7 trillion or whatever for a chip project, and it's unclear how many of the clusters will be there and so on. But it's definitely stuff is happening. I mean, look, I think another reason I'm a little bit at least suspicious of this argument of like, look, if the US doesn't work with them, they'll go to China, is I've heard from multiple people, and this wasn't, from my time at OpenAI, and I haven't seen the memo, but I have heard from multiple people that, at some point several years ago, OpenAI leadership had sort of laid out a plan to fund and sell AGI by starting a bidding war between the governments of, the United States, China, and Russia. And so, it's kind of surprising to me that they're willing to sell AGI to the Chinese and Russian governments, but also there's something that sort of feels a bit eerily familiar about kind of starting this bidding war and then kind of like playing them off each other. And well, if you don't do this, China will do it. So anyway.
Interesting. Okay, so that's pretty fucked up. But given that that's... Okay, so suppose that you're right about we ended up in this place because we got... The way one of our friends put it is that the Middle East has like no other place in the world billions of dollars or trillions of dollars up for persuasion, and
it's true.
And what we have in the form of Sam Altman
than the Microsoft board. It's only the dictator. Right?
Yeah. Okay, but so let's say you're right that you shouldn't have gotten them excited about AGI in the first place. Yeah. But now we're in a place where they are excited about AGI. Yeah. And they're like, fuck, we want us to have GPT-5 while you're going to be off building superintelligence. This atoms for peace thing doesn't work for us. And if you're in this place, don't they already have the leverage? Aren't you like? And you might as well just.
I think the UAE on its own is not competitive, right? It's like, I mean, they're already export controlled. Like, we're not, there's like, you're not actually supposed to ship NVIDIA chips over there, right? It's not like they have any of the leading AI labs. It's like they have money, but it's actually hard to just translate money into like.
But the other things you've been saying about laying out your vision is very much there's this almost industrial process of you put in the compute and then you put in the algorithms.
Yes.
You add that up and you get AGI on the other end.
Yes.
If it's something more like that, then the case for somebody being able to catch up rapidly seems more compelling than if it's some bespoke.
Well, if they can steal the algorithms and if they can steal the weights. Okay. And that's really where sort of, I mean, we should talk about this. This is really important. And I think,
So like right now, how easy would it be for an actor to steal the things that are like not the things that are released about Scarlett Johansson's voice, but the RL things are talking about, the unhobblings?
I mean, all extremely easy, right? DeepMind even like they don't make a claim that it's hard, right? DeepMind put out their like whatever frontier safety something, and they like lay out security levels, and they security level 0 to 4, and 4 is this one resistant to state actors, and they say we're at level 0, right? And then just recently there was like an indictment of a guy who just like stole the code, a bunch of like really important AI code, and went to China with it, and all he had to do to steal the code was copy the code and put it into Apple Notes and then export it as PDF, and that got past their monitoring, right? And Google has the best security of any of the AI labs, probably because they have the Google infrastructure. I mean, I don't know, roughly I would think of this as like, security of a startup, right? And like, what does security of a startup look like, right? It's not that good. It's easy to steal.
So even if that's the case,
Yeah.
a lot of your post is making the argument that, why are we going to get the intelligence explosion?
Yeah.
Because if we have somebody with the intuition of an Alec Radford
Yeah.
to be able to come up with all these ideas,
Yeah.
that intuition is extremely valuable, and you scale that up. But if it's a matter of if it's just in the code, if it's just the intuition, then that's not going to be just in the code, right? And also because of export controls, these countries are going to have slightly different hardware. You're going to have to make different trade-offs and probably rewrite things to be able to be compatible with that. Including all these things, is it just a matter of getting the right pen drive and you plug it into the gigawatt data center next to the Three Gorges Dam and then you're off to the races?
I mean, look, there's a few different things, right? So one threat model is just stealing the weights themselves. And the weights one is sort of particularly insane, right? Because they can just like steal the literal like end product, right? Just like make a replica of the atomic bomb and then they're just like ready to go. And, I think that one just is, extremely important around the time we have AGI and superintelligence, right? Because it's, China can build a big cluster. By default, we'd have a big lead, right? Because we have the better scientists, but we make the superintelligence, they just steal it, they're off to the races. Weights are a little bit less important right now, because, who cares if they steal the GPT-4 weights, right? Like, whatever. So, we still have to get started on weight security now, because, look, if we think AGI by 27, this stuff is going to take a while. And it doesn't, it's not just going to be like, oh, we do some access control. It's going to, if you actually want to be resistant to sort of Chinese espionage, it needs to be much more intense. The thing, though, that I think people aren't paying enough attention to is the secrets, as you say. And I think this is the compute stuff is sexy. We talk about it, but I think that I think people underrate the secrets because they're I think they're the half an order of magnitude a year just by default. Sort of algorithmic progress, that's huge. If we have a few year lead by default, that's 10, 30x, 100x bigger cluster if we protected them. And then there's this additional layer of the data wall, right? And so we have to get through the data wall. That means we actually have to figure out some sort of basic new paradigm, sort of the AlphaGo step 2, right? AlphaGo step 1 is learns from human imitation. AlphaGo step 2 is the sort of self-play RL. And everyone's working on that right now. And maybe we're going to crack it. If China can't steal that, then they then they're stuck. If they can't steal it, they're off to the races.
But whatever that thing is. Is it like literally I can write down on the back of a napkin? Because if it's that easy, then why is it that hard for them to figure it out? And if it's more about the intuitions, then don't you just have to hire Alec Radford? Like, what are you copying down?
Well, I think there's a few layers to this, right? So I think at the top is kind of like sort of the, fundamental approach, right? And sort of like, I don't know, on pre-training, it might be, unsupervised learning, next token protection, train on the entire internet. You actually get a lot of juice out of that already. That one's very quick to communicate. Then there's a lot of details that matter. And you were talking about this earlier, right? It's like probably the way that thing people are going to figure out is going to be like somewhat obvious, or there's going to be some kind of like clear, not that complicated thing that'll work. But there's going to be a lot of details to getting that right.
But if that's true, then again, why do we think that getting state level security in these startups will prevent China from catching up? If it's just like, oh, we know some sort of self-play RL will be required to get past the data wall. And if it's as easy as you say in some fundamental sense,
I mean, again,
but it's going to be solved by 2027, you say, like, right? So it's like not that hard.
I just think, the US and the sort of, all the leading AI labs are in the United States, and they have this huge lead. By default, China actually has some good LLMs. Why do they have good LLMs? They're just using the sort of open source code, right? Llama or whatever. And so I think people really underrate the sort of, both the sort of divergence on algorithmic progress and the lead the US would have by default, because all this stuff was published until recently, right? Like chinchilla scaling laws were published. There's a bunch of MOE papers. There's transformers, and all of that stuff was published, and so that's why open source is good. That's why China can make some good models. That stuff is now, at least they're not publishing it anymore. And if we actually kept it secret, it would be this huge edge. To your point about sort of like some tacit knowledge in Alec Radford, there's another layer at the bottom that is something about like, large scale engineering work to make these big training runs work. I think that is a little bit more tacit knowledge-y. So I think China will be able to figure that out. That's like sort of engineering schlep. They're going to figure out how to do
why can't they figure that out, but not how to get the RL thing working? Look,
I don't know. Germany during World War II, they went down the wrong path. They did heavy water, and that was wrong. And there's an amazing anecdote in the making of the atomic bomb on this, right? So secrecy is actually one of the most contentious issues, early on as well. And part of it was sort of Szilard or whatever really thought, this sort of nuclear chain reaction was possible. And so an atomic bomb was possible. And he went around and he was like, this is going to be of enormous strategic importance, military importance. And a lot of people didn't believe it, or they're kind of like, well, maybe this is possible, but, I'm going to act as though it's not possible. And, science should be open and all these things. And anyway, and so in these early days, so there had been some sort of incorrect measurements made on graphite as a moderator, and that Germany had. And so they thought, graphite was not going to work. We have to do heavy water. But then Fermi made some new measurements on graphite, and they indicated that graphite would work. This is really important. And then, Szilard kind of assaulted Fermi with the kind of another secrecy appeal. And Fermi was just he was pissed off, had a temper tantrum. He was like, he thought it was absurd, like, come on, this is crazy. But, Szilard persisted. I think they roped in another guy, Pegram, and then Fermi didn't publish it. And, that was just in time, because Fermi not publishing it meant that the Nazis didn't figure out graphite would work. They went down this path of heavy water, and that was the wrong path. That was why this is a key reason why the sort of German project didn't work out. They were kind of way behind. I think we face a similar situation on, are we just going to instantly leak the sort of, how do we get past the data wall? What's the next paradigm? Or are we not?
So, and the reason this would matter is if there's being 1 year ahead would be a huge advantage in the world where it's like you deploy AI over time and then just like, they're going to catch up anyway. I interviewed Richard Rhodes, the guy who wrote the Making an Atomic Bomb.
Yeah.
And one of the anecdotes he had was so they realized America had the bomb. Obviously, we dropped it on Japan.
Yeah.
And Beria goes, the guy who ran the NKVD, and just a famously ruthless guy, just evil. And he goes to, I forgot the name of the guy, the Soviet scientist who was running their version of the Manhattan Project. He says, comrade, you will get us the American bomb. Yeah. And the guy says, well, listen, their implosion device actually is not optimal. We should make it a different way. And Beria says, no, you will get us the American bomb or your family will be camp dust. But the thing that's relevant about that anecdote is actually the Soviets would have had a better bomb if they hadn't copied the American design, at least initially. And which suggests that often in history, this is something that's not just for the Manhattan Project, but there's this pattern of parallel invention where, because the tech tree implies that the certain thing is next, in this case, a self-play, RL, whatever, then people are just like working on that, and like people are going to figure out around the same time. There's not going to be that much gap in who gets it first. Wasn't like famously the bunch of people were invented something like the light bulb around the same time and so forth. Yeah. So, but is it just that like, that might be true, but it'll, with the 1 year or the 6 months or whatever,
2 years makes all the difference.
I don't know if it'll be 2 years though, like, right?
I actually think if we lock down the labs, we have much better scientists. We're way ahead. It would be 2 years. But I think even 6 months, a year would make a huge difference. And this gets back to the sort of intelligence explosion dynamics. Like a year might be the difference between, a system that's sort of like human level and a system that is like vastly superhuman, right? It might be like five ooms, even on the current pace, right? We went from, I think, on the math benchmark recently, right? Like, 3 years ago on the math benchmark, we, that was, this is sort of really difficult high school competition math problems. We were at, a few percent, couldn't solve anything. Now it's solved. And that was sort of at the normal pace of AI progress. You didn't have sort of a billion super intelligent researchers. So like a year is a huge difference. And then particularly after superintelligence, right? Once this is applied to sort of lots of elements of R&D, once you get the sort of like industrial explosion with the robots and so on, I think a year, a couple years might be kind of like decades worth of technological progress. And again, it's like Gulf War I, right? 20, 30 years of technological lead, totally decisive. I think it really matters. The other reason it really matters is, suppose they steal the weight, suppose they steal the algorithms, and, they're close on our tails. Suppose we still pull out ahead, right? We just kind of, we're a little bit faster, we're 3 months ahead. I think the sort of like world in which we're really neck and neck, we only have a 3 month lead, are incredibly dangerous, right? And we're in this like feverish struggle where like, if they get ahead, they get to dominate, sort of maybe they'd get a decisive advantage. They're building clusters like crazy. They're willing to throw all caution to the wind. We have to keep up. There's some crazy new WMDs popping up. And then we're going to be in the situation where it's like, crazy new military technology, crazy new WMDs, like deterrence and mutually assured instruction, like keeps changing, every few weeks. And it's like, completely unstable, volatile situation. That is incredibly dangerous. So I think both from just the technologies are dangerous from the alignment point of view. I think it might be really important during the intelligence explosion to have this sort of 6 month wiggle room to be like, look, we're gonna dedicate more compute to alignment during this period because we have to get it right. We're feeling uneasy about how it's going. And so I think in some sense that like one of the most important inputs to whether we will kind of destroy ourselves or whether we will get through this just incredibly crazy period is whether we have that buffer.
Why? So before we go further object level in this, I think it's very much worth noting that almost nobody, at least nobody I talk to, thinks about the geopolitical implications of AI. And I think I have some object level disagreements that we'll get into, but or at least things I want to iron out. I may not disagree in the end. But the basic premise that obviously if you keep scaling and obviously if people realize that this is where intelligence is headed, it's not just going to be like the same old world where like what model are we deploying tomorrow and what is the latest like if people on Twitter are like, oh, the GPT-4o is going to shake your expectations or whatever. You know, COVID is really interesting because before a year or something, when March 2020 hit, it became clear to the world like presidents, CEOs, media, average person. There's other things happening in the world right now, but the main thing we as a world are dealing with right now is COVID.
Soon on AGI.
Okay, and then so
this is the quiet period. You know, if you want to go on vacation, you know, you want to have, you know, maybe like now is the last time you can have some kids. You know, you know, my girlfriend sometimes complains, you know, that I, you know, when I'm like, you know, off doing work or whatever, and she's like, I'm not spending time with her. She's like, you know. She threatens to replace me with like, you know, GPT-6 or whatever. And I'm like, you know, GPT-6 will also be too busy doing AI research.
Okay, anyway, so let's get into the question of why aren't other people talking national security?
I made this mistake with COVID, right? So you know, February of 2020, and you know, I thought just it was going to sweep the world and all the hospitals would collapse and it would be crazy. And then, you know, and then it'd be over. And, you know, a lot of people thought this kind of at the beginning of COVID. They shut down their offices a month or whatever. I think the thing I just really didn't price in was the societal reaction, right? And within weeks, you know, Congress spent over 10% of GDP on like COVID measures, right? The entire country was shut down. It was crazy. And so, I don't know, I didn't price it in with COVID sufficiently. I don't know, why do people underrate it? I mean, I think there's a sort of way in which being kind of in the trenches actually kind of, I think, gives you a less clear picture of the trend lines. You know, you don't actually have to zoom out that much, only like a few years, right? But, you know, you're in the trenches, you're like trying to get the next model to work. You know, there's always something that's hard. You know, for example, you might underrate algorithmic progress because you're like, things are hard right now, or, you know, data wall or whatever. But, you know, you zoom out just a few years and you actually try to like count up how much algorithmic progress made in the last few years. And it's enormous. But I also just don't think people think about this stuff. Like, I think smart people really underrate espionage, right? And, you know, I think part of the security issue is I think people don't realize like how intense state level espionage can be, right? Like, you know, this Israeli company had software that could just 0-click hack any iPhone, right? They just put in your number and then it's just like straight download of everything, right? Like the United States infiltrated an air-gapped atomic weapons program, right? Wild, you know, like.
Are you talking about Stuxnet?
Yeah. You know, intelligence agencies have just stockpiles of 0 days, you know. When things get really hot, you know, I don't know, maybe we'll send special forces, right, to like, you know, go to the data center or something that's, you know, or, you know, I mean, China does this. They threaten people's families, right? And they're like, look, if you don't cooperate, if you don't give us the intel, there's a good book, you know, along the lines of the 𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐊𝐒 Archipelago, you know, the Inside the Aquarium, which is by a Soviet GRU defector. GRU was like military intelligence. Ilya recommended this book to me. You know, I think reading that, I was just kind of like shocked at how intense sort of state level espionage is. The whole book was about like, they go to these European countries and they try to like get all the technology and recruit all these people to get the technology. But I mean, yeah, maybe one anecdote, you know, so the spy, this eventual defector, you know, so he's being trained, he goes to the kind of GRU spy academy. And so then to graduate from the spy academy, sort of before you're sent abroad, you kind of had to pass a test to show that you can do this. And the test was, you know, you had to, in Moscow, recruit a Soviet scientist and recruit them to give you information, sort of like you would do in the foreign country. But of course, for whomever you recruited, the penalty for giving away sort of secret information was death. And so to graduate from the Soviet spy, this GRU spy academy, you had to condemn a countryman to death. Mm-hmm. States do this stuff.
I started reading the book on because I saw it in the series.
Yeah.
And I was actually wondering, the fact that you use this anecdote,
Yeah.
and then you're like, and a book recommended by Ilya. Is this some sort of Easter egg? We'll leave that for an exercise for the reader. Okay, so
The beatings will continue until the morale improves.
So suppose that we live in the world in which these secrets are locked down, but China still realizes that this progress is happening in America. So in that world, especially if they realize, and I guess it's a very interesting
the
open
secrets
question.
probably won't be locked down.
Okay, but suppose
We're probably going to live in the bad world.
Yeah.
It's going to be really bad.
Why are you so confident that they won't be locked down?
I mean, I'm not confident that it won't be locked down, but I think it's just it's not happening.
And so tomorrow, the lab leaders get the message. How hard? Like, what do they have to do? They get the more security guards. They like air gap the. Well, what do they do?
So again, I think basically it's I think people there's kind of like two reactions there, which is like it's we're already secure, not, and there's fatalism, it's impossible. And I think the thing you need to do is you kind of got to stay ahead of the curve of basically how AGI pills the CCP.
Yeah.
Right. So like right now, you've got to be resistant to kind of like normal economic espionage. They're not, right? I mean, I probably wouldn't be talking about this stuff if the labs were, right? Because I wouldn't want to wake them up more, the CCP, but they're not. This is like, this stuff is like really trivial for them to do right now. I mean, it's also, anyway, so they're not resistant to that. I think it would be possible for a private company to be resistant to it, right? So, both of us have, friends in the kind of like quantitative trading world, right? And I think actually those secrets are shaped kind of similarly, where it's like, they've said, if I got on a call for an hour with somebody from a competitor firm, most of our alpha would be gone. And that's sort of like, that's the like list of details of like really how to make.
You're going to have to worry about that pretty soon. You're going to have to worry about that pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, and so all the alpha could be gone, but in fact, their alpha persists, right? And often for many years and decades, and so this doesn't seem to happen. And so I think there's like, I think there's a lot you could go if you went from kind of current startup security. You just got to look through the window and you can look at the slides. To kind of like good private sector security, hedge funds. The way Google treats customer data or whatever. That'd be good right now. The issue is basically the CCP will also get more AGI pilled, and at some point we're going to face kind of the full force of the Ministry of State Security. And again, you're talking about smart people underrating espionage and the sort of insane capabilities of states. I mean, this stuff is wild, right? They can get like, there's papers about, you can find out the location of like where you are in a video game map just from sounds, right? Like states can do a lot with like electromagnetic emanations, It's like, at some point, like you have to be working from a SCIF, like your cluster needs to be air gapped and basically be a military base. It's like, you need to have, intense kind of security clearance procedures for employees. They have to be like, all their shit is monitored. They basically have security guards. It's, you can't use any kind of like, other dependencies. It's all got to be like intensely vetted. All your hardware has to be intensely vetted. And I think basically if they actually really face the full force of state level espionage, I don't really think this is a thing private companies can do. Both, I mean, empirically, right? Like, Microsoft recently had executives' emails hacked by Russian hackers and, government emails they posted hacked by government actors. But also, it's basically, there's just a lot of stuff that only kind of, the people behind the security clearances know and only they deal with. And so, I think to actually kind of resist the sort of full force of espionage, you're going to need the government. Anyway, so I think basically we could do it by always being ahead of the curve. I think we're just going to always be behind the curve. And I think, maybe unless we get the sort of government project.
Okay, so going back to the naive perspective of we're very much coming at this from there's going to be a race in the CCP, we must win.
Yeah.
And listen, I understand like bad people are in charge of the Chinese government, like the CCP and everything. But just stepping back in a sort of galactic perspective, humanity is developing AGI. And do we want to come at this from the perspective of we need to beat China to this? Our super intelligent Jupiter brain descendants won't know who China, like China will be some like distant memory that they have, America too. So shouldn't it be the initial approach, just come to them like, listen, this is super intelligence. This is something like we come from a cooperative perspective. Why immediately sort of rush into it from a hawkish competitive perspective? I
mean, look, one thing I want to say is like a lot of the stuff I talk about in the series is sort of primarily descriptive, right? And so I think that on the China stuff, it's like Yeah, in some ideal world, it's just all, merry-go-round and cooperation. But again, it's sort of, I think people wake up to AGI. I think the issue in particular on sort of like, can we make a deal? Can we make an international treaty? I think it really relates to sort of what is the stability of sort of international arms control agreements, right? And so we did very successful arms control on nuclear weapons in the 80s, right? And the reason it was successful is because the sort of new equilibrium was stable, right? So you go down from, 60,000 nukes to 10,000 nukes. When you have 10,000 nukes, basically breakout doesn't matter that much, right? Suppose the other guy now try to make 20,000 nukes. Well, it's like, who cares, right? It's still mutually assured destruction. Suppose a rogue state kind of went from 0 nukes to 1 nukes. Yeah. It's like, who cares? We still have way more nukes than you. I mean, it's still not ideal for destabilization, but it'd be very different if the arms control agreement had been 0 nukes, right? Because if it had been 0 nukes, then it's just like one rogue state makes 1 nuke. The whole thing is destabilized. Breakout is very easy. Your adversary state starts making nukes. And so basically when you're going to sort of like very low levels of arms, or when you're going to kind of, and you're in a sort of very dynamic technological situation, arms control is really tough because breakout is easy. There's some other sort of stories about this in sort of like 1920s, 1930s. It's like, all the European states had done disarmament, and Germany was kind of did this like crash program to build the Luftwaffe, and that was able to like massively destabilize things because not that they were able to like pretty easily build kind of a modern air force because the others didn't really have one, and that that really destabilized things. And so I think the issue with AGI and superintelligence is the explosiveness of it, right? So if you have an intelligence explosion, if you're able to go from kind of AGI to superintelligence, if that superintelligence is decisive, like either, like a year after because you've developed some crazy new WMD, or because you have some like, super hacking ability that lets you kind of, completely deactivate the sort of enemy arsenal. That means like, suppose you're trying to like put in a break, like we're both going to like cooperate and we're going to go slower, on the cusp of AGI or whatever. There is going to be such an enormous incentive to kind of race ahead, to break out. We're just going to do the intelligence explosion. If we can get 3 months ahead, we win. I think that makes it basically, I think any sort of arms control agreement that comes at a situation where it's close, very unstable.
That's really interesting. This is very analogous to kind of a debate I had with Rose on the podcast, where he argued for nuclear disarmament. But if some country tries to break out and starts developing nuclear weapons, the 6 months or whatever that you would get is enough to get international consensus and invade the country and prevent them from getting nukes. And I thought that was that's not a stable equilibrium.
It just seems really tough, yeah.
On this, right? So like maybe it's a bit easier because you have AGI, and so like you can monitor the other person's cluster or something data centers. You can see them from space. Actually, you can see the energy draw they're getting. There's a lot of things, as you were saying. There's a lot of ways to get information from an environment if you're really dedicated. And also because unlike a nukes, the data centers are. Nukes, you have obviously the submarines, planes, you have bunkers, mountains, whatever. You have them so many different places. A data center, your 100 gigawatt data center, we can blow that shit up if you're like, we're concerned, right? Like just some cruise missile or something. It's like very vulnerable to sabotage.
That gets to the sort of insane volatility of this period post superintelligence, right? Because basically, I think, so you have the intelligence explosion, you have these like vastly superhuman things on your cluster, but you haven't done the industrial explosion yet. You don't have your robots yet. You haven't covered the desert in like robot factories yet. And that is this sort of crazy moment where, say the United States is ahead, the CCP is somewhat behind. There's actually an enormous incentive for a first strike, right? Because if they can take out your data center, they know you're about to have just this commanding, decisive lead. They know if we can just take out this data center, then we can stop it. And they might get desperate. And so I think basically we're going to get into a position. It's actually, I think it's going to be pretty hard to defend early on. I think we're basically going to be in a position where we're protecting data centers with like the threat of nuclear retaliation, which like maybe sounds kind of crazy though, And
it's the inverse of the Eliezer. We got to attack the data centers and nuclear weapons.
Basically, nuclear deterrence for data centers. I mean, this is Berlin, in the like late 50s, early 60s. Both Eisenhower and Kennedy multiple times kind of made the threat of full-on nuclear war against the Soviets if they tried to encroach on West Berlin. It's sort of insane. It's kind of insane that went well. But basically, I think that's going to be the only option for the data centers. It's a terrible option. This whole scheme is terrible, right? Like being in this like neck and neck race sort of at this point is terrible. And, it's also, I think I have some uncertainty basically on how easy that decisive advantage will be. I'm pretty confident that if you have super intelligence, you have 2 years, you have the robots, you're able to get that 30-year lead. Look, then you're in this like Gulf War I situation. You have your like, millions or billions of like mosquito-sized drones that can just take it out. I think there's even a possibility you can kind of get a decisive advantage earlier. So, there's these stories, about these as well about, like colonization and like the sort of 1500s where it was, these like a few hundred kind of Spaniards were able to like topple the Aztec Empire, a couple other empires as well. Each of these had a few million people, and it was not like godlike technological advantage. It was some technological advantage. It was some amount of disease, and then it was kind of like cunning strategic play. And so I think there's a possibility that even sort of early on, you haven't gone through the full industrial explosion yet. You have super intelligence, but you're able to kind of like manipulate the opposing generals, claim you're allying with them. Then you have some, you have sort of like some crazy new bioweapons. Maybe there's even some way to like pretty easily get a paradigm that like deactivates enemy nukes. Anyway, so I think this stuff could get pretty wild. Here's what I think we should do. I really don't want this volatile period. And so a deal with China would be nice. It's going to be really tough if you're in this unstable equilibrium. I think basically we want to get in a position where it is clear that the United States, that a sort of coalition of democratic allies will win. It's clear to the United States, it is clear to China. That will require having locked down the secrets. That will require having built the 100 gigawatt cluster in the United States and having done the natural gas and doing what's necessary. And then when it is clear that the democratic coalition is well ahead, then you go to China and then you offer them a deal. And China will know they're going to win. They're very scared of what's going to happen. We're going to know we're going to win, but we're also very scared of what's going to happen because we really want to avoid this kind of like breakneck race right at the end, and where things could really go awry. And so then we offer them a deal. I think there's an incentive to come to the table. I think there's a sort of more stable arrangement you can do. It's a sort of an atoms for peace arrangement. And we're like, look, we're going to respect you. We're not going to use superintelligence against you. You can do what you want. You're going to get your slice of the galaxy. We're going to benefit share with you. We're going to have some like compute agreement where it's like there's some ratio of compute that you're allowed to have, and that's like enforced with like opposing AIs or whatever. And we're just not going to do this kind of like volatile sort of WMD arms race to the death. And sort of it's like a new world order that's US led, that's sort of democratic led, but that respects China, lets them do what they want.
Okay, there's so much to there's so much there. First on the galaxies thing, I think it's just a funny anecdote, so I kind of want to tell it. Okay. And we're at an event, and I'm respecting Chatham House rules here. I'm not revealing anything about it, but we were talking to somebody, or Leopold was talking to somebody influential. Afterwards, that person asked the group, Leopold told me that he's not going to spend any money on consumption until he's ready to buy galaxies. And the guy goes, I honestly don't know if he meant galaxies like the brand of private plane Galaxy or the physical galaxies. And there was an actual debate. Like he went away to the restroom, and there was an actual debate among people who are very influential about, he can't have meant galaxies. And then the other people who knew you better would be like, no, he means galaxies.
I mean the galaxies. I think it'll be interesting. I think there's two ways to buy the galaxies. One is like at some point, it's like post superintelligence. There's some crazy.
But by the way, I love. Okay, so what happens is he's on the bathroom. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm not even saying anything. People were like having this debate, and then so Leopold comes back, and the guy, somebody's like, "Oh, Leopold, we're having this debate about whether you meant you want to buy the galaxy or you want to buy the other thing." And Leopold assumes they must mean not the private plane, the galaxy versus the actual galaxy, but do you want to buy the property rights of the galaxy or actually just send out the probes right now?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my god. All right. Back to China.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of things I could ask about that plan, about whether you're going to get credible, promised, you will get some part of the galaxies, whether they care about that.
You have AIs to help you enforce stuff. And,
sure. We'll leave that aside. That's a different rabbit hole. The thing I want to ask is...
But it has to be the thing we need. The only way this is possible is if we lock it down.
I see.
If we don't lock it down, we are in this feverish struggle. Greatest peril mankind will have ever seen.
So, but given the fact that during this period, instead of just taking their chances, and they don't really understand how this AI governance scheme is going to work, where they're going to check whether we actually get the galaxies. The data centers, they can't be built underground. They have to be built above ground. Taiwan is right off the coast of us. They need the chips from there. why aren't we just going to invade? Listen, we don't want, like, worst case scenario is they win the super intelligence, which they're on track to do anyways. Wouldn't this instigate them to either invade Taiwan or blow up the data center in Arizona or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you talked about the data center one, and then, you know, you probably have to like threaten nuclear retaliation to protect that. They might also just blow it up. There's also maybe ways they can do it without sort of attribution, right? Like you pay Stuxnet. Yeah, I mean, look, this is part of, we'll talk about this later, but, you know, I think, look, I think we need to be working on the Stuxnet for the Chinese project, but the,
but by the way, for the audience,
Taiwan, I mean, the Taiwan thing, the, you know, I talk about, you know, AGI by, you know, 27 or whatever. Do you know about the like terrible 20s?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, sort of in the sort of Taiwan watcher circles, people often talk about like the late 2020s as like maximum period of risk for Taiwan, because sort of like, you know, military modernization cycles and basically extreme fiscal tightening on the military budget in the United States over the last decade or two has meant that sort of we're in this kind of like, you know, trough in the late 20s of like, you know, basically overall naval capacity. And, you know, that's sort of when China is saying they want to be ready. So it's already kind of like, it's kind of pitching, you know, there's some sort of like, you know, parallel timeline there. Yeah, look, it looks appealing to invade Taiwan. I mean, maybe not, because they, you know, basically remote cutoff of the chips. And so then it doesn't mean they get the chips, but it just means they you know, it's, you know, the machines are deactivated. But look, I mean, imagine if during the Cold War, you know, all of the world's uranium deposits had been in Berlin, you know, and Berlin was already, I mean, almost multiple times almost caused nuclear war. So, God help us all.
Well, the Groves had a plan after the war. That the plan was that America would go around the world and getting the rights to every single uranium deposit because they didn't realize how much uranium there was in the world, and they thought this was the thing that was feasible. Not realizing, of course, that there's like huge deposits in the Soviet Union itself.
Right.
Okay.
East Germany too. There's a lot of East German workers who kind of got screwed. And,
interesting.
And got cancer.
Okay, so the framing we've been talking about that we've been assuming, and I'm not sure I buy yet, is that the United States, this is our leverage, this is our data center, the China is the competitor. Right now, obviously, that's not the way things are progressing. Private companies control these AIs. They're deploying them. It's a market-based thing. Why will it be the case that it's like the United States, it has this leverage or is doing this thing versus China is doing this thing?
Yeah, I mean, look on the project, you know, I mean, there's sort of descriptive and prescriptive claims or sort of normative positive claims. I think the main thing I'm trying to say is, you know, look, we're at these SF parties or whatever, and I think people talk about AGI and they're always just talking about the private AI labs. And I think I just really want to challenge that assumption. It just seems pretty likely to me, you know, as we've talked about for reasons we've talked about, that look, like the national security state is going to get involved. And you know, I think there's a lot of ways this could look like, right? Is it like nationalization? Is it a public-private partnership? Is it a kind of defense contractor-like relationship? Is it a sort of government project that soaks up all the people? And so there's a spectrum there. But I think people are just vastly underrating the chances of this more or less looking like a government project. And look, I mean, look, if you know, it's sort of like, you know, do you think like we'll have literal, like, you know, when we have like literal super intelligence on our cluster, right? And it's like, you know, you have 100 billion, you have a billion like super intelligent scientists that they can like hack everything. They can like Stuxnet the Chinese data centers. You know, they're starting to build the robo armies. You know, you really think that'll be like a private company and the government would be like, oh my God, what is going on? You know, like, yeah. But,
suppose there's no China. Suppose there's people like Iran, North Korea, who theoretically at some point will be able to do super intelligence, but they're not on our heels and or don't have the ability to be on our heels. In that world, are you advocating for the national project, or do you prefer the private path forward?
Yes, I mean, two responses to this. One is, I mean, you still have like Russia, you still have these other countries. You know, you've got to have Russia-proof security, right? It's like you can't just have Russia steal all your stuff, and like maybe their clusters aren't going to be as big, but like they're still going to be able to make the crazy bioweapons and the, you know, the mosquito-sized drone swarm, you know, and so on. And so, I mean, I think the security component is just actually a pretty large component of the project, in the sense of like, I currently do not see another way where we don't kind of like instantly proliferate this to everybody. And so, yeah, so I think it's sort of like you still have to deal with Russia, you know, Iran, North Korea, and, you know, like, you know, Saudi and Iran are going to be trying to get it because they want to screw each other, and, you know, Pakistan and India because they want to screw each other. There's like this enormous destabilization still. That said, look, I agree with you. If you know, by somehow things had shaken out differently, and like, you know, AGI would have been in 2005, you know, sort of like unparalleled, you know, American hegemony. I think there would have been more scope for less government involvement. But again, as we were talking about earlier, I think that would have been sort of this like very unique moment in history. And I think basically at almost all other moments in history, there would have been the sort of great power competitor.
So, okay, so let's get into this debate. So my position here is if you look at the people who are involved in the Manhattan Project itself, many of them regretted their participation, as you said. Now, we can infer from that we should sort of start off with a cautious approach to the nationalized ASI project. Then you might say, well, listen,
but
obviously
did they regret their participation because of the project or because of the technology itself? I think people will regret it, but I think it's about the nature of the technology and it's not about the project.
I think they also probably had a sense that different decisions would have been made if it wasn't some concerted effort that everybody had agreed to participate in. That if it wasn't in the context of this, we need to race to beat Germany and Japan, you might not develop. So that's a technology part, but also like you wouldn't actually like hit them with.
It's like the sort of the destructive potential, the sort of military potential. It's not because of the project. It is because of the technology, and that will unfold regardless.
I think this underrates the power of modeling.
Imagine you go through like the 20th century in like a decade. It's just the sort of yes, great technological progress.
Let's just actually run with that example. Suppose you actually there was some reason that the 20th century would be run through in one decade. Do you think the cause of that should have been like the technologies that happened through the 20th century shouldn't have been privatized? That it should have been a more sort of concerted government-led project?
Look, there is a history of just dual use technologies, right? And so I think AI in some sense is going to be dual use in the same way. And so there's going to be lots of civilian uses of it, right? Like nuclear energy, it's like itself, right? It's like, there's the government project to develop the military angle of it. And then, it was like, then the government worked with private companies. There's a sort of like real like flourishing of nuclear energy until, the environmentalists stopped it. Planes, right? Like Boeing, right? Actually, the Manhattan Project wasn't the biggest defense R&D project during World War II. It was the B-29 bomber, right? Because they needed the bomber that had long enough range to reach Japan to destroy their cities. And then, Boeing made that. Boeing made the B-47, made the B-52, the plane the U.S. military uses today. And then they used that technology later on to build the 707 and the sort of the.
But what does later on mean in this context? Because in the other, like I get what it means after a war to privatize. But if you have the government has ASI, let me back up and explain my concern. So you have the only institution in our society which has a monopoly on violence. And then we're going to give it some. In a way that's not broadly deployed, access to the ASI. The counterfactual, and this maybe sounds silly, but listen, we're going to go through higher and higher levels of intelligence. Private companies will be required by regulation to increase their security. But they'll still be private companies and they'll deploy this and they're going to release the AGI. Now McDonald's and JP Morgan and some random startup are now more effective organizations because they have a bunch of AGI workers. And it'll be sort of like the Industrial Revolution in the sense that the benefits were widely diffused. If you don't end up in a situation like that, then even backing up, like what is it we're trying to, why do we want to win against China? We want to win against China because we don't want a top-down authoritarian system to win. Now, if the way to beat that is that the most important technology that humanity will have has to be controlled by a top-down government, like what was the point? Like why? Let's like run our cards with privatization. That's the way we get to the classic liberal market-based system we want for the ASIs.
All right, so a lot to talk about here. I think, maybe I'll start a bit about like actually looking at what the private world would look like. And I think this is part of where the sort of there's no alternative comes from. And then let's look at like what the government project looks like, what checks and balances look like, and so on. All right, private world. I mean, first of all, okay, so, right, like a lot of people right now talk about open source. And I think there's this sort of misconception that like AGI development is going to be like, oh, it's going to be some like beautiful decentralized thing. And, some giddy community of coders who gets to collaborate on it. That's not how it's going to look like, right? It's, the $100 billion, $1 trillion cluster. It's not going to be that many people that have it. The algorithms, it's like right now, open source is kind of good because people just use the stuff that was published. And so they basically, the algorithms were published, or, as Mistral, they just kind of like leave DeepMind and, take all the secrets with them and they just kind of replicate it. But that's not going to continue being the case. And so, the sort of like open source alternative. I mean, also people say stuff like, 1026 flops, it'll be in my phone, or, no, it won't. It's like Moore's law is really slow. I mean, AI chips are getting better, but like, the $100 billion computer will not cost, like $1,000, within your lifetime or whatever, aside from AI. So anyway, so it's going to be like 2 or 3, big players on the private world. And so look, a few things. So first of all, you talk about the sort of like, enormous power that sort of superintelligence will have and that the government will have. I think it's pretty plausible that the alternative world is that like one AI company has that power, right? And especially if we're talking about lead, it's like what? I don't know, OpenAI has a 6-month lead. And then, so then you're talking about basically, the most powerful weapon ever. And it's, you're kind of making this like radical bet on like a private company CEO as the benevolent dictator.
No, and this is not necessarily like any other thing that's privatized. We don't count on them being benevolent. We just look to think of, for example, somebody who manufactures industrial fertilizer.
Yes.
Right. The person with this factory. Yes. If they went back to an ancient civilization, they could like blow up Rome.
Yep.
They could probably blow up Washington, D.C.
Indeed.
And I think in their series, you talk about Tyler Cowen's phrase of muddling through. Yeah. And I think even with privatization, people sort of underrate that there are actually a lot of private actors who have the ability to like, there's a lot of people who control the water supply or whatever. Sure. And we can count on cooperation and market-based incentives to basically keep a balance of power.
Sure.
I get that things are proceeding really fast.
Yeah, so
but we have a lot of historical evidence that this is the thing that works best.
So look, I mean, what do we do with nukes, right? The way we keep the sort of nukes in check is not like, a sort of beefed up Second Amendment where like each state has their own like little nuclear arsenal and like, Dario and Sam have their own little nuclear arsenal. No, it's like, it's institutions, it's constitutions, it's laws, it's courts. So anyway, I'm not sure that this, I'm not sure that the sort of balance of power analogy holds. In fact, sort of the government having the biggest guns was sort of like an enormous civilizational achievement, right? Like Landfrieden in the sort of Holy Roman Empire, right? If somebody from the town over kind of committed a crime on you, you didn't kind of start a sort of a big battle between the two towns. No, you take it to a court of the Holy Roman Empire and they would decide. And it's a big achievement. Now, the thing about, the industrial fertilizer, I think the key difference is kind of speed and offense-defense balance issues, right? So it's like 20th century and, 10 years in a few years. That is an incredibly scary period. And it is incredibly scary, because it's, you're going through just this sort of enormous array of destructive technology and this sort of like enormous amount of like, basically military advance. I mean, you would have gone from, kind of like, bayonets and horses to kind of like tank armies and fighter jets in like a couple of years. And then from, and then to like, nukes and, ICBMs and stuff, just like in a matter of years. And so it is sort of that speed that creates, I think basically the way I think about it is there's going to be this initial just incredibly volatile, incredibly dangerous period. And somehow we have to make it through that. And that's going to be incredibly challenging. That's where you need the kind of government project. If you can make it through that, then you kind of go to like, now the situation has been stabilized. We don't face this imminent national security threat. It's like, yes, there were kind of WMDs that came along the way, but either we've managed to kind of like have a sort of stable offense defense balance, right? Like I think bioweapons initially are a huge issue, right? Like an attacker can just create like 1,000 different synthetic, viruses and spread them. And it's like going to be really hard for you to kind of like make a defense against each. But maybe at some point you figure out the kind of like, universal defense against every possible virus. And then you're in a stable situation again on the offense defense balance. Or you do the thing, you do with planes where there's like, there's certain capabilities that the private sector isn't allowed to have. And you've like figured out what's going on, restrict those. And then you can kind of like let the sort of civilian uses.
So I'm skeptical of this because, there's.
And then the other important thing is, so I talked about the sort of, maybe it's like it's one company with all this power. And I think it is unprecedented because it's like the industrial fertilizer guy cannot overthrow the US government. I think it's quite plausible that like the AI company with super intelligence can overthrow the US government. But
there'll be multiple AI companies, right? And I buy that one of them could be ahead.
So it's not obvious that it'll be multiple. I think it's, again, if there's like a 6-month lead, maybe there's 2 or 3.
I agree.
Sorry, but if there's 2 or 3, then what you have is just like a crazy race between these 2 or 3 companies. It's like, whatever, Demis and Sam, they're just like, I don't want to let the other one win. And they're both developing their nuclear arsenals and the robot. It's just like, also like, come on, the government is not going to let these people, are they going to let like, is Dario going to be the one developing the kind of like, super hacking Stuxnet and like deploying against the Chinese data center? The other issue though, is it won't just, if it's 2 or 3, it won't just be 2 or 3. It'll be 2 or 3, and it'll be China and Russia and North Korea, because in the private lab world, there's no way they'll have security that is good enough.
I think we're also assuming that somehow if you nationalize it, like the security just, especially in the world where this stuff is priced in by the CCP, that now you've like got it nailed down, and I'm not sure why we would expect that to be the case. But on
the government's the only one who does this stuff.
So if it's not Sam or Dario, who's we don't trust him to be a benevolent dictator or whatever.
Well, we're just corporate governance. Okay.
So, but here we're counting on, if it's because you can cause a coup, the same capabilities are going to be true of the government project, right? And so the modal president in 2025, but Donald Trump, will be the person that you don't trust Sam or Dario to have these capabilities. And why? Okay, I agree that like I'm worried if Sam or Dario have a 1-year lead on ASI, and that in that world, then I'm like concerned about this being privatized. But in that exact same world, I'm very concerned about Donald Trump having the capability. And potentially if we're living in a world where the takeoff is slower than you anticipate, in that world, I'm like, very much I want the private companies. So like in no part of this matrix is it obviously true that the government-led project is better than the private project.
Let's talk about the government project a little bit and checks and balances. In some sense, I think my argument is a sort of Burkean argument, which is like American checks and balances have held for, over 200 years, and through crazy technological revolutions, the U.S. military could kill like every civilian in the United States.
You're going to make that argument. The private-public balance of power has held for hundreds of years, and then
corporate. But why has it held? Because the government has the biggest guns, and as never before has a single CEO or a random nonprofit board had the ability to launch nukes. And so again, it's like what is the track record of the government checks and balances versus the track record of the private company checks and balances? Well, the AI lab, like first stress test, went really badly. That didn't really work. I mean, even worse in the sort of private company world. So it's both like it is not just the two. It is like the two private companies and the CCP, and they just like instantly have all the shit. And then it's they probably won't have good enough internal controls. So it's like not just like the random CEO, but it's like, rogue employees that can kind of like use these super intelligences to do whatever they want.
And this won't be true of the government? Like the rogue employees won't exist on the project?
Well, the government actually like, has decades of experience and like actually really cares about this stuff. I mean, it's like they deal with nukes, they deal with really powerful technology. And it's, this is the stuff that the national security state cares about. Again, let's talk about the government checks and balances a little bit. So, what are checks and balances in the government world? First of all, I think it's actually quite important that you have some amount of international coalition. And I talked about these sort of 2 tiers before. Basically, I think the inner tier is sort of modeled on the Quebec Agreement, right? This was like Churchill and Roosevelt. They kind of agreed secretly, we're going to like pool our efforts on nukes, but we're not going to use them against each other, and we're not going to use them against anyone else with their consent. And I think basically, look, bring in the UK, they have DeepMind, bring in the kind of like Southeast Asian states who have the chip supply chain, bring in some more of kind of like NATO, close democratic allies for talent and industrial resources. And you have this sort of like, so you have those checks and balances in terms of like more international countries at the table. Somewhat separately, but then you have the sort of second tier of coalitions, which is the sort of atoms for peace thing, where you go to a bunch of countries, including like the UAE, and you're like, look, we're going to basically like, there's a deal similar to like the NPT stuff where it's like, you're not allowed to like do the crazy military stuff, but we're going to share the civilian applications. We're in fact going to help you and share the benefits and, sort of kind of like this new sort of post-superintelligence world order. All right, US checks and balances, right? So obviously Congress is going to have to be involved, right? Appropriating trillions of dollars. I think probably ideally you have Congress needs to kind of like confirm whoever's running this. So you have Congress, you have like different factions of the government, you have the courts. I expect the First Amendment to continue being really important. And maybe I think that sounds kind of crazy to people, but I actually think, again, I think these are like institutions that have withheld the test of time in a really sort of powerful way. Eventually, this is why, honestly, alignment is important, is like, the AIs, you program the AIs to follow the Constitution. And it's like, why does the military work? It's like generals, are not allowed to follow unlawful orders. They're not allowed to follow unconstitutional orders. You have the same thing for the AIs.
So what's wrong with this argument where you say, listen, maybe you have a point in the world where we have extremely fast takeoff. It's like 1 year from AGI to ASI.
Yeah. And then you have the like 8 years after of ASI where you have this like extraordinary explosion of technological progress.
Maybe you have a point.
Yeah.
We don't know. You have these arguments. We'll like get into the weeds on them about why that's a more likely world, but like maybe that's not the world we live in.
Yeah.
And in the other world, I'm like very on the side of making sure that these things are privately held. Now, why when you nationalize? When you nationalize, that's a one-way function. You can't go back. why not wait until we have more evidence on which of those worlds we live in? Why? I think like rushing on the nationalization might be a bad idea while we're not sure. And okay, I'll let you respond to that first.
I mean, I don't expect us to nationalize tomorrow. If anything, I expect it to be kind of with COVID, where it's like kind of too late. Like ideally, you nationalize it early enough to like actually lock stuff down. It'll probably be kind of chaotic, and like you're going to be trying to like do this crash program to lock stuff down, and it'll be kind of late. It'll be kind of clear what's happening. We're not going to nationalize when it's not clear what's happening.
I think the whole historically these institutions have held up well. First of all, they've actually almost broken a bunch of times. It's like this is similar to the argument that some people who are say that we shouldn't be that concerned about nuclear war say, where it's like, listen, we have the nuke for 80 years and like we've been fine so far, so the risk must be low. And then the answer to that is no, actually, it is a really high risk. And the reason we've avoided it is like people have gone through a lot of effort to make sure that this thing doesn't happen. I don't think that giving government ASI without knowing what that implies is going through a lot of effort. And I think the base rate, like you can talk about America. I think America is very exceptional, not just in terms of dictatorship, but in terms of every other country in history has had a complete drawdown of wealth because of war, revolution, something. America is very unique in not having that. And the historical base rate, we're talking about great power competition. I think that has a really big, that's something we haven't been thinking about the last 80 years, but is really big. Dictatorship is also something that is just the default state of mankind. And I think relying on institutions, which in an ASI world, like it's fundamentally right now, if the government tried to overthrow, it's much harder if you don't have the ASI, right? Like there's people who have AR-15s and there's like things that make it harder.
The government could crush the AR-15s.
No, I think it actually be pretty hard. The reason it was Vietnam and Afghanistan were pretty hard.
The whole country.
Yeah, I agree. But like,
they could.
I agree.
Mean, similar with ASI.
I think it's just like easier if you have what you were talking about.
But there are institutions, there are constitutions, there are legal restraints, there are courts, there are checks and balances. The crazy bet is the bet which are like private company CEOs.
The same thing, by the way, isn't the same thing true of nukes, where we have these institutional agreements about non-proliferation and whatever, and we're still very concerned about that being broken and somebody getting nukes, and like you should stay up at night worrying about that.
It's a precarious situation. But ASI is going to be a really precarious situation as well. And like, given how precarious nukes are, we've done pretty well.
And so what does privatization in this world even mean?
I mean, I think the other thing is
like, what happens after?
I mean, the other thing, because we're talking about like whether the government project is good or not. And it's like, I have very mixed feelings about this as well. Again, I think my primary argument is like, if you're at the point where this thing has like vastly superhuman hacking capabilities, if you're at the point where this thing can develop, bioweapons, like crazy bioweapons, ones that are like targeted, can kill everybody but the Han Chinese, or that would wipe out entire countries. Where you're talking about like building robo armies, you're talking about kind of like drone swarms that are, again, the mosquito-sized drones that could take it out. The United States national security state is going to be intimately involved with this. And this will, the labs, whether, and I think, again, the government, a lot of what I think is the government project looks like, it is basically a joint venture between like, the cloud providers, between some of the labs and the government. And so I think there is no world in which the government isn't intimately involved in this like crazy period. At the very least, basically, like the intelligence agencies need to be running security for these labs. So they're already kind of like, they're controlling everything. They're controlling access to everything. Then they're going to be like, probably again, if we're in this like really volatile international situation, like a lot of the initial applications, it'll suck. It's not what I want to use ASI for. We'll be like trying to somehow stabilize this crazy situation. Somehow we need to prevent like proliferation of like some crazy new WMDs and like the undermining of mutually assured destruction to kind of like, North Korea and Russia and China. And so I think, I basically think your world, I think there's much more spectrum than you're acknowledging here. And I think basically the world in which it's private labs is like extremely heavy government involvement. And really what we're debating is like, what form of government project, but it is going to look much more like, the national security state than anything it does look like a startup as it is right now. And I think
Look, I think something like that makes sense. I would be, if it's like the Manhattan Project, then I'm very worried, where it's like, this is part of the US military. Where if it's more like, listen, you got to talk to Jake Sullivan before you like run the next training line.
Is like Lockheed Martin Skunk Works part of the US military? It's like, they call the shots.
Yeah, I don't think that's great. I think that's bad. I think it would be bad if that happened with ASI. And like, what is the scenario?
Like, what is the alternative? What is the alternative?
Okay, so it's closer to my end of the spectrum, where you do have to talk to Jake Sullivan before you can launch the next training cluster.
Yeah.
But there's many companies who are still going for it.
Yeah.
And the government will be intimately involved in the security.
Yeah.
But like 3 different companies are trying to
launching the Stuxnet attack.
Yeah, what do you is Sorry, launching? Okay.
So Dario's deactivating the Chinese data centers.
I think this is similar to the story you could tell about. There's a lot of like literally big tech right now.
Yeah.
I think Satya, if he wanted to, he probably like could get his engineers like, what are the 0 days in Windows and the companies and like, well, how do we infiltrate the president's computer so that like we can
be shut down?
No. But like right now, I'm saying Satya could do that, right? Because he knows
they'd be shut down.
What do you mean?
Government wouldn't let them do that.
Yeah, I think there's a story you could tell where like they could pull off a coup or whatever. But like I think there's like multiple AI companies. Okay,
they could not pull. Come on.
Okay, fine. I agree. I'm just saying like something closer to. So what's wrong with the scenario where the government is there's like multiple companies going for it.
Yeah.
But the AI is still broadly deployed and alignment works in the sense that you can make sure that it's not the system level prompt is like you can't help people make bioweapons or something.
Sure.
But these are still broadly deployed so that
I expect the AIs to be broadly deployed. First of all,
even if it's a government project.
Yeah, look, I think first of all, like I think the Metas of the world, open sourcing their AIs, that are 2 years behind or whatever. Yeah, super valuable role. They're gonna like, and so there's gonna be some question of like either the offense defense balance is fine, and so like even if they open source 2-year-old AIs, it's fine, or it's like there's some restrictions on the most extreme dual use capabilities, like you don't let private companies sell kind of crazy weapons, and that's great, and that will help with the diffusion. And after the government project, there's going to be this initial tense period. Hopefully that's stabilized, and then look, like Boeing, they're going to go out and they're going to like do all the flourishing civilian applications, and like nuclear energy, it'll like all the civilian applications will have their day. I think part of my argument here is that
and how does that proceed, right? Because in the other world, there's existing stocks of capital that are worth a lot.
Yeah, the clusters, there'll still be Google clusters.
And so Google, because they got the contract from the government, they'll be the ones that control the ASI. But like, why are they trading with anybody else? Why is like why does just a random startup get
it'll be the same? It'll be the same companies that would be doing it anyway. But in this world, they're just contracting with the government, or like they're DPA'd for all their compute goes to the government.
But in the world where they have
very natural. It's like sort of how other dual use tech has worked.
After you get the ASI, and then we're building the robot armies and building fusion reactors or whatever. That's
only the government will get to build robot armies.
Yeah, now I'm worried. Or like the fusion reactors and stuff.
It's what we do with nukes. Because it's the same situation we have today.
Because if you already have the robot armies and everything, like the existing society doesn't have some leverage where it makes sense for the government to. Yeah, they do in the sense that there's like they have a lot of capital that the government wants, and there's other things like why was Boeing privatized after?
Government has the biggest guns, and the way we regulate is institutions, constitutions, legal restraints.
Okay, so tell me what privatization looks like in the ASI world. Afterwards, like the Boeing example, right? It's like you have this government. Who gets it? Like the
Google, Microsoft,
and who are they selling it to? Like they already have the robo factories.
And then look,
why are they selling it to us? Like they already have they don't need like our. This is chum change in the ASI world because we didn't get like the ASI broadly deployed throughout this takeoff. So we don't have the robo. Like we don't have like the fusion reactors and whatever advanced decades of advanced science that you're talking about. So like it just what are they trading with us for?
Trading with whom for?
Everybody who was not part of the project, they've got that technology that's decades ahead.
Yeah, look, that's a whole nother issue of like, well, how does like economic distribution work or whatever? I don't know. That'll be rough.
I think
I'm just saying.
This is
basically, I'm kind of like, I don't see the alternative. The alternative is you like overturn a 500-year civilizational achievement of Landfrieden. You basically instantly leak the stuff to the CCP, and either you like barely scrape out ahead, but you're in this feverish struggle, you're like proliferating crazy WMDs. It's this like enormously dangerous situation, enormously dangerous on alignment, because you're in this kind of like crazy race at the end, and you don't have the ability to like take 6 months to get alignment right. The alternative is, like you aren't actually bundling your efforts to kind of like win the race against the authoritarian powers. And so. I don't like it. I wish the thing we use the ASI for is to like, cure the diseases and do all the good in the world. But it is my prediction that sort of like in the end game, what will be at stake will not just be kind of cool products, but what will be at stake is like whether liberal democracy survives, like whether the CCP survives, like what the world order for the next century will be. And when that is at stake, forces will be activated that are sort of way beyond what we're talking about now. And like, in the sort of like crazy race at the end, like the sort of national security implications will be the most important. Sort of like, World War II. It's like, yeah, nuclear energy had its day, but in the initial kind of period when this technology was first discovered, you had to stabilize the situation, you had to get nukes, you had to do it right. And then the civilian applications had their day.
I think a closer analogy to what this is, because nuclear, I agree that nuclear energy is a thing that happens later on and it's like dual use in that way, but it's something that happened like literally a decade after nuclear weapons were developed.
Yeah, because
whereas with AI, like immediately all the applications are unlocked, and it's closer to literally. I mean, this is an analogy people explicitly make in the context of AGI is like, assume your society had 100 million more John von Neumanns.
Yeah.
And I don't think like if that was literally what happened, if tomorrow you just have 100 million more of them, the approach should have been, well, some of them will convert to ISIS and we need to like be really careful about that. And then like, like what if a bunch of them are born in China and then we like, if we got to nationalize the John von Neumanns? I'm like, though I think it'll be generally a good thing. And I'd be concerned about one power getting like all the John von Neumanns.
I mean, I think the issue is the sort of like bottling up in the sort of intensely short period of time, like this enormous sort of like, unfolding of technological progress of an industrial explosion. I mean, I think we do worry about the 100 million John von Neumann. And it's like rise of China. Why are we worried about the rise of China? Because it's like 100 billion people and they're able to do a lot of industry and do a lot of technology. But it's just like, the rise of China times like, 100, because not just 1 billion people, it's like a billion super intelligent, crazy, crazy things. So, and in like, a very short period.
Let's talk practically, because if the goal is we need to beat China, part of that is protecting.
That's one of the goals, right?
Yeah, I agree. Well, one of the goals is to beat China.
And also just like manage this incredibly crazy, scary period. Yeah.
Right. So part of that is making sure we're not leaking algorithmic secrets to them.
Yep.
Part of that is $1 trillion
cluster.
Huh?
I mean, building the $1 trillion cluster,
that's right? Yeah, but like isn't your whole point that Microsoft can release corporate bonds that are...
I think Microsoft can do the like hundreds of billions of dollar cluster. I think the $1 trillion cluster is closer to a national effort.
I thought that your earlier point was that American capital markets are deep and
they're good.
So forth.
They're pretty good. I mean, I think I think it's possible it's private. It's possible it's private. But it's going to be like, by
the way, at this point we have AGI that's rapidly accelerating productivity.
I think the $1 trillion cluster is going to be planned before the AGI. I think it's sort of like you get the AGI on the like 10 gigawatt cluster, like intelligent. Maybe you have like one more year where you're kind of doing some final unhobbling to fully unlock it. Then you have the intelligence explosion, and meanwhile the like $1 trillion cluster is almost finished, and then you do your super intelligence on your $1 trillion cluster, or you run it on your $1 trillion cluster. And by the way, you have not just your $1 trillion cluster, but like hundreds of millions of GPUs on inference clusters everywhere.
And this isn't I think private in this world, I think private companies have the capital and can raise capital to do it.
The thing you will need the government force to do it fast.
I was just about to ask, like, wouldn't it be we know private companies are on track to be able to do this and beat China if they're unhindered by climate pledges or whatever?
Well, that's part of what I'm saying.
So if that's the case, and if it really matters that we beat China, there's going to be all kinds of practical difficulties of like, will the AI researchers actually join the AI effort? If they do, there's going to be 3 different teams at least who are currently doing pre-training on different companies. Now, who decides? At some point, you're going to have you're like YOLO the hyperparameters of the $1 trillion cluster. Who decides that? Just like merging extremely complicated research and development processes across very different organizations. This is somehow supposed to speed up America against the Chinese. Why don't we just let
Brain and DeepMind merge? And it was like a little messy, but it was fine.
It was pretty messy, and it was also the same company, and also much earlier on in the process.
I mean, pretty similar, right? Same different code bases, and like lots of different infrastructure and different teams. And it was like it wasn't the smoothest of all processes, but DeepMind is doing I think very well.
I mean, look, you give the example of COVID, and the COVID example is like, listen, we woke up to it, maybe it was late, but then we deployed all this money, and COVID response to government was a clusterfuck over. And like the only part of it that was worked is I agree Warp Speed was like enabled by the government. It was literally just giving the permission that you can actually do. It was also
making like the big
advanced market commitments or whatever. But I agree. But it was like fundamentally it was like a private sector led effort. That was the only part of COVID that worked.
I mean, I think the project will look closer to Operation Warp Speed. And it's not even. I mean, I think you'll have all the companies involved in the government project. I'm not that sold that merging is that difficult. You have one. You select one code base, and you run pre-training on like GPUs with one code base. And then you do the sort of second RL step on the other code base with TPUs. And I don't know. I think it's fine. I mean, to the topic of like, will people sign up for it? They wouldn't sign up for it today. I think this would be kind of crazy to people. But also, I mean, this is part of the like secrets thing. People gabber at parties or whatever. You know this. I don't think anyone has really gotten up in front of these people and been like, look, the thing you're building is the most important thing for like the national security of the United States, for like whether the free world will have another century ahead of it. Like this thing you're doing is really important, like for your country, for democracy. Don't talk about the secrets. And it's not just about DeepMind or whatever. It's about these really important things. And so, I don't know, like, again, we're talking about the Manhattan Project, right? This stuff was really contentious initially. But, at some point it was like clear that this stuff was coming. It was clear that there was like sort of a real sort of like exigency on the military national security front. And, I think a lot of people will come around on the, like, whether it'll be competent. I agree. I mean, this is again, where it's like a lot of this stuff is more like predictive in the sense, I think this is like reasonably likely. And I think not enough people are thinking about it. Like a lot of people think about like AI lab politics or whatever. But like nobody has a plan for the project. It's like,
should I be more pessimistic about it? And like, we don't have a plan for it. We need to do it very soon because AGI is upon us.
Yeah.
Then fuck, the only capable, competent technical institutions capable of making AI right now are private companies.
Yeah, and they're going to play that leading role. It'll be a sort of a partnership, basically. But the other thing is like, again, we talked about World War II and, American unpreparedness at the beginning of World War II. It was complete shambles, right? And so there's a sort of like very, I think America has a very deep bench of just like incredibly competent managerial talent. I think that, there's a lot of really dedicated people. And, I think basically a sort of Operation Warp Speed, public-private partnership, something like that, is sort of what I imagine it would look like.
Yeah. I mean, the recruiting the talent is an interesting question because the same sort of thing where initially for the Manhattan Project, you had to convince people we got to beat the Nazis and you got to get on board. I think a lot of them maybe regretted how much they accelerated the bomb. And I think this is generally a thing with war where...
I mean, I think they're also wrong to regret it, but...
Yeah, I mean, why?
What's the reason for regretting it?
I think there's a world in which you don't have... The way in which nuclear weapons were developed after the war was pretty explosive because there was a precedent that you actually can use nuclear weapons. Then because of the race that was set up, you immediately go to the H-bomb.
I think my view is, again, this is related to the view on AI and maybe some of our disagreement is like, that was inevitable. Like, of course, like, there's this, World War, and then obviously there was the Cold War right after. Of course, like the military and technology angle of this would be like pursued with ferocious intensity. And I don't really think there's a world in which that doesn't happen, where it's like we're all not going to build nukes. And also just like nukes went really well. I think that could have gone terribly, right? Again, I mean, this sort of I think this is like not physically possible with nukes, this sort of pocket nukes for everybody. But I think sort of like WMDs that are sort of proliferated and democratized, and like all the countries have it, like. The US leading on nukes and then sort of like building this new world order that was kind of US led, or at least sort of like a few great powers, and a non-proliferation regime for nukes, a partnership and a deal that's like, look, no military sort of application of nuclear technology, but we're going to help you with the civilian technology. We're going to enforce safety norms on the rest of the world. That worked. It worked. And it could have gone so much worse.
So zooming out.
And Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were. I mean, I say this a bit in the piece, but it's like actually the A bomb. Like the A bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was just like the
firebombing.
Firebombing. I think the thing that really changed the game was like the super, the H bombs and ICBMs, and then I think that's really when it took it to like a whole new level.
I think part of me thinks when you say they will tell the people that for the free world to survive, we need to pursue this project. It sounds similar to World War II. So World War II is a sad story, obviously, in the fact that it happened, but also like the victory is sad in the sense that Britain goes in to protect Poland. And at the end, the USSR, which is, as your family knows, is incredibly brutal, ends up occupying half of Europe. And part of we're protecting the free world, that's why we got to rush the AI. And like, if we end up with the American AI Leviathan, I think there's a world where we look back on this where it has the same sort of twisted irony that Britain going into World War II had about trying to protect Poland.
Look, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of unfortunate things that happen. I'm just hoping we make it through. I mean, to the point of it's like, I really don't think the pitch will only be the sort of like, the race. I think the race will be sort of a backdrop to it, I think the sort of general like, look, it's important that democracies shape this technology. We can't just like leak this stuff to, North Korea is going to be important. I think also for the just safety, including alignment, including the sort of like creation of new WMDs. I'm not currently sold there's another path, right? So it's like, if you just have the breakneck race, both internationally, because you're just instantly leaking all this stuff, including the weights, and just, the commercial race, Demis and Dario and Sam, just kind of like, they all want to be first. I think it's incredibly rough for safety. And then you say, okay, safety regulation. But, it's sort of like, the safety regulation that people talk about, it's like, oh, well, NIST, and they take years and they figure out what the expert consensus is. And then they
Isn't that what's going to happen to the project as well?
But I think the sort of alignment angle during the intelligence explosion, it's going to, it's not a process of like years of bureaucracy and then you can kind of write some standards. I think it looks much more like basically a war, and like you have a fog of war. It's like, look, it's like, is it safe to do the next and it's like, we're like 3 into the intelligence explosion. We don't really understand what's going on anymore. Like a bunch of our like generalization scaling curves are like kind of looking not great. Some of our like automated AI researchers that are doing alignment are saying it's fine, but we don't quite trust them. In this test, the AI started doing naughty things, and but then we like hammered it out and then it was fine. And like, should we go ahead? Should we take, another 6 months? Also, by the way, like China just stole the weights, or we, they're about to like deploy the Roman army. Like, what do we do? I think it is this crazy situation. Basically you're relying much more on kind of like a sane chain of command than you are on sort of some like, deliberative regulatory scheme. I wish you were able to do the deliberative regulatory scheme. And this is the thing about the private companies too. I don't think, they'll claim they're going to do safety, but I think it's really rough when you're in the commercial race and they're startups, and startups are startups. I think they're not fit to handle WMDs.
Yeah, I'm coming closer to your position, but part of me also, so with the responsible scaling policies, I was told by people who are advancing that the way to think about this, because they know I'm like a libertarian type of person, and the way they approached me about it was that fundamentally this is a way to protect market-based development of AGI, in the sense that if you didn't have this at all, then you would have the sort of misuse, and then it would have to be nationalized. And the RSPs are a way to make sure that through this deployment, you can still have a market-based order, but then there's these safeguards that make sure that things don't go off the rails. And I wonder if it seems like your story seems self-consistent, but it does feel, I know this was never your position, so I'm not I'm not looping you into this, but a sort of Mott and Bailey almost, in the sense of.
Well, look, here's what I think about RSP type stuff, or sort of safety regulation that's happening now. I think they're important for helping us figure out what world we're in and like flashing the warning signs when we're close, right? And so the story we've been telling is sort of like, sort of what I think the modal version of this decade is. But it's like, I think there's lots of ways it could be wrong. I really, we should talk about the data wall more. I think there's like, again, I think there's a world where the stuff stagnates, right? There's a world where we don't have AGI. And so I basically, the RSP thing is like preserving the optionality. Let's see how this stuff goes. But like, we need to be prepared. Like if the red lights start flashing, if we're getting the automated AI researcher, then it's like, and it's crunch time, and then it's time to go.
I think, okay, I can be on the same page on that we should have a very, very strong prior on proceeding in a market-based way, unless you're right about what the explosion looks like, the intelligence explosion. And so like, don't move yet, but in that world where like really does seem like Alec Bradford can be automated, and that is the only bottleneck to getting to ASI. Okay, I think we can leave it at that. I am somewhat of the way there.
Okay. Well, I hope it goes well. It's gonna be very stressful. And again, right now is the chill time. Enjoy your vacation while it lasts.
It's like funny to look out over. I've just like, this is San Francisco.
Yeah. And OpenAI is right there. Anthropic's there. I mean, again, this is kind of like, it's like you guys have this enormous power over how it's going to go for the next couple of years, and that power is depreciating.
Who's you guys?
Like, people at labs.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is a sort of crazy world. And you're talking about like, I feel like you talk about like, oh, maybe they'll nationalize too soon. It's like, almost nobody like really like feels it, sees what's happening. And it's, I think this is the thing that I find stressful about all this stuff is like, look, maybe I'm wrong, but like, if I'm right, we're in this crazy situation where there's like, like a few hundred guys that are like paying attention. And and it's daunting.
I went to Washington a few months ago.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some people who are doing AI policy stuff there.
Yeah.
And I was asking them how likely they think nationalization is.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, like, it's really hard to nationalize stuff. It's been a long time since we've done it.
Yeah.
There's these very specific procedural constraints on what kinds of things can be nationalized. And then I was asked, well, like ASI, so that means because there's constraints at the Defense Production Act or whatever that won't be nationalized. There's the Supreme Court would overturn that. And they're like, yeah, I guess that would be nationalized.
That's the short summary of my post or my view on the project.
Okay, so but before we go further on the AI stuff, let's just back up.
Okay.
We began the conversation. I think people will be confused. You graduated valedictorian of Columbia when you were 19. So you got to college when you were 15.
Right.
And you were in Germany. Then you got to college at 15.
Yeah.
How the fuck did that happen?
I really wanted out of Germany. I went to kind of a German public school. It was not a good environment for me. I mean,
in what sense? It's just like no peers that are.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was. There's also just a sense in which sort of like there's this particular sort of German cultural sense. I think in the US, there's all these like amazing high schools and like sort of an appreciation of excellence. And in Germany, there's really this sort of like Paul Poppy syndrome almost, right? Where it's, you're the curious kid in class and you want to learn more instead of the teacher being like, that's great. They're like, they kind of resent you for it and they're like trying to crush you. And there's also like, there's no kind of like elite universities for undergraduate, which is kind of crazy. So, the sort of, there's sort of like, basically like the meritocracy was kind of crushed in Germany at some point. Also, I mean, there's a sort of incredible sense of, complacency, across the board. I mean, one of the things that always puzzles me is like, even just going to a US college was this kind of like radical act. And like, it doesn't seem radical to anyone here because it's like, this is obviously the thing you do and you can go to Columbia, but it's, it's very unusual. And it's wild to me because it's like, this is where stuff is happening. You can get so much of a better education and, like America is where, it's where all the stuff is and people don't do it. And so, anyway, so I skipped a few grades and I think at the time it seemed very normal to me to kind of like go to college at 15 and come to America. I think, now one of my sisters is now like turning 15, and so then and I look at her and I'm like, now I understand how my mother reacted to this plan.
And then so you get to college, you were like presumably the only 15-year-old there.
Yeah.
So it was just like normal for you to be a 15-year-old. Like what was the initial years like?
It felt so normal at the time. I didn't. Yeah. So again, it's like now I understand why my mother's worried. And I think I worked on my parents for a while. Eventually I was I persuaded them. No, but yeah, it felt very normal at the time, and it was great. It was also great because I actually really liked college, right? And in some sense, it sort of came at the right time for me, where for example, I really appreciated the sort of like liberal arts education and, like the core curriculum and reading sort of core works of political philosophy and literature. And
you did what, econ and?
I mean, my majors were math and statistics and economics. But, Columbia has a sort of pretty heavy core curriculum and liberal arts education. And honestly, like, I shouldn't have done all the majors. I should have the best courses were sort of the courses where it's like, there's some amazing professor and it's some history class and it's, that's honestly the thing I would recommend people spend their time on in college.
Was there one professor or class that stood out that way?
There's like a class by Richard Betts on war, peace, and strategy. Adam too is obviously fantastic, and has written very riveting books. You should have him on the podcast, by the way.
I've tried.
Okay,
I tried.
Man.
I think you tried for me.
You got to get him on the pod, man. Oh, it'd be so good.
Okay, so then in a couple of years, we were talking to Tyler Cowen recently, and he said that when the way he first encountered you was you wrote this paper on economic growth and existential risk, and he said, when I read it, I couldn't believe that a 17-year-old had written it. I thought if this was an MIT dissertation, I'd be impressed. So you were like, what? How did you go from I guess we've been junior then. You're writing pretty novel economic papers. Why did you get interested in this kind of thing, and what was the process to get in that?
I don't know. I just, I get interested in things. In some sense, it's sort of like, it feels very natural to me. It's like I get excited about a thing, I read about it, I immerse myself. I think I can, I can learn information very quickly and understand it. I think to the paper, I think one actual, at least for the way I work, I feel like sort of moments of peak productivity matter much more than sort of average productivity. I think there's some jobs, for like COO or something, like average productivity really matters. But I think there's sort of I often feel like I have periods of like, there's a couple months where there's sort of an effervescence, and I'm like, and the other times I'm sort of computing stuff in the background. And at some point, like writing the series, this is also kind of similar. And it's just like you write it and it's like, it's really flowing. And that's sort of what ends up mattering.
I think even for CEOs, it might be the case that the peak productivity is very important. There's one of our, following Chatham House rules, one of our friends in a group chat has pointed out how many famous CEOs and founders have been bipolar manic.
Right. Yeah,
which is very much the peak. The call option on your productivity is the most important thing, and you get it by just increasing the volatility through bipolar. Okay, so that's interesting. And so you get interested in economics first. First of all, why economics? Like you could read about anything at this move. Like if you wanted, you kind of got a slow start on MO, right? you could have, you wasted all these years on econ. There's an alternative world where you're like on the super alignment team at 17 instead of 21 or whatever it was.
Oh no. In some sense, I'm still doing economics, right? What is straight lines on a graph, and looking at the log plots and like figuring out what the trends are, and like thinking about the feedback loops and equilibrium, arms control dynamics, and I think it is a sort of a way of thinking that I find very useful. Like what Dario and Ilya seeing scaling early. In some sense, that is a sort of very economic way of thinking. Also, the sort of physics, kind of like empirical physics. A lot of them are physicists. I think the economists usually can't code well enough, and that's their issue. But I think it's that sort of way of thinking. The other thing is, I thought there were sort of, I thought of a lot of the sort of like core ideas of economics. I thought were just beautiful. In some sense, I feel like I was a little duped, where it's like actual econ academia is kind of decadent now. I think that, for example, the paper I wrote, it's sort of, I think the takeaway, it's a long paper, it's 100 pages of math or whatever. I think the core takeaway I can, kind of give the core intuition for in like, 30 seconds, and it makes sense. And it's like, you don't actually need the math. I think that's the sort of the best pieces of economics are like that, where you do the work, but you do the work to kind of uncover insights that weren't obvious to you before. Once you've done the work, it's like some sort of like mechanism falls out of it that like makes a lot of crisp, intuitive sense that like explains some facts about the world that you can then use in arguments. And I think like a lot of econ 101 like this, and it's great. A lot of econ in the, in the 50s and the 60s, was like this. And, Chad Jones papers are often like this. I really like Chad Jones' papers for this. I think, why did I ultimately not pursue econ academia was a number of reasons. One of them was Tyler Cowen. He kind of took me aside, and he was kind of like, look, I think you're one of the like top young economists I've ever met, but also you should probably not go to grad school.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
really? I didn't realize that.
Well, yeah. And it was good because he kind of introduced me to the, I don't know, like the Twitter weirdos or just like, and I think the takeaway from that was kind of, got to move out west one more time.
Wait, Tyler introduced you to the Twitter weirdos?
A little bit, yeah. Or just kind of like the sort of brought,
like the 60-year-old old economist to introduce you to Twitter?
So I went from Germany, completely, on the periphery to kind of like, in a U.S. elite institution, and sort of got some vibe of like sort of, you're meritocratic elite, U.S. society. And then sort of, basically this sort of like, there was a sort of trajectory then to being like, look, find the true American spirit. I got to come out here. But anyway, the other reason I didn't become an economist was because, or at least econ academia, was because I think sort of econ academia has become a bit decadent. And maybe it's just ideas getting harder to find, and maybe it's sort of things, and the sort of beautiful, simple things have been discovered. But like what are econ papers these days? It's like 200 pages of like empirical analyses on what happened when, like Wisconsin bought, 100,000 more textbooks on like educational outcomes. And I'm really happy that work happened. I think it's important work, but I think it is not uncovering these sort of like fundamental insights and sort of mechanisms in society. Or, it's like even the theory work is kind of like, here's a really complicated model, and the model spits out, if the Fed does X, then Y happens. And you have no idea why that happened, because it's like gazillion parameters and they're all calibrated in some way, and it's some computer simulation. And you have no idea about the validity, Yeah. So I think the sort of, the most important insights are the ones where you have to do a lot of work to get them, but then there's sort of this crisp intuition.
The P versus NP of
sure.
academia, yeah. That's really interesting. So just going back to your time in college.
Yeah.
You say that peak productivity kind of explains this paper and things, but the valedictorian, that's getting straight A's or whatever, is very much average productivity phenomenon, right?
So there's one award for the highest GPA, which I won, but the valedictorian is like among the people which have the highest GPA and then like selected by faculty or something.
Okay, yeah. So it's just not, it's not just peak productivity.
I generally just love this stuff. I was curious and I thought it was really interesting and I loved learning about it and I loved kind of like, it made sense to me and, it was very natural. And so, I think I'm not, I think one of my faults is I'm not that good at eating glass or whatever. And I think there's some people who are very good at it. I think the sort of moments of peak productivity come when I'm just really excited and engaged and love it. And, if you take the right courses, that's what you got in college. And,
It's the Bruce Banner quote in Avengers. I'm always angry. I'm always excited. I'm always curious. That's why I'm always peak productivity. So it's interesting, by the way, when you were in college, I was also in college. Yeah. I think you were, despite being a year younger than me, I think you're ahead in college than me, or at least 2 years, maybe 2 years ahead. And we met around this time.
Yeah.
We also met, I think, through the Tyler Cowen universe.
Yeah.
And it's very insane how small the world is.
Yeah.
I think did I reach out to you? I must have.
Yes.
About
I don't know. Yeah.
When I had a couple of videos and they had a couple hundred views or something.
Yeah. It's a small world.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the crazy thing about the AI world, right? It's kind of like, it's the same few people at the kind of SF parties, and they're the ones, running the models at DeepMind and, OpenAI and Anthropic and I mean, I think some other friends of ours have mentioned this who are now later in their career and very successful, that, they actually met all the people who are also kind of very successful in Silicon Valley now, like, when they're in their, before their 20s or early 20s. I mean, look, I actually think, and why is it a small world? I mean, I think one of the things is some amount of like, some sort of agency. And I think in a funny way, this is a thing I sort of took away from the sort of Germany experience, where it was, I mean, look, it was crushing. I really didn't like it. And it was such an unusual move to kind of skip grades and such an unusual move to come to the United States. And, a lot of these things I did were kind of unusual moves. And, there's some amount where just trying to do it and then it was fine and it worked. That kind of reinforced, you don't just have to kind of conform to what the Overton window is. You can just kind of try to do the thing that seems right to you. And most people can be wrong, and I don't know, things like that. And I think that was kind of a valuable kind of early experience that was sort of formative.
Okay, so after college, what did you do?
I did econ research for a little bit, in Oxford and stuff, and then I worked at Future Fund. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me about it.
Okay. Future Fund was a foundation that was funded by Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, we were our own thing. We were based in the Bay. At the time, this was in sort of early 22. It was this just incredibly exciting opportunity, right? It was basically like a startup, foundation, which is it doesn't come along that often, that, we thought would be able to give away billions of dollars, thought would be able to kind of remake how philanthropy is done, from first principles, thought would be able to have, this great impact. The causes we focused on were, biosecurity, AI, finding exceptional talent and putting them to work on hard problems. And a lot of the stuff we did, I was really excited about. Academics who would usually take 6 months would send us emails like, this is great, this is so quick and easy, and straightforward. In general, I feel like I've often find that with a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of sort of empowerment, kind of removing excuses, making the process easy. You can kind of get people to do great things.
I think on the Future Fund, the thing is context for people who might not realize.
Yeah.
Not only were you guys planning on deploying billions of dollars, but it was a team of 4 people.
Yeah.
So you at 18 are on a team of 4 people that is in charge of deploying billions of dollars.
Yeah. And Future Fund, so that was sort of the heyday, right? And then obviously, when in sort of, November of 22, it was kind of revealed that Sam was this, giant fraud. And from one day to the next, the whole thing collapsed. that was just really tough. I mean, obviously it was devastating. I mean, it was devastating, obviously, for the people at their money in FTX, closer to home, all these grantees, we wanted to help them and we thought they were doing amazing projects. And so, but instead of helping them, we ended up saddling them with like a giant problem. Personally, it was a startup, right? And so I'd worked 70-hour weeks every week for, basically a year on this to kind of build this up. We're a tiny team. And then from one day to the next, it was all gone, and not just gone, it was associated with this giant fraud. And so, that was incredibly tough. Yeah.
And then, were there any signs early on that SBF was?
Yeah, and look, obviously I didn't know he was a fraud, and the whole, I would have never worked there if I did, and we weren't, we were a separate thing. We weren't working with the business. I mean, I do think there are some takeaways for me. I think one takeaway was, I think there's I had this tendency, I think people in general have this tendency to kind of like, give successful CEOs a pass on their behavior because, they're successful CEOs and that's how they are. And that's just successful CEO things. And, I didn't know Sam Bankman-Fried was a fraud, but I knew SBF and I knew he was extremely risk-taking, right? I knew he was narcissistic. He didn't tolerate disagreement well, sort of by the end, he and I just like didn't get along well. And sort of, I think the reason for that was like, there were some biosecurity grants he really liked because they were kind of cool and flashy. And at some point I'd kind of run the numbers and it didn't really seem that cost effective. And I pointed that out and he was pretty unhappy about that. And so I knew his character. And I think, I feel like one takeaway for me was, like, I think it's really worth paying attention to people's character and including like people you work for and successful CEOs. That can save you a lot of pain down the line.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so after that, FTX implodes and you're out. And then you got into, you went to OpenAI, the super alignment team had just started. I think you were like part of the initial team. And so what was the original idea? What was compelling about that for you to join?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, what was the goal of the super alignment team? The alignment team at OpenAI, at other labs sort of like several years ago kind of had done sort of basic research and they developed RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback. And that was sort of ended up being a really successful technique for controlling sort of current generation of AI models. What we were trying to do was basically kind of be the basic research bet to figure out what is the successor to RLHF. And the reason we needed that is, basically, RLHF probably won't scale to superhuman systems. RLHF relies on sort of human raters who kind of thumbs up, thumbs down, like the model said something, it looks fine, looks good to me. At some point, the superhuman models, the super intelligence, it's going to write, a million lines of, crazy complex code. You don't know at all what's going on anymore. And so how do you kind of steer and control these systems? How do you add side constraints? The reason I joined was, I thought this was an important problem, and I thought it was just a really solvable problem, right? I thought this was basically, I still do, I mean, even more so do, I think there's a lot of just really promising sort of ML research on alignment, on sort of aligning superhuman systems. And maybe we should talk about that a bit more later. But and then
it was so solvable. You solved it in a year.
Well,
it's all over now.
Didn't quite solve it. But anyway, so look, OpenAI wanted to do this like really ambitious effort on alignment, and Ilya was backing it, and I liked a lot of the people there, and so I was really excited, and I was kind of like I think there was a lot of people sort of on alignment. There's always a lot of people kind of making hay about it, and I appreciate people highlighting the importance of the problem, and I was just really into like, let's just try to solve it. Let's do the ambitious effort. Let's do the Operation Warp Speed for solving alignment, and it seemed like an amazing opportunity to do so.
Okay, and now basically the team doesn't exist. I think the head of it has left. Yeah, both heads of it have left, Jan and Ilya. That's been the news of the last week. What happened? Why did the thing break down?
I think OpenAI sort of decided to take things in a somewhat different direction.
Meaning what? I mean, that super alignment isn't the best way to frame the... No,
I mean, look, obviously, sort of after the November board events, there were personnel changes. I think Ilya leaving was just incredibly tragic for OpenAI. And, I think some amount of reprioritization, I think some amount of, there's been some reporting on the super alignment compute commitment. There's this 20% compute commitment as part of, how a lot of people were recruited. It's like, we're going to do this ambitious effort on alignment. And, some amount of not keeping that and deciding to go in a different direction.
Okay, so now Jan has left, Elia has left. So this team itself has dissolved, but you were the sort of first person who left or was forced to leave. You were, the information reported that you were fired for leaking. What happened? Is this accurate?
Yeah. Look, why don't I tell you what they claim I leaked, and you can tell me what you think. So OpenAI did claim to employees that I was fired for leaking. And I and others have sort of pushed them to say what the leak is. And so here's their response in full. Sometime last year, I had written a sort of brainstorming document on preparedness, on safety and security measures we need in the future on the path to AGI. And I shared that with 3 external researchers for feedback. So that's it. That's the leak. I think for context, it was totally normal at OpenAI at the time to share sort of safety ideas with external researchers for feedback. It happened all the time. The doc was sort of my ideas. Before I shared it, I reviewed it for anything sensitive. The internal version had a reference to a future cluster, but I redacted that for the external copy. There's a link in there to some slides of mine, internal slides. But that was a dead link to the external people I shared it with. The slides weren't shared with them. And so look, obviously I pressed them to sort of tell me what is the confidential information in this document. And what they came back with was a line in the doc about planning for AGI by 27, 28, and that's setting timelines for preparedness. I wrote this doc, a couple months after the super alignment announcement. We had put out, this sort of 4-year planning horizon. I didn't think that planning horizon was sensitive. It's the sort of thing Sam says publicly all the time. I think sort of John said it on the podcast,
he said it on my podcast
a couple weeks ago. Anyway, so that's it.
That's it? So that seems pretty thin for, if the cause was leaking, that seems pretty thin. Was there anything else to it?
Yeah, so that was the leaking claim. I can say a bit more about sort of what happened in the firing. So one thing was last year I had written a internal memo about OpenAI security. I thought it was egregiously insufficient. I thought it wasn't sufficient to protect the theft of model weights or key algorithmic secrets from foreign actors. So I wrote this memo. I shared it with a few colleagues, a couple members of leadership who sort of mostly said it was helpful. But then, a couple weeks later, a sort of major security incident occurred. And that prompted me to share the memo with a couple members of the board. And so after I did that, days later, it was made very clear to me that leadership was very unhappy with me having shared this memo with the board. Apparently the board had hassled leadership about security. And then I got sort of an official HR warning for this memo, for sharing it with the board. The HR person told me it was racist to worry about CCP espionage. And they said it was sort of unconstructive. And look, I think I probably wasn't at my most diplomatic. I definitely could have been more politically savvy. But I thought it was a really, really important issue. And, the security incident had made me really worried. Anyway, and so I guess the reason I bring this up is when I was fired, it was sort of made very explicit that the security memo was a major reason for my being fired. I think it was something like, the reason that this is a firing and not a warning is because of the security memo.
But you sharing it with the board?
The warning I'd gotten for the security memo. Anyway, and some other, what might also be helpful context is the sort of questions they asked me when they fired me. So, this was a bit over a month ago. I was pulled, aside for a chat with a lawyer, that quickly turned very adversarial. And, the questions were all about my views on AI progress, on AGI, on the level of security appropriate for AGI, on, whether government should be involved in AGI, on, whether I and super alignment were loyal to the company, on, what I was up to during the OpenAI board events, things like that. And, then they, chatted to a couple of my colleagues, and then they came back and told me I was fired. And, they'd gone through all of my digital artifacts from the time at my, time at OpenAI, messages, docs, and that's when they found, the leak. And so anyway, so the main claim they made was this leaking allegation. That's what they told employees. The security memo. There's a couple other allegations they threw in. One thing they said was that I was unforthcoming during the investigation because I didn't initially remember who I had shared the doc with, the sort of preparedness brainstorming doc, only that I had sort of spoken to some external researchers about these ideas. And look, the doc was over 6 months old. I'd spent a day on it. It was a Google Doc I shared with my OpenAI email. It wasn't a screenshot or anything I was trying to hide. It simply didn't stick because it was such a non-issue. And then they also claimed that I was engaging on policy in a way that they didn't like. And so what they cited there was that I had spoken to a couple external researchers, somebody at a think tank, about my view that AGI would become a government project, as we discussed. In fact, I was speaking to lots of sort of people in the field about that at the time. I thought it was a really important thing to think about. Yeah. Anyway, and so they found a DM that I'd written to like a friendly colleague, 5 or 6 months ago, where I relayed this, and they cited that. I had thought it was well within OpenAI norms to kind of talk about high-level issues on the future of AGI with external people in the field. So anyway, so that's what they alleged. That's what happened. I've spoken to kind of a few dozen former colleagues about this, since. I think the sort of universal reaction is kind of like, that's insane. I was sort of surprised as well. I had been promoted just a few months before. I think Ilya's comment for the promotion case at the time was something like, Leopold's amazing. We're lucky to have him. But look, I think the thing I understand, and I think in some sense is reasonable, is like, I think I ruffled some feathers, and, I think I was probably kind of annoying at times. It's like security stuff, and I kind of like repeatedly raised that, and maybe not always in the most diplomatic way. I didn't sign the employee letter during the board events, despite pressure to do so.
And you were one of like 8 people or something?
Not that many people. Yeah. I guess I think the sort of 2 senior most people who didn't sign were Andre and Jan, who've both since left. On the letter, by the way, by the time on sort of Monday morning, when that letter was going around, I think probably it was appropriate for the board to resign. I think they'd kind of like lost too much credibility and trust with the employees. But I thought the letter had a bunch of issues. I think one of them was it just didn't call for an independent board. I think it's sort of like basics of corporate governance to have an independent board. Anyway, it's other things. In sort of other discussions, I pressed leadership for sort of OpenAI to abide by its public commitments. I raised a bunch of tough questions about whether it was consistent with the OpenAI mission and consistent with the national interest to sort of partner with authoritarian dictatorships to build the core infrastructure for AGI. Look, it's a free country, right? That's what I love about this country. We talked about it. And so they have no obligation to keep me on staff. I think in some sense, I think it would have been perfectly reasonable for them to come to me and say, look, we're taking the company in a different direction. We disagree with your point of view. We don't trust you enough to sort of toe the company line anymore. And, thank you so much for your work at OpenAI, but I think it's time to part ways. I think that would have made sense. I think, we did start sort of materially diverging on sort of views on important issues. I'd come in very excited and aligned with OpenAI, but that sort of changed over time. And, look, I think there would have been a very amicable way to part ways. And I think it's a bit of a shame that this is the way it went down. All that being said, I think, I really want to emphasize, there's just a lot of really incredible people at OpenAI, and it was an incredible privilege to work with them. And, overall, I'm just extremely grateful for my time there.
When you left, now there's been reporting about an NDA that former employees have to sign in order to have access to their vested equity. Did you sign such NDA?
No. My situation was a little different in that I was basically right before my cliff. But then, they still offered me the equity. But I didn't want to sign the non-disparagement. Freedom is priceless. So.
And how much was the equity?
It's like close to $1 million.
So it was definitely a thing you and others were aware of, that this is like a choice that OpenAI is explicitly offering you.
Yeah.
And presumably the person on OpenAI's staff knew that we're offering them equity, but they had to sign this NDA that has these conditions that you can't, for example, give the kind of statements about your thoughts on AGI and OpenAI that you're giving on this podcast right now.
Look, I don't know what the whole situation is. I certainly think sort of vested equity is pretty rough if you're conditioning that onto an NDA. It might be a somewhat different situation if it's a sort of severance agreement.
Right. Yeah. But an OpenAI employee who had signed it presumably could not give the podcast that you're giving today.
Quite plausibly not. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so analyzing the situation here, I guess if you were to, yeah, the board thing is really tough because if you were trying to defend them, you would say, well, listen, you were just kind of going outside the regular chain of command, and maybe there's a point there. Although the way in which the person from HR thinks that you have an adversarial relationship with, or you're supposed to have an adversarial relationship with the board, where to give the board some information which is relevant to whether OpenAI is fulfilling its mission and whether it can do that in a better way is part of the leak, as if the board is supposed to ensure that OpenAI is following its mission is some sort of external actor. That seems pretty...
I mean, to be clear, the leak allegation was just that sort of document I shared for feedback. This is just sort of a separate thing that they cited, and they said I wouldn't have been fired if not for the security memo.
They said you wouldn't have been fired.
They said the reason this is a firing and not a warning is because of the warning you had gotten for the security memo.
Oh. Before you left, the incidents with the board happened, where Sam was fired and then rehired as CEO, and now he's on the board. Now, Ilya and Jan, who are the heads of the super alignment team, and Ilya, who is a co-founder of OpenAI, obviously the most significant in terms of stature member of OpenAI from a research perspective, they've left. Seems like, especially with regards to super alignment stuff and just generally with OpenAI, a lot of this sort of personnel drama has happened over the last few months. What's going on?
Yeah, there's a lot of drama about OpenAI. So why is there so much drama? I think there would be a lot less drama if all OpenAI claimed to be was sort of building ChatGPT or building business software. I think where a lot of the drama comes from is, OpenAI really believes they're building AGI, right? And it's not just, a claim that they make for marketing purposes, whatever. There's this report that Sam is raising, $7 trillion for chips. And it's like, that stuff only makes sense if you really believe in AGI. And so I think what gets people sometimes is sort of the cognitive dissonance between sort of really believing in AGI, but then sort of not taking some of the other implications seriously. This is going to be incredibly powerful technology, both for good and for bad. And that implicates really important issues like the national security issues we spoke about. Like, are you protecting the secrets from the CCP? Like, does America control the core AGI infrastructure, or does it, a Middle Eastern dictator control the core AGI infrastructure? And then, I think the thing that, really gets people is the sort of tendency to kind of then make commitments and sort of like, they say they take these issues really seriously, they make big commitments on them, but then sort of frequently don't follow through, right? So, again, as mentioned, there's this commitment around super alignment compute, sort of 20% of compute for this long-term safety research effort. And I think, you and I could have a totally reasonable debate about what is the appropriate level of compute for super alignment. But that's not really the issue. The issue is that this commitment was made, and it was used to recruit people, and it was very public, and it was made because there's a recognition that there would always be something more urgent than a long-term safety research effort, like some new product or whatever. And but then in fact they just really didn't keep the commitment, and so there was always something more urgent than long-term safety research. I think another example of this is when I raised these issues about security. They would tell me, security is our number one priority. But then, invariably when it came time to sort of invest serious resources, when it came time to make trade-offs, to sort of take some pretty basic measures, security would not be prioritized. And so, I think it's the cognitive dissonance, and I think it's the sort of unreliability that causes a bunch of the drama.
So let's zoom out, talk about a big part of the story, and also a big motivation of the way in which it must proceed with regards to geopolitics and everything is that once you have the AGI, pretty soon after you proceed to ASI because superintelligence, because you have these AGIs which can function as researchers into further AI progress. And within a matter of years, maybe less, you go to something that is like superintelligence. And at the high, and then from there, then you do according to your story, do all this research and development into robotics and pocket nukes and whatever other crazy shit.
Yeah.
But at a high, okay, but there's, I'm skeptical of this story for many reasons.
Yes.
At a high level, it's not clear to me this input-output model of research is how things actually happen in research. you look at economy-wide, right? Patrick Collison and others have made this point that compared to 100 years ago, we have 100x more researchers in the world. It's not like progress is happening 100x faster. So it's clearly not the case that you can just pump in more population into research and you get higher research on the other end. I don't know why it would be different for the AI researchers themselves.
Okay, great. So this is getting into some good stuff. This is I have a classic disagreement I have with Patrick and others. All right, so obviously inputs matter, right? So it's like the United States produces a lot more scientific and technological progress than, Liechtenstein, right? Or Switzerland. And even if I made, Patrick Collison dictator of like Liechtenstein or Switzerland, and Patrick Collison was able to implement his utopia of ideal institutions, keeping the talent pool fixed. He's not able to do some crazy high school immigration thing or whatever, some crazy genetic breeding scheme or whatever he wants to do. Keeping the talent pool fixed, but amazing institutions. I claim that still, even if you made Patrick Collison dictator of Switzerland, maybe you get some factor, but Switzerland is not going to be able to outcompete the United States in scientific and technological progress. Obviously, magnitudes matter. Okay, now let's
I'm not sure I agree with this. Okay. There's been many examples in history where you have small groups of people who are part of Bell Labs or Skunkworks or something. There's a couple hundred researchers. OpenAI, right? A couple hundred researchers. They do
highly selected though, right? It's like saying
that's part of why Patrick Collison as a dictator is going to do a good job of this.
Well, yes, if he can highly select all the best AI researchers in the world, he might only need a few hundred. But if that's the talent pool. It's like you have the 300 best AI researchers in the world.
But there has been, it's not the case that from 100 years to now, there haven't been, the population has increased massively. A lot of in fact, you would expect the density of talent to have increased in the sense that malnutrition and other kinds of poverty, whatever, that have debilitated past talent at the same sort of level is no longer debilitated in the same way.
To the 100x point, right? So I don't know if it's 100x. I think it's easy to inflate these things. It's probably at least 10x. And so people are sometimes like, come on, ideas haven't gotten that much harder to find. Why would you have needed this 10x increase in research effort? Whereas to me, I think this is an extremely natural story. And why is it a natural story? It's a straight line on a log-log plot. This is sort of a deep learning researcher's dream, right? And what is this log-log plot? On the x-axis, you have log cumulative research effort. On the y-axis, you have log GDP or of algorithmic progress, or log transistors per square inch, or in the sort of experience curve for solar, kind of whatever the log of the price for a gigawatt of solar. And it's extremely natural for that to be a straight line. This is sort of a class. Yeah, it's a classic. And it's basically the first thing is very easy. Then basically you have to have log increments of cumulative research effort to find the next thing. And so in some sense, I think this is a natural story. Now, one objection kind of people then make is isn't it suspicious, right? That ideas, we increased research effort 10x, and ideas also just got 10x harder to find, and so it perfectly, equilibrates. And to there, I say, it's an equilibrium. It's an endogenous equilibrium, right? So it's isn't it a coincidence that supply equals demand, and the market clears, right? And that's and the same thing here, right? So it's ideas how much ideas have gotten harder to find is a function of how much progress you've made. And then, what the overall growth rate has been is a function of how much ideas have gotten harder to find in ratio to how much you've been able to increase research effort. What is the sort of growth of log cumulative research effort? So in some sense, I think the story is sort of fairly natural. And you see this not just economy-wide, you see it in kind of experience curve for all sorts of individual technologies. So I think there's some process like this. I think it's totally plausible that, institutions have gotten worse by some factor. Obviously, there's some sort of exponent of diminishing returns on more people, right? So serial time is better than just parallelizing. But still, I think it's clearly inputs matter.
I agree. But if the coefficient of how fast they diminish as you grow the input is high enough, then in the abstract, the fact that inputs matter isn't that relevant. Okay, so we're talking at a very high level, but just take it down to the actual concrete thing here. OpenAI has a staff of at most low hundreds who are directly involved in the algorithmic progress in future models. If it was really the case that you could just arbitrarily scale this number and you could have much faster algorithmic progress, and that would result in much better AIs for OpenAI, basically. Then it's not clear why OpenAI doesn't just go out and hire every single person with 150 IQ, of which there are hundreds of thousands in the world. And my story there is there's transaction costs to managing all these people that don't just go away if you have a bunch of AIs, that these tasks aren't easy to parallelize. And I think I'm not sure how you would explain the fact of like, why doesn't OpenAI go on a recruiting binge of every single genius in the world?
Okay, great. So let's talk about the OpenAI example, and let's talk about the automated AI researchers. So, I mean, in the OpenAI case, I mean, just kind of like look at the inflation of like AI researcher salaries over the last year. I mean, I think like, I don't know what it is, 4x, 5x. It's kind of crazy. So they're clearly really trying to recruit the best AI researchers in the world. And, I don't know, they do find the best AI researchers in the world. And I think my response to your thing is like, almost all of these 150 IQ people, if you just hired them tomorrow, they wouldn't be good AI researchers. They wouldn't be an Alec Radford.
But they're willing to make investments that take years to pan out in the form. The data centers they're buying right now will come online in 2026 or something. Why wouldn't they be able to make every 150 IQ person? Some of them won't work out. Some of them won't have the traits we like. But some of them by 2026 will be amazing AI researchers. Why aren't they making that bet?
Yeah, and so sometimes this happens, right? Like smart physicists have been really good at AI research. It's like all the Anthropic co-founders.
But like if you talk to, I had Dario on the podcast, they have this very careful policy of like, we're not gonna just hire arbitrarily. We're gonna be extremely selective.
So training is not as easily scalable, right? So training is very hard. If you just hired 100,000 people, it's like, you couldn't train them all. It'd be really hard to train them all. You wouldn't be doing any AI research. Like, there's huge costs to bringing on a new person, training them. This is very different with AIs, right? And I think it's really important to talk about the sort of like advantages the AIs will have. So it's like, training, right? It's like, what does it take to be an Alec Radford? We need to be a really good engineer, right? The AIs, they're going to be an amazing engineer. They're going to be amazing at coding. You can just train them to do that. They need to have, not just be a good engineer, but have really good research intuitions and like really understand deep learning. And this is stuff that, Alec Radford or, somebody like him has acquired over years of research, over just like being deeply immersed in deep learning, having tried lots of things himself and failed. The AIs, they're going to be able to read every research paper I've written, every experiment ever run at the lab, like gain the intuitions from all of this. They're going to be able to learn in parallel from all of each other's experiences. I don't know what else. It's like, what does it take to be an Alec Radford? Well, there's a sort of cultural acclimation aspect of it, right? If you hire somebody new, there's like politicking, maybe they don't fit in. Well, in the AI case, you just make replicas, right? There's a like motivation aspect for it, right? So it's like, Alec, if I could just like duplicate Alec Radford, and before I run every experiment, I have him spend like, a decade's worth of human time, like double checking the code and thinking really carefully about it. I mean, first of all, I don't have that many Alec Radfords, and he wouldn't care, and he would not be motivated. But the AIs, they can just be like, look, I have 100 million of you guys. I'm just going to put you on, just like really making sure this code is correct. There are no bugs. This experiment is thought through. Every hyperparameter is correct. Final thing I'll say is, the 100 million human equivalent AI researchers, that is just a way to visualize it. So that doesn't mean you're going to have literally 100 million copies. So there's trade-offs you can make between serial speed and in parallel. So you might make the trade-off is, look, we're going to run them at 10x, 100x serial speed. It's going to result in fewer tokens overall because of sort of inherent trade-offs. But then we have, I don't know what the numbers would be, but then we have 100,000 of them running at 100x human speed and thinking, and there's other things you can do on coordination. They can kind of like share latent space, attend to each other's context. There's basically this huge range of possibilities of things you can do. The 100 million thing is more, another illustration of this is, if you I run the math in my series, and it's basically, 27, 28, you have this automated AI researcher. You're going to be able to generate an entire internet's worth of tokens every single day. So there's clearly sort of a huge amount of like intellectual work they can do.
I think the analogous thing there is today we generate more patents in a year than during the actual physics revolution in the early 20th century. They were generating across like half a century or something. And are you making more physics progress in a year today than we were? So you're going to generate all these tokens. Are you generating as much codified knowledge as humanity has been able to generate in the initial creation of the internet?
Internet tokens are usually final output, right? A lot of these tokens, if we talked about the unhobbling, right? And I think of a kind of like, a GPTN token is sort of like one token of my internal monologue, right? And so that's how I do this math on human equivalence. It's like 100 tokens a minute, and then, humans working for X hours, and, what is the equivalent there?
I think this goes back to something we were talking about earlier, where why haven't we seen the huge revenues from... People often ask this question that if you took GPT-4 back 10 years and you showed people this, they think this is going to automate. This is already automated half the jobs. And so there's a sort of a modus ponens, modus tollens here, where part of the explanation is like, oh, it's like just on the verge, you need to do these unhobblings. And part of that is probably true.
Right.
But there is another lesson to learn there, which is that just looking at face value at a set of abilities there's probably more sort of hobblings that you don't realize that are hidden behind the scenes. And I think the same will be true of the AGIs that you have running as AI researchers. I think a lot of things
basically agree, right? I think my story here is like, I talk about, I think there's going to be some long tail, right? And so maybe it's like, 26, 27, you have like the proto-automated engineer and it's really good at engineering. He doesn't have the research intuition yet. You don't quite know how to put them to work. But the sort of even the underlying pace of AI progress is already so fast, right? In 3 years from not being able to do any kind of like math at all to now crushing these math competitions. And so you have the initial thing in like 26, 27, maybe the sort of it's an automated research engineer. It speeds you up by 2x. You go through a lot more progress in that year. By the end of the year, you figured out like the remaining kind of unhobblings. You've like got a smarter model, and maybe then that thing, or maybe it's 2 years, and that thing just like that thing really can automate 100%. And again, they don't need to be doing everything. They don't need to be making coffee. They don't need to like, maybe there's a bunch of, tacit knowledge in a bunch of other fields. But, AI researchers at AI labs really know the job of an AI researcher. And it's in some sense, it's a sort of, there's lots of clear metrics. It's all virtual. There's code. It's things you can kind of develop and train for.
So, I mean, another thing is how do you actually manage a million AI researchers? Humans, the sort of comparative ability we have that we've been especially trained for is like working in teams. And despite this fact, we have for thousands of years, we've been learning about how we work together in groups. And despite this, management is a clusterfuck, right? It's like most companies are badly managed. It's really hard to do this stuff. For AIs, the sort of like, we talk about AGI, but it'll be some bespoke set of abilities, some of which will be higher than human, some of which will be at human level. And so it'll be some bundle, and we'll need to figure out how to put these bundles together with their human overseers, with the equipment and everything. And the idea that as soon as you get the bundle, you'll figure out how to get just shove millions of them together and manage them. I'm just very skeptical of like any other revolution, technological revolution in history has been very piecemeal, much more piecemeal than you would expect on paper if you just thought about what is the Industrial Revolution. Well, we dig up coal that powers the steam engines. We use the steam engines to run these railroads. That helps us get more coal out. And there's sort of like Factorio story you can tell where in like a 6 hours you can be pumping thousands of times more coal. But in real life, it takes centuries often, right? In fact, the electrification, there's this famous study about how initially to electrify factories, it was decades after electricity to change from the pulleys and water wheel-based system that we had for steam engines to one that works with more spread out electrical motors and everything. I think this will be the same kind of thing. It might take like decades to actually get millions of AI researchers to work together. Okay,
great. This is great. Okay, so a few responses to that. First of all, I mean, I totally agree with the kind of like real world bottlenecks type of thing. I think this is sort of, I think it's easy to underrate. Basically what we're doing is we're removing the labor constraint. We automate labor and we like kind of exploit technology, but there's still lots of other bottlenecks in the world. And so I think this is part of why the story is it kind of like starts pretty narrow at the thing where you don't have these bottlenecks. And then only over time, as we let it kind of expands to sort of broader areas. This is part of why I think it's like initially this sort of AI research explosion, right? It's like AI research doesn't run into these real world bottlenecks. It doesn't require you to like plow a field or dig up coal. It's just, you're just doing AI research. The other thing about
I love how like in your model, the AI research, it's not complicated like about flipping a burger. It's just AI research.
Well, no, but I mean, this is because people make these arguments of like, AGI won't do anything because it can't flip a burger. I'm like, yeah, it won't be able to flip a burger, but it's going to be able to do algorithmic progress. And then when it does algorithmic progress, it'll figure out how to flip a burger, and then we'll have a burger flipping, robot. Look, the other thing is about, again, the sort of quantities are a lower bound, right? So it's like, this is just like, we can definitely run 100 million of these. Probably what will happen is one of the first things we're going to try to figure out is how to like, again, run like, translate quantity into quality, right? And so it's like, even at the baseline rate of progress, you're like, quickly getting smarter and smarter systems, right? If we said it was like, 4 years between the preschooler and the high schooler, right? So I think, pretty quickly, there's probably some like simple algorithmic changes you find, if instead of one Alec Bradford, you have 100, you don't even need 100 million. And then you get even smarter systems. And now these systems are, they're capable of sort of creative, complicated behavior you don't understand. Maybe there's some way to like use all this test time compute in a more unified way rather than all these parallel copies. And so there won't just be quantitatively superhuman; they'll pretty quickly become kind of qualitatively superhuman. It's sort of like, look, like you're a high school student, you're like trying to wrap your mind around kind of standard physics, and then there's some like super smart professor who is like quantum physics; it all makes sense to him, and you're just like, what is going on? And sort of, I think pretty quickly you kind of enter that regime, just given even the underlying pace of AI progress, but even more quickly than that because you have this sort of accelerative force of now this automated AI research.
I agree that over time you would. I'm not denying that ASI is a thing that's possible.
Not that much,
I'm just like, how is this happening in a year? Like first of all.
So I think the story is sort of like basically, I think it's a little bit more continuous, right? Like I think already, like I talked about, 25, 26, you're basically going to have models as good as a college graduate. And I don't know where the unhobbling is going to be, but I think it's plausible that even then you have kind of the proto-automated engineer. So I think there is a bit of like a smear, kind of an AGI smear or whatever, where it's like there's sort of unhobblings that you're missing. There's kind of like ways of connecting them you're missing. There's like some level of intelligence you're missing. But then at some point you are going to get the thing that is like an 100% automated Alec Radford. And once you have that, things really take off, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the unhobblings.
Yeah.
We're going to get a bunch of models by the end of the year. Is there something, let's suppose we didn't get some capacity by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Is there some such capacity which lacking would suggest that AI progress is going to take longer than you are projecting?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's two kind of key things. There's the unhobbling and there's the data wall, right? And I think we should talk about the data wall for a moment. I think the data wall is, even though kind of like all of this stuff has been about, crazy AI progress, I think the data wall is actually sort of underrated. I think there's like a real scenario where we just stagnate.
Yeah.
Because we've been running this tailwind of just like, it's really easy to bootstrap and you just do unsupervised learning next token prediction. It learns these amazing world models, like bam, great model. And you just got to buy some more compute, do some simple efficiency changes. And again, like so much of deep learning, all these like big gains on efficiency have been like pretty dumb things, right? Like, you add a normalization layer, you fix the scaling laws, and these already have been huge things, let alone kind of like obvious ways in which these models aren't good yet. Anyway, so data wall, big deal. I don't know, some like put some numbers on this, some like you do common crawl, online is like, 30 trillion tokens, Llama 3 trained on 15 trillion tokens. So you're basically already using all the data.
Yeah.
And then, you can get somewhat further by repeating it. So there's an academic paper by, Boaz Barak and some others that does scaling laws for this. And they're basically like, yeah, you can repeat it sometime. After 16 times of repetition, it's just like returns basically go to zero. You're just completely screwed. And so I don't know, say you can get another 10x on data from say like Llama 3, GP4, Llama 3 is already kind of like at the limit of all the data. Maybe you can get 10x more by repeating data. I don't know, maybe that's like at most a 100x better model than GPT-4, which is like, 100x effective compute from GPT-4 is, not that much. If you do half an order of magnitude a year of compute, half an order of magnitude a year of algorithmic progress, that's kind of like 2 years from GPT-4.
Yeah.
So, GPT-4 finished pre-training in 22, 24. So I think one thing that really matters, I think we won't quite know by the end of the year, but 25, 26, are we cracking the data wall?
Okay, so suppose we had 3 orders of magnitude less data in Common Crawl on the internet than we just happen to have now. And for decades, the internet, other things, we've been rapidly increasing the stock of data that humanity has. Is it your view that for contingent reasons, we just happen to have enough data to train models that are just powerful enough at 4.5 level where they can kick off the self-play RL loop? Or is it just that we, if it had been 3 ohms higher, then progress would have been slightly faster? In that world, we would have been looking back at like, oh, how hard it would have been to like kick off the RL explosion with just 4.5, but we would have figured it out. And then so in this world, we would have gotten to GPT-3 and then we'd had to kick off some sort of RL explosion. But we would have still figured it out. The sort of we didn't just like luck out on the amount of data we happen to have in the world.
I mean, 3 ohms is pretty rough, right? Like 3 ohms, if less data means like 6 ohms smaller, 6 ohms like less compute model and chinchilla scaling laws. It's basically like capping out at like GPT-2 barely better. So I think that would be really rough. I think you do make an interesting point about the contingency. I guess earlier we were talking about this sort of like when in the sort of human trajectory are you able to learn from yourself? And so, if we go with that analogy, again, like if you'd only gotten the preschooler model, it can't learn from itself. If you'd only gotten the elementary schooler model, it can't learn from itself. And, maybe GPT-4, smart high schooler is really where it starts. Ideally, you have a somewhat better model, then it really is able to kind of like learn from itself or learn by itself. So I think there's an interesting, I think maybe 1 ohm less data, I would be like, more iffy, but maybe still doable. Yeah, I think I would feel chiller if we had, like one or two.
It would be an interesting exercise to get probability distributions of AGI contingent on across ooms of data.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing that makes me skeptical of this story is that it totally makes sense why pre-training works so well.
Yeah.
These other things, they're stories of, in principle, why they ought to work. Like humans can learn this way and so on.
Yes.
And maybe they're true, but I worry that a lot of this case is based on sort of first principles evaluation of how learning happens that fundamentally we don't understand how humans learn, and maybe there's some key thing we're missing. On the sort of sample efficiency, humans actually, maybe there's, you say, well, the fact that these things are way less sample efficient in terms of learning than humans are suggests that there's a lot of room for improvement. Another perspective is that we are just on the wrong path altogether, right? That's why they're so sample inefficient when it comes to pre-training. So I'm just like, there's a lot of like first principles arguments stacked on top of each other where you get these unhobblings and then you get to AGI. You get, then you, because of these reasons why you can stack all these things on top of each other, you get to ASI. And I'm worried that there's too many steps of this sort of first principles thinking.
I mean, we'll see, right? I mean, on the sort of sample efficiency thing, again, sort of first principles, but I think, again, there's this clear sort of missing middle. And so, and sort of like, people hadn't been trying. Now people are really trying, and so it's sort of, I think often again in deep learning, something like the obvious thing works. And there's a lot of details to get right. So it might take some time, but it's now where people are really trying. So I think we get a lot of signal in the next couple of years. On unhobbling, I mean, what is the signal on unhobbling that I think would be interesting? I think the question is basically like, are you making progress on this test time compute thing, right? Like, is this thing able to think longer horizon than just a couple hundred tokens, right? That was unlocked by chain of thought.
And on that point in particular, the many people who have longer timelines have come on the podcast have made the point that the way to train this long horizon RL, it's not, I mean, I earlier talking about like, well, they can think for 5 minutes, but not for longer. But it's not because they can't physically output an hour's worth of tokens. It's just really, at least from what I understand, or what they say.
Right? Like even like Gemini has like 1 million in context. And the 1 million of context is actually great for consumption. And it solves one important unhobbling, which is the sort of onboarding problem, right? Which is, a new coworker, in your first 5 minutes, like a new smart high school intern, first 5 minutes, not useful at all. A month in, much more useful, right? Because they've like looked at the mono repo and understand how the code works, and they've read your internal docs. And so being able to put that in context, great, solves this onboarding problem. But they're not good at sort of the production of 1 million tokens yet.
Right. But on the production of 1 million tokens, there's no public evidence that there's some easy loss function where you can...
GPT-4 has gotten a lot better since... It's actually... So the GPT-4 gains since launch, I think, are a huge indicator that there's like... So you talked about this with John Sherman on the podcast. John said this was mostly post-training gains.
Right.
If you look at the sort of LM-SIS scores, it's like 100 ELO or something. It's like a bigger gap than between Claude 3 Opus and Claude 3 Haiku. And the price difference between those is 60x.
But it's not more agentic. It's like better in the same chatbot way.
Math, right? Like, it went from like, 40% to 70% at math.
The crux is like whether like be able to like...
No, but I think it indicates that clearly there's stuff to be done on hobbling. I think the interesting question is like this time a year from now, is there a model that is able to think for like, a few thousand tokens coherently, cohesively, agentically? And I think probably there's, again, this is what I'd feel better if we had an or two more data, because it's like the scaling just gives you this sort of like tailwind, right? Where like, for example, tools, right? Tools, I think, talking to people who try to make things work with tools, actually sort of GPT-4 is really when tools start to work. And it's like, you can kind of make them work with GPT 3.5, but it's just really tough. And so it's just like having GPT-4, you can kind of help it learn tools in a much easier way. And so just a bit more tailwind from scaling. And then does I don't know if it'll work, but it's a key question.
Okay, I think that's a good place to sort of close that part where we know what the crux is and what the progress, what evidence that would look like. On the AGI to superintelligence, maybe it's the case that the gains are really easy right now and you can just sort of let loose an Alec Radford, give him a compute budget, and he comes out the other end with something that is an additive, like change this part of the code, this is a compute multiplier, change this other part. What other parts of the world... Okay, maybe here's an interesting way to ask this. How many other domains in the world are like this where you think you could get the equivalent of, in 1 year, you just throw enough intelligence across multiple instances, and you just come out the other end with something that is remarkably decades, centuries ahead. Like, you start off with no flight, and then you the Wright brothers, a million instances of GPT-6, and you come out the other end with Starlink. Like, is that your model of how things work?
I think you're exaggerating the timelines a little bit, but you know, I think, you know, a decade's worth of progress in a year or something. I think that's a reasonable prompt. So I think this is where, you know, basically the sort of automated AI researcher comes in, because it gives you this enormous headwind on all the other stuff, right? So it's like, you know, you automate AI research with your sort of automated Alec Radfords. You come out the other end, you've done another 5 OOMs, you have a thing that is like vastly smarter. Not only is it vastly smarter, you like, you know, you've been able to make it good at everything else, right? You're solving robotics. The robots are important, right? Because like for a lot of other things, you do actually need to like try things in the physical world. I mean, I don't know, maybe you can do a lot in simulation. Those are the really quick worlds. I don't know if you saw the like last NVIDIA GTC, and it was all about the like digital twins and just like having all your manufacturing processes in simulation. And like, I don't know, like again, if you have these like, you know, super intelligent, like cognitive workers, like can they just like make simulations of everything, you know, kind of AlphaFold style, and then, you know, make a lot of progress in simulation possible. But I also just think you're gonna get the robots. Again, I agree about like, there are a lot of real world bottlenecks, right? And so, you know, I don't know, it's quite possible that we're going to have, you know, crazy drone swarms, but also, you know, like lawyers and doctors still need to be humans because of like, you know, regulation. But, you know, I think, you know, you kind of start narrowly, you broaden, and then the worlds in which you kind of let them loose, which again, because of, I think, these competitive pressures, we will have to let them loose in some degree on, you know, various national security applications. I think like quite rapid progress is possible. The other thing though is it's sort of, you know, basically in the sort of an explosion after, there's kind of 2 components. There's the A, right, in the production function, the like growth of technology. And that's massively accelerated by, you know, you have a billion super intelligent scientists and engineers and technicians, you know, superbly competent at everything. You also just automated labor, right? And so it's like, even without the whole technological explosion thing, you have this industrial explosion, at least if you let them loose, which is like, now you can just build, you know, you can cover Nevada, and like, you know, you start with one robot factory that's producing more robots, and basically this like just a cumulative process, because you've taken labor out of the equation.
That's super interesting. Although when you increase the K or the L without increasing the A, you can look at the Soviet Union or China, where they rapidly increase inputs. And that does have the effect of being geopolitically game-changing, where it is remarkable. Like you go to Shanghai over a course of decades.
Throw up these crazy cities in a decade, right?
And that's, I mean, the closest thing to like people talk about 30% growth rates or whatever from
Asian
AI.
tigers, 10%. It's totally possible, right? And that's
without productivity gains, it's not like the Industrial Revolution, where like from the perspective of, you're looking at the system from the outside, your goods have gotten cheaper, or they can manufacture more things, but you know, it's not like the next century is coming at you.
It's both. So it's, you know, both that are important. The other thing I'll say is like, in all of this stuff, I think the magnitudes are really, really important, right? So, you know, we talked about a 10x of research effort, or maybe 10, 30x over a decade. You know, even without any kind of like self-improvement type loop, you know, we talk the sort of, even in the sort of GPT-4 to AGI story, we're talking about an order of magnitude of effective compute increase a year, right? Half an order of magnitude of compute, half an order of magnitude of algorithmic progress. That sort of translates into effective compute. And so you're doing a 10x a year, right? Basically on your labor force, right? So it's like, it's a radically different world if you're doing a 10x or a 30x in a century versus a 10x a year on your labor force. So the magnitudes really matter. They also really matter on the sort of intelligence explosion, right? So like just the automated AI research part. So, you know, one story you could tell there is like, well, ideas get harder to find, right? Algorithmic progress is going to get harder. Yeah, right now you have the easy wins, but in like 4 or 5 years, there'll be fewer easy wins. And so the sort of automated AI researchers are just going to be what's necessary to just keep it going, right? Because it's gotten harder. Right. But that's sort of, it's like a really weird knife edge assumption in economics, where you assume it's just
But isn't that the equilibrium story you were just telling with why the economy as a whole has 2% economic growth? Because you just proceed on the I guess you're saying by the time you get to the equilibrium
here is it's like way faster, at least, you know, and it's at least, and it depends on the sort of exponents, but it's basically, it's the increase. Like suppose you need to like 10x effective research effort in AI research in the last, you know, 4 or 5 years to keep the pace of progress. We're not just getting a 10x, you're getting, you know, a millionx or 100,000x. There's just, the magnitudes really matter. And the magnitudes just basically, you know, one way to think about this is that you have kind of 2 exponentials. You have your sort of like normal economy that's growing at, you know, 2% a year. And you have your like AI economy, and that's going at like 10x a year. And it's starting out really small, but sort of eventually it's way faster, and eventually it's going to overtake, right? And even if you can almost sort of just do the simple revenue extrapolation, right? If you think your AI economy, that has some growth rate, I mean, it's a very simplistic way and so on, but there's this sort of 10x a year process, and that will eventually kind of like, you're going to transition the sort of whole economy from, as it broadens, from the sort of 2% a year to the sort of much faster growing process. And I don't know, I think that's very like consistent with historical stories of, right, there's this sort of like, there's this sort of long run hyperbolic trend, it manifested in the sort of change and growth mode in the Industrial Revolution, but there's just this long run hyperbolic trend. And, now you have that another sort of change in growth mode.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the questions I asked Tyler when I had him on the podcast,
nice.
Is that you do go from the fact that after 1776, you go from a regime of negligible economic growth, 2%, is really interesting. It shows that, I mean, from the perspective of somebody in the Middle Ages or before, 2% is the equivalent of the sort of 10%.
Yeah.
I guess you're projecting even higher for the AI economy, but
I mean, it depends. I think, again, and it's all of this stuff, I have a lot of uncertainty, right? So a lot of the time I'm trying to kind of tell the modal story, because I think it's important to be kind of concrete and visceral about it. And I have a lot of uncertainty basically over how the 2030s play out. And basically the thing I know is it's going to be fucking crazy. But exactly what, where the bottlenecks are and so on, I think that'll be kind of like.
So let's talk through the numbers here. You hundreds of millions of AI researchers. So right now, GPT 4.0 Turbo is like $15 for 1 million tokens outputted, and a human thinks 150 tokens a minute or something. And if you do the math on that, I think it's for an hour's worth of human output. It's like 10 cents or something. Now,
cheaper than a human worker. Cheaper than a human worker. But it can't do the job yet.
That's right. But by the time you're talking about models that are trained on the 10 gigawatt cluster, then you have something that is 4 orders of magnitude more expensive via inference, 3 orders of magnitude, something like that. So that's like $100 an hour of labor. And now you're having hundreds of millions of such laborers. Is there enough compute to do with the model that is 1,000 times bigger this kind of labor?
Great. Okay, great question. So I actually don't think inference costs for sort of frontier models are necessarily going to go up that much. So, I mean, one historical data point is...
But isn't the test time sort of thing that it will go up even higher?
I mean, we're just doing per token, right? And then I'm just saying, if suppose each model token was the same as sort of a human token thing at 100 tokens a minute. So it's like, it'll use more, but the sort of, the token calculations is already pricing that in. The question is like per token pricing, right? So like GPT-3 when it launched was like actually more expensive than GPT-4 now. And so over just like, fast increases in capability gains, inference costs has remained constant. That's sort of wild. I think it's worth appreciating. And I think it gestures at sort of an underlying pace of algorithmic progress. I think there's a sort of like more theoretically grounded way to why inference costs would stay constant. And it's the following story, right? So on Chinchilla scaling laws, right? Half of the additional compute you allocate to bigger models, and half of it you allocate to more data, right? But also, if we go with the sort of basic story of half an order of a year more compute and half an order of magnitude a year of algorithmic progress, you're also kind of like, you're saving half an order of magnitude a year. And so that kind of would exactly compensate for making the model bigger. The caveat on that is, obviously not all training efficiencies are also inference efficiencies. A bunch of the time they are. Separately, you can find inference efficiencies. So I don't know, given this historical trend, given the sort of like, baseline sort of theoretical reason, I don't know. I think it's not crazy baseline assumption that actually these models, the frontier models, are not necessarily going to get more expensive per token.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's wild.
We'll see. I mean, the other thing, maybe they get, even if they get like 10x more expensive, then you have 10 million instead of 100 million. So it's like it's not really, like.
Okay, so part of the intelligence explosion is that each of them has to run experiments. That are GPT-4 sized, and the result so that takes up a bunch of compute. Then you have to consolidate the results of the experiments and what is the synthesized.
I mean, you have a much bigger influence street anyway than you're training.
Okay.
But I think the experiment compute is a constraint. Right?
Okay. Going back to maybe a sort of bigger fundamental thing we're talking about here. We're projecting in the series you say we should denominate the probability of getting to AGI in terms of orders of magnitude of effective compute. Effective here, accounting for the fact that there's a quote unquote compute multiplier if you have better algorithms.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that it makes sense to be confident that this is a sensible way to project progress. It might be, but I'm just I have a lot of uncertainty about it. It seems similar to somebody trying to project when we're going to get to the moon. And they're like looking at the Apollo program in the 50s or something. And they're like, we have some amount of effective jet fuel. And if we get more efficient engines, then we have more effective jet fuel. And so we're going to like probability of getting to the moon based on the amount of effective jet fuel we have. And I don't deny that jet fuel is important to launch rockets. But that seems like an odd way to denominate when you're going to get to the moon.
So I mean, I think these cases are pretty different. I don't know. I don't think there is a sort of clear. I don't know how rocket science works, but I didn't get the impression that there's some clear scaling behavior with like the amount of jet fuel. I think I think in AI, I mean, first of all, the scaling laws, they've just held. Right. And so a friend of mine pointed this out, and I think it's a great point. If you kind of concatenate both the sort of original Kaplan scaling laws paper that I think went from 10 to the -9 to 10 petaflop days, and then, concatenate additional compute from there to kind of GPT-4, you assume some algorithmic progress. It's like the scaling laws have held, like probably over 15 ohms, I know it's rough calculation, probably maybe even more. Held for a lot of ohms.
They've held for the specific loss function which they're trained on, which is training the next token. Whereas the progress you are forecasting will be required for further progress. In capabilities. It was specifically, we know that scaling can't work because of the data wall. And so there's some new thing that has to happen. And I'm not sure whether you can extrapolate that same scaling curve to tell us whether these hobblings will also like is this not on the same graph?
The hobblings are just a separate thing.
Exactly.
So this is sort of like So I mean a few things here, right? Okay, so on the effective compute scaling, in some sense I think it's like people center the scaling laws because they're easy to explain and the sort of like why does scaling matter. The scaling laws like came way after people, or at least like Dario, Ilya realized that scaling mattered. And I think that almost more important than the sort of loss curve is just in general, you make there's this great quote from Dario on your podcast. It's just like Ilya was like the models, they just want to learn. You make them bigger, they learn more, and that just applied just across domains generally. All the capabilities, and so and you can look at this in benchmarks again, like you say, headwind, data wall, and I'm sort of bracketing that and talking about that separately. The other thing is unhobblings, right? If you just put them on the effective compute graph, these unhobblings would be kind of huge, right? So like I think.
But what does it even mean? Like what is on the y-axis here?
Like say MLPR on this benchmark or whatever, right? And so, we mentioned the sort of, the LM-sys differences, RLHF, again, as good as 100x more chain of thought, right? Chain of just going from this prompting change, a simple algorithmic change can be like 10x effective compute increases on like math benchmarks. I think this is like, I think this is useful to illustrate that unhobblings are large, but I think they're like, I kind of think of them as like slightly separate things. And kind of the way I think about it is that like at a per token level, I think GPT-4 is not that far away from like a token of my internal monologue, right? Even like 3.5 to 4 took us kind of from like the bottom of the human range to the top of the human range on like a lot of, kind of like high school tests. And so it's like a few more 3.5 to 4 jumps per token basis, like per token intelligence. And then you've got to unlock the test time. You've got to solve the onboarding problem, make it use a computer. And then you're getting real close.
I'm reminded of,
and again, the story might be wrong, but I think it is strikingly plausible.
I agree. And so
I think actually, the other thing I'll say is like, I say this 2027 timeline, I think it's unlikely, but I do think there's worlds that are like AGI next year. And that's basically if the test time compute overhang is really easy to crack. If it's really easy to crack, then you do like 4 rooms of test time compute, from a few hundred tokens to a few million tokens, quickly. And then, again, maybe it only takes 1 or 2, 3.5 to 4 jumps per token. Like 1 or 2 of those jumps per token, plus uses test time compute, and you basically have the proto-automated engineer.
So I'm reminded of Steven Pinker releases his book on what is it? The Better Angels of Our Nature. And it's like a couple years ago or something. And he says the secular decline in violence and war and everything. And you can just like plot the line from the end of World War II. And in fact, before World War II, then these are just aberrations, whatever. And basically, as soon as it happens, Ukraine, Gaza, everything is like So
impending
basically,
ASI and crazy global conflict.
right.
ASI and crazy new WNDs.
I think this is a sort of thing that happens in history where you see a straight line and you're like, oh my gosh. And then just like as soon as you make that prediction, who was that famous author?
Again, people are predicting deep learning will hit a wall every year. Maybe one year they're right, but it's like gone a long way and it hasn't hit a wall. And we don't have that much more to go. And so yeah.
Okay, so I think this is a sort of plausible story, and let's just run with it. And see what it implies.
Yeah.
So we were in your series, you talk about alignment from the perspective of this is not about some doomer scheme to get the 0.01% probability distribution where things don't go off the rails. It's more about just controlling the systems, making sure they do what we intend them to do. If that's the case, and we're going to be in this sort of geopolitical conflict with China, and part of that will involve, and what we're worried about is them making these CCP bots that go out and take the red flag of Mao across the galaxies or something, then shouldn't we be worried about alignment as something that, if in the wrong hands, this is the thing that enables brainwashing, sort of dictatorial control? This seems like a worrying thing. This should be part of the sort of algorithmic secrets we keep hidden, right? How to align these models, because that's also something the CCP can use to control their models.
I mean, I think in the world where you get the democratic coalition, I mean, also just alignment is often dual use, right? Like RLHF, it's like alignment team developed, it was great, it was a big win for alignment, but it's also, obviously makes these models useful.
Right.
Alignment enables the CCP bots. Alignment also is what you need to get the sort of, whatever USAI, so like follow the Constitution and like disobey unlawful orders and, like respect separation of powers and checks and balances. And you need alignment for whatever you want to do. It's just, it's the sort of underlying technique.
Tell me what you make of this take. I've been struggling with this a little bit.
Okay.
So fundamentally, there's many different ways the future could go.
Yeah.
There's one path in which the Eliezer type crazy AIs with the nanobots take the future and turn everything into gray goo or paper clips. And the more you solve alignment, the more that path of the decision tree is circumscribed. And then, so the more you solve alignment, the more it is just different humans and the visions they have. And of course, we know from history that things don't turn out the way you expect. So it's not like you can decide the future, but it will appear.
Part of the beauty of it, right?
Yeah.
You want these mechanisms of error correction, pluralism.
But from the perspective of anybody who's looking at the system, it'll be like, I can control where this thing is going to end up. And so the more you solve alignment and the more you circumscribe the different futures that are the result of AI the more that accentuates the conflict between humans and their visions of the future. And so in the world where alignment is solved, and the world in which alignment is solved is the world in which you have the most sort of human conflict over where to take AI.
Yeah, I mean, it's, by removing the worlds in which the AIs take over, then the remaining worlds are the ones where it's like the humans decide what happens. And then, as we talked about, there's a whole lot of worlds and how that could go. And
I worry, so when you think about alignment and it's just controlling these things, just think a little forward, and there's worlds in which hopefully, human descendants or some version of things in the future merge with super intelligences and they have the rules of their own, but they're in some sort of law and market-based order. I worry about if you have things that are conscious and should be treated with rights. If you read about what alignment schemes actually are, and then you read these books about what actually happened during the Cultural Revolution, what happened when Stalin took over Russia, and you have very strong monitoring from different instances where everybody's tasked with watching each other. You have brainwashing, you have red teaming, where you have the spy stuff you were talking about, where you try to convince somebody you're on like a defector and you see if they defect with you. And if they do, then you realize they're an enemy. And then you and listen, maybe I'm stretching the analogy too far. But the way, like, the ease with which these alignment techniques actually map on to something you could have read about during like Mao's Cultural Revolution is a little bit troubling.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think sentient AI is a whole other topic. I don't know if we want to talk about it. I agree that like it's going to be very important how we treat them. In terms of like what you're actually programming these systems to do. Again, it's like alignment is just, it's a technical problem, a technical solution. It enables the CCP bots. I mean, in some sense, I think the I almost feel like the sort of model, and also about talking about checks and balances, is sort of, like the Federal Reserve or Supreme Court justices. And there's a funny way in which they're kind of this like very dedicated order, like, Supreme Court justices. And it's amazing. They're actually quite high quality, right? And they like really smart people. They really believe in the Constitution. They love the Constitution. They believe in the principles. They have, these wonderful, and they have different persuasions, but they have sort of, I think, very sincere kind of debates about what is the meaning of the Constitution? What is the best actuation of these principles? I guess, by the way, recommendation, sort of SCOTUS Oral Arguments is like the best podcast, when I run out of high quality content on the internet. I mean, I think there's going to be a process of like figuring out what the Constitution should be. I think, this Constitution has like worked for a long time. You start with that. Maybe eventually things change enough that you want edits to that. But anyway, you want them to like, for example, for the checks and balances, they really love the Constitution and they believe in it and they take it really seriously. And like, look, at some point, you are going to have like AI police and AI military. But I think sort of like, being able to ensure that they like, believe in it in the way that like a Supreme Court justice does, or like in the way that like a Federal Reserve official takes their job really seriously.
And I guess a big open question is whether if you do the project or something like the project.
And sorry, the other important thing is like a bunch of different factions need their own AIs, right? And so it's really important that like each political party gets to like have their, and like whatever crazy, you might totally disagree with their values, but it's like, it's really important that they get to like have their own kind of like super intelligence. And again, I think it's that these sort of like classical liberal processes play out, including like different people of different persuasions and so on. And I don't know, maybe the AI advisors might not make them, wise. They might not follow the advice or whatever, but I think it's important.
Okay, so speaking of alignment, you seem pretty optimistic. So let's run through the source of the optimism. I think you laid out different worlds in which we could get AI. There's one that you think is low probability of next year, where GPT-4 plus scaffolding plus unhobblings gets you to AGI.
Not GPT-4, like...
Oh, sorry. So GPT-5,
yeah.
And there's ones where it takes much longer. There's ones where it's something that's a couple of years.
Modal world,
So GPT-4 seems pretty aligned in the sense that I don't expect it to go off the rails. And maybe with scaffolding, things might change.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. So... maybe you will keep there's cranks, you keep going up, and one of the cranks gets you to ASI. Is there any point at which the sharp left turn happens? Is it when you start, is it the case that you think plausibly when they act more like agents, this is a thing to worry about? Is there anything qualitatively that you expect to change with regards to the alignment perspective? These cranks.
So I don't know if I believe in this concept of sharp left turn, but I do think there's important qualitative changes that happen between now and kind of like somewhat superhuman systems, kind of like early on in the intelligence explosion. And then important qualitative changes that happen from like early in intelligence explosion to kind of like true super intelligence and all its power and might. And let's talk about both of those. And so, so the first part of the problem is one, we're going to have to solve ourselves, right? Going to have to line the like initial AIs and the intelligence explosion, the sort of automated out of Bradford. I think there's kind of like, two important things that change from GPT-4, right? So one of them is, if you believe the story on like, synthetic data or self-play to get past the data wall, and if you believe this unhobbling story, at the end, you're going to have things, they're agents, right? Including they do long-term plans, right? They have they're able to act over long horizons, right? But you need that, right? That's a sort of prerequisite to be able to do the sort of automated AI research. And so, I think there's basically, I basically think sort of pre-training is sort of alignment neutral in the sense of like, it has all these representations. It has good representations that, as representations of doing bad things, but it's not like, scheming against you or whatever. I think the sort of misalignment can arise once you're doing more kind of long horizon training, right? And so you're training, again, too simplified example, but to kind of illustrate, you're training an AI to make money. And, if you're just doing that with reinforcement learning, it might learn to commit fraud or lie or deceive or seek power simply because those are successful strategies in the real world, right? So maybe, RL is basically, it explores, maybe it figures out like, it tries to like hack and then it gets some money and that made more money, and then if that's successful, if that gets reward, that's just reinforced. So basically, I think there's sort of more serious misalignments, kind of like misaligned long-term goals that could arise between now or that sort of necessarily have to be able to arise if you're able to get long horizon system. That's one. What you want to do in that situation is you want to add side constraints, right? So you want to add, don't lie, don't deceive, don't commit fraud. And so how do you add those side constraints, right? The sort of basic idea you might have is like RLHF, right? You're kind of like, yeah, it has this goal of like, make money or whatever, but you're watching what it's doing. If it starts trying to like, lie or deceive or fraud or whatever, or break the law, you're just kind of like thumbs down, don't do that. You anti-reinforce that. The sort of critical issue that comes in is that these AI systems are getting superhuman, right? And they're going to be able to do things that are too complex for humans to evaluate, right? So again, even early on, in the intelligence explosion, the automated AI researchers and engineers, they might write millions, billions, trillions of lines of complicated code. They might be doing all sorts of stuff you just like don't understand anymore. And so, in the million lines of code, is it somewhere kind of like, hacking or like exfiltrating itself or like, trying to go for the nukes or whatever, you don't know anymore. Right. And so this sort of like, thumbs up, thumbs down, pure RLHF doesn't fully work anymore. Second part of the picture, and we should maybe talk more about this. First part of the picture, I think it's going to be like, there's a hard technical problem of what do you do sort of post RLHF, but I think it's a solvable problem. And it's like, there's various things I'm bullish on. I think there's like ways in which deep learning has shaped out favorably. The second part of the problem is you're going from your like initial systems and intelligence explosion to like super intelligence. And, it's like many ooms. It ends up being like by the end of it, you have a thing that's vastly smarter than humans. I think the intelligence explosion is really scary from an alignment point of view, because basically if you have this rapid intelligence explosion, less than a year, 2 years or whatever, you're going, say in the period of a year, from systems where like, failure would be bad, but it's not catastrophic, to like, saying a bad word. It's like, something goes awry, to like, failure is like, it exfiltrated itself. It starts hacking the military. It can do really bad things. You're going less than a year from sort of a world in which like, it's some descendant of current systems and you kind of understand it. And it's like, has good properties. There's something that potentially has a very sort of alien and different architecture, right? After having gone through another decade of ML advances. I think one example there that's very salient to me is legible and faithful chain of thought, right? So a lot of the time when we're talking about these things, we're talking about, it has tokens of thinking and then it uses many tokens of thinking. And, maybe we bootstrap ourselves by, it's pre-trained, it learns to think in English, then we do something else on top. So it can do the sort of longer chains of thought. And so, it's very plausible to me that like for the initial automated alignment researchers, we don't need to do any complicated mechanistic interpretability. You can just like literally read what they're thinking, which is great. Mm-hmm. It's like huge advantage, right? However, it's very likely not the most efficient way to do it, right? There's like probably some way to have a recurrent architecture. It's all internal states. There's a much more efficient way to do it. That's what you get by the end of the year. You're going this year from like RLHF plus some extension works to like it's vastly superhuman. It's like it's to us like an expert in the field might be to like an elementary school or middle schooler. And so I think it's this sort of incredibly sort of like hairy period for alignment. Thing you do have is you have the automated AI researchers, right? And so you can use the automated AI researchers to also do alignment.
And so in this world, why are we optimistic that the project is being run by people who are thinking? I think so. Here's something to think about.
Okay.
The OpenAI starts off with people who are very explicitly thinking about exactly these kinds of things.
Yes.
Right?
But are they still there?
No, but so here's the thing. No, even the people who are there, even like the current leadership is like exactly these things. You can find them in interviews in their blog posts talking about. And what happens is when, as you were talking about, when some sort of trivial, and Jan talked about it, this is not just you, Jan talked about it in his tweet thread, when there is some trade-off that has to be made with, we need to do this flashy release this week and not next week because whatever Google I/O is the next week, so we need to get it. And then the trade-off is made in favor of the more careless decision. When we have the government or the national security advisor, the military or whatever, which is much less familiar with this kind of discourse, is naturally thinking in this way about I'm worried the chain of thought isn't faithful and how do we think about the features that are represented here. Why should we be optimistic that a project run by people like that will be thoughtful about these kinds of considerations?
I mean, they might not be. I agree. I think okay, a few thoughts, right? First of all, I think the private world, even if they sort of nominally care, is extremely tough for alignment. A couple of reasons. One, you just have the race between the sort of commercial labs, right? And it's like, you don't have any headroom there to like be like, actually, we're going to hold back for 3 months to like get this right. And, we're going to dedicate 90% of our compute to automated alignment research instead of just like pushing the next zoom. The other thing, though, is like in the private world, China has stolen your rights. China has your secrets. They're right on your tails. You're in this fever struggle. No room at all for maneuver. The way it's like absolutely essential to get alignment right and to get it during this intelligence explosion to get it right is you need to have that room to maneuver and you need to have that clear lead. Again, maybe you've made the deal or whatever, but I think you're in an incredibly tough spot if you don't have this clear lead. So I think the sort of private world is kind of rough there. On like whether people will take it seriously, I don't know. I have some faith in sort of normal mechanisms of a liberal society. That sort of if alignment is an issue, which we don't fully know yet, but sort of the science will develop. We're going to get better measurements of alignment, and the case will be clear and obvious. I worry that I worry about worlds where evidence is ambiguous, and I think a lot of the most scary kind of intelligence explosion scenarios are worlds in which evidence is ambiguous. But again, it's sort of like if evidence is ambiguous, then that's the worlds in which you really want the safety margins, and that's also the worlds in which kind of like running the intelligence explosion is sort of like running a war, right? It's like the evidence is ambiguous. We have to make these really tough trade-offs, and you better have a really good chain of command for that. Yep. And it's not just like YOLOing it. Let's go. It's cool.
Let's talk a little bit about Germany. We're making the analogy to World War II, and you made a really interesting point many hours ago at this point about
we should sauna after the marathon.
The fact that throughout history, World War II is not unique, at least when you think in proportion to the size of the population.
Yeah.
But these other sorts of catastrophes where some significant portion of the population has been killed off.
Yeah.
After that, the nation recovers and they get back to their heights. And so what's interesting after World War II is that Germany especially, and maybe Europe as a whole, obviously they experienced fast economic growth in the direct aftermath because of catch-up growth. But subsequently, we just don't think of Germany we're not talking about Germany potentially launching an intelligence explosion and they're going to get in seat at the AI table. We were talking about Iran and North Korea and Russia. We didn't talk about Germany, right?
Well, because they're our allies. But
yeah. But so what happened? I mean, World War II, and now it didn't come back out of the 7 Years' War or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm generally very bearish on Germany. I think in this context, I'm kind of like, it's a little bit, I think you're underrating a little bit. I think it's probably still one of the, top 5 most important countries in the world. I mean, Europe overall, it still has, it's a GDP that's like close to the United States, the size of the GDP, and there's things actually that Germany is kind of good at, right? Like state capacity, right? Like, the roads are good and they're clean and they're well maintained. And in some sense, the sort of, a lot of this is the sort of flip side of things that I think are bad about Germany, right? So in the US, it's a little bit like, there's a bit more of a sort of Wild West feeling to the United States, right? And it includes the kind of like crazy bursts of creativity. It includes like, political candidates that are sort of, there's a much broader spectrum and, like both an Obama and a Trump is somebody you just wouldn't see in the sort of much more confined kind of German political debate. I wrote this blog post at some point, Europe's Political Stupor, about this. But anyway, and so there's this sort of punctilious sort of rule following that is like good in terms of like, keeping your kind of state capacity functioning. But that is also, I think there's a sort of very constrained view of the world in some sense. And that includes kind of, I think after World War II, there's a real backlash against anything like elite, and, again, no elite high schools or elite colleges and sort of
why is that the logic?
Excellence isn't cherished.
Why is that the logical intellectual thing to rebel against if you're trying to overcorrect from the Nazis?
Yeah.
Was it because the Nazis were very much into elitism? I don't understand why that's a logical sort of counter reaction.
I don't know. Maybe it was sort of a counter reaction against the sort of like whole like Aryan race and the sort of that sort of thing. I mean, I also just think there is a certain amount in look at sort of World War I, end of World War I versus end of World War II for Germany, right? And sort of, a common narrative is that the Peace of Versailles, was too strict on Germany. But, the peace imposed after World War II was like much more strict, right? It was a complete, the whole country was destroyed. It was, and all most of the major cities, over half of the housing stock had been destroyed, right? Like, in some birth cohorts, like 40% of the men had died.
Half the population displaced.
Oh yeah, I mean, almost 20 million people,
Yeah.
right, displaced, right? Huge, crazy, right? You know, like,
And the borders are way smaller than the Versailles borders.
yeah, exactly, and sort of complete imposition of a new political system,
Right.
and you know, on both sides, you know, and yeah, so it was, but in some sense that worked out better than the post World War I piece, where then there was this kind of resurgence of German nationalism, and you know, in some sense, a thing that has been a pattern. So it's sort of like, it's unclear if you want to wake the sleeping beast. I do think that at this point, you know, it's gotten a bit too sleepy.
Yeah. I do think it's an interesting point about we underrate the American political system,
Yeah.
and I've been making the same correction myself.
Yeah,
There was this book written by a Chinese economist called China's Worldview.
Yeah.
And overall, I wasn't a big fan, but they made a really interesting point in there,
yeah,
which was the way in which candidates rise up through
Yeah.
the Chinese
yeah,
hierarchy for politics,
Uh-huh.
for administration.
Uh-huh.
In some sense, it selects for, you're not going to get some Marjorie Taylor Greene or somebody running
right,
some.
right. Don't get that in Germany either.
Right.
Yeah.
But he explicitly made the point in the book that also means we're never going to get a Henry Kissinger or Barack Obama
Right.
in
Totally,
China.
yeah.
We're
Yeah,
going to get
yeah.
like, by the time they end up in charge of
Right.
the Politburo, on
Right,
the Politburo,
right.
there'll be like some 60-year-old bureaucrat who's never like ruffled any feathers.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's something really important about the sort of like very raucous political debate, and I mean, yeah, in general, kind of like, you know, there's the sense in which in America, you know, lots of people live in their kind of like own world. I mean, like we live in this kind of bizarre little like bubble in San Francisco, and people, you know, but I think that's important for the sort of evolution of ideas, error correction, that sort of thing. You know, there's other ways in which the German system is more functional.
But it is interesting
that it leads to major mistakes, right? Like the sort of defense spending, right?
Yeah.
And you know, then you know, Russia invades Ukraine, and you're like, wow, what did we do?
Right. No, that's a really good point, right?
Yeah.
The main issues, everybody agrees,
like no
but
debate about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sort of consensus blob kind of thing. Yeah.
Right.
And on the China point, you know, just having this experience of like reading German newspapers, and I think how much more poorly I would understand the sort of German debate and sort of the sort of state of mind from just kind of afar. I worry a lot about, you know, or I think it is interesting just how kind of impenetrable China is to me. It's like, it's a billion people, right? And like, you know, almost everything else is really globalized.
Yeah.
You have a globalized internet, and I kind of have a sense of what's happening in the UK. You know, I probably, even if I didn't read German newspapers, I sort of would have a sense of what's happening in Germany. But I really don't feel like I have a sense of what, like, you know, what is the state of mind? What is the state of political debate, you know, of a sort of average Chinese person or like an average Chinese elite?
Yeah.
And I think that I find that distance kind of worrying. And there's some people who do this, and they do really great work where they kind of go through the like party documents and the party speeches. And it seems to require a kind of a lot of interpretive ability where there's like very specific words in Mandarin that like will have one connotation, not the other connotation. But yeah, I think it's sort of interesting given how globalized everything is. And like, I mean, now we have basically perfect translation machines, and it's still so impenetrable.
That's really interesting. I'm sort of ashamed almost that I haven't done this yet. Yeah. I think many months ago, when Alexei interviewed me on his YouTube channel, I said, I'm meaning to go to China to actually see for myself what's going on. And actually, I should. So, by the way, if anybody listening has a lot of context on China, if I went to China who could introduce me to people, please email me.
Because you got to do some pods, and you got to find some of the Chinese AI researchers, man.
I know.
think that'd be so good.
I was thinking at some point. Again, this is
the fact that I freely, but you know, I don't know if they can speak freely. But
I was thinking of so they have these papers, and on the paper they'll say who's a co-author. Yeah, it's funny because. Well, I was thinking of just cold emailing everybody. Like, here's my Calendly. Can you let's just talk. I just want to see what is the vibe. Even if they don't tell me anything, I'm just like, what kind of person is this? Are they how westernized are they? Yeah. But as I was saying this, I just remembered that in fact, ByteDance, according to mutual friends we have at Google, they cold emailed every single person on the Gemini paper and said, if you come work for ByteDance, we'll make you an elite engineer. You'll report directly to the CTO. And in fact, this actually,
that's how the secrets go over, right?
Right. Yeah. No, I'm actually curious. I meant to ask this earlier, but suppose they hired if there's only 100 or so people, or maybe less, who are working on the key algorithmic secrets. If they hired one such person, is all the alpha gone that these labs have?
If this person was intentional about it, they could get a lot. I mean, they couldn't get the sort of like, I mean, actually, they could probably just also exfiltrate the code. They could get a lot of the key ideas. Again, like, you know, up until recently, stuff was published, but, you know, they could get a lot of the key ideas if they tried. If they I think there's a lot of people who don't actually kind of look around to see what the other teams are doing. But I think you kind of can. But yeah, I mean, they could. It's scary.
Right. I think the project makes more sense there, where you can't just recruit a Manhattan Project engineer and then just get.
I mean, there's these are secrets that can be used for probably every training run in the future.
Right.
That'll be maybe are the key to the data wall that are they can't go on or they can go on, that are they're going to be worth given sort of the multipliers on compute hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars, and all it takes is China to offer $100 million to somebody and be come work for us.
Right.
And then.
Yeah.
I'm really uncertain on how sort of seriously China is taking AGI right now. One anecdote that was related to me on the topic of anecdotes, by another sort of kind of researcher in the field, was at some point they were at a conference with somebody, a Chinese AI researcher, and he was talking to him and he was like, I think it's really good that you're here, and we got to have the international coordination and stuff. And apparently this guy said that I'm the kind of senior most person that they're going to let leave the country to come to things like this.
Wait, well, what's the takeaway?
As in, they're not letting really senior AI researchers leave the country.
Interesting.
Kind of classic, Eastern Bloc move.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is true, but it's what I heard.
That's interesting. So I thought the point you made earlier about being exposed to German newspapers and also because earlier you were interested in economics and law and national security, you have the variety and intellectual diet there has exposed you to thinking about the geopolitical question here in ways others talking about AI. I mean, this is the first episode I've done about this where we've talked about things like this, which is, now that I think about it, weird, given that this is an obvious thing in retrospect. I should have been thinking about. Anyways, so that's one thing we've been missing. What are you missing? And national security you're thinking about, so you can't say national security. Right. What key perspective are you probably underexposed to as a result? And China, I guess you mentioned.
Yeah, so I think the China one is an important one. I mean, I think another one would be a sort of very Tyler Cowen-esque take, which is you're not exposed to how will a normal person in America, both use AI, probably not, know, and that being kind of bottlenecks to the fusion of these things. And, I'm overrating the revenue because I'm kind of everyone at staff is adopting it, but, kind of Joe Schmo engineer at a company, will they be able to integrate it? And then also the reaction to it, right? I mean, I think this was a question again, hours ago, where it was, about won't people kind of rebel against this? Yeah. And they won't want to do the project. I don't know, maybe they will.
Here's a political reaction that I didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
So Tucker Carlson was recently on the Joe Rogan episode. I already told you about this, but I'm just going to tell the story again.
You should.
So Tucker Carlson is on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And they start talking about World War II. And Tucker says, well, listen, I'm going to say something that my fellow conservatives won't like, but I think nuclear weapons are immoral. I think it was obviously immoral that we used them on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And then he says, in fact, nuclear weapons are always immoral. Except when we would use them on data centers. In fact, it would be immoral not to use them on data centers. Because look, these people in Silicon Valley, these fucking nerds are making AGI super intelligence, and they say that it could enslave humanity. We made machines to serve humanity, not to enslave humanity. And they're just going on and making these machines. And so we should, of course, be nuking the data centers. And that is
real
definitely
horseshoe.
And that is definitely not a political reaction in 2024 I was expecting.
Who knows, man? It's gonna
be crazy.
It's gonna be crazy.
But the thing we learned with COVID is that also the left-right reactions that you would anticipate just based on hunches.
It completely flipped multiple times, right? Initially, kind of the right was
it's so contingent,
and then the left was like, this is racist, and then it flipped. The left was really into the and the whole thing also was just so blunt and crude, and so I don't know. I think probably in general, I think people are really people like to make sort of complicated technocratic AI policy proposals, and I think especially if things go kind of fairly rapidly on the path to AGI. There might not actually be that much space for kind of complicated, kind of clever proposals. It might just be kind of much cruder reactions.
Yeah. Look, and then also when you mention the spies and national security getting involved and everything, and you can talk about that in the abstract, but now that we're living in San Francisco and we know many of the people who are doing the top AI research, it's also a little scary to think about people I personally know and friends with it's not unfeasible if they have secrets in their head that are worth $100 billion or something. Kidnappings, assassination, sabotage.
Oh, their family, or it's really bad. I mean, I guess it's to the point on security. You know, like right now, it's just really foreign. But you know, at some point, as it becomes like really serious, it's you're gonna want the security cards.
Yeah. So presumably, you have thought about the fact that people in China will be listening to this and will be reading your series.
Yeah.
And somehow you made the trade-off that it's better to let the whole world know.
Yeah.
And also including China.
Yeah.
And wake them up to AGI, which is part of the thing you're worried about, is China waking up to AGI.
Yeah.
Than to stay silent.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, walk me through how you've thought about that trade-off.
Yeah, I think this is a tough trade-off. I thought about this a bunch. You know, I think people in the PRC will read this. I think there's some extent to which sort of cat is out of the bag. You know, this is like not, AGI being a thing people are thinking about very seriously is not new anymore. There's sort of, a lot of these takes are kind of old, or, I had, similar views a year ago. Might not have written it up a year ago, in part because I think this sort of cat wasn't out of the bag enough. I think the other thing is, I think to be able to manage this challenge, I think much broader swaths of society will need to wake up. Right. And if we're going to get the project, we actually need sort of like, a broad bipartisan understanding of the challenges facing us. And so, I think it's a tough trade-off, but I think the sort of need to wake up people in the United States, in the sort of Western world, in the Democratic coalition is ultimately imperative. And, I think my hope is more people here will read it than in the PRC. And I think people sometimes underrate the importance of just kind of like writing it up, laying out the strategic picture. I think you've done actually a great service to sort of mankind in some sense by, with your podcast. I think it's overall been good.
Okay. So
by the way, on the topic of, Germany, we were talking at some point about kind of immigration stories.
Right.
I feel like you have a kind of interesting story you haven't told, and I think you should tell.
So a couple of years ago, I was in college and I was 20. Yeah. I was about to turn 21.
Yeah.
I think it was.
So you came from India when you were really young.
Right. Yeah. So until I was 8 or 9, I lived in India. Yeah. And then we moved around all over the place. Yeah. But because of the backlog for Indians.
Yeah. The green card backlog.
Yeah. We've been in the queue for like decades.
Even though you came at 8, you're still on the H-1B.
Yeah. And when you're 21, you get kicked off the queue and you had to restart the process. So I'm on my dad's a doctor and I'm on his H-1B as a dependent. But when you're 21, you get kicked off. Yeah. And so I'm 20 and it just like kind of dawns on me that this is my situation.
Yeah. And you're completely screwed.
Right. And so I also had experience that my dad, we've like moved all around the country. They have to prove that him as a doctor is like, you can't get native talent.
Yeah. So and where you can't start a startup. You just like,
so where can you not get native?
And like even getting the H-1B for you would have been like, 20% lottery. So it's like, if you're lucky, you're in this.
And they had to prove that they can't get native talent, which means like for him, I'm like, we lived in North Dakota for 3 years, West Virginia for 3 years, Maryland, West Texas.
Yeah.
And so it kind of dawned on me, this is my situation. As I turn 21, I'll be like on this lottery. Even if I get the lottery, I'll be a fucking code monkey for the rest of my life because this thing isn't going to let up.
Yeah, can't do a startup.
Exactly. And so at the same time, I had been reading, for the last year, I've been super obsessed with Paul Graham essays. My plan at the time was to make a startup or something. I was super excited about that. Yeah. And it just occurred to me that I couldn't do this. Yeah. That like, this is just not in the cards for me. Yeah. And so I was kind of depressed about it. I remember I kind of just, I was in a daze through finals because it had just occurred to me and I was really like anxious about it. Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself at the time that if somehow I end up getting my green card before I turn 21, there's no fucking way I'm becoming a code monkey. Yeah. Because the thing that this feeling of dread that I have is this realization that I'm just gonna have to be a code monkey. Yeah. And I realized that's my default path. Yeah. If I hadn't sort of made a proactive effort not to do that, I would have graduated college as a computer science student and I would have just done that. Yeah. And that's the thing I was super scared about. Yeah. So that was an important sort of realization for me. Anyway, so COVID happened, and because of that, since there weren't foreigners coming, the backlog cleared fast. And by the skin of my teeth, like a few months before I turned 21.
So crazy.
It's extremely contingent reasons.
So crazy.
I ended up getting a green card.
Yeah.
Because I got a green card, I could,
and the whole podcast, right?
Exactly,
it's
right?
amazing,
I graduated college and I was like bumming around and I graduated a semester early. I'm going to like do this podcast, see what happens. And if I didn't have a green card,
it's such
and
a
the best case scenario
artifact, and it only existed because, it's actually, because I think it's hard. What is the impact of like immigration reform?
Right.
Like, what is the impact of clearing, 50,000 green cards in the backlog? And you're such like an amazing example of like, all of this is only possible. And it's just incredibly tragic that this is so dysfunctional.
Yeah. No, it's insane.
I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you kind of like, tried the unusual path. Yeah.
Well, but I could only do it. Obviously, I was extremely fortunate that I got the green card. I was like, I had a little bit of saved up money and I got a small grant out of college thanks to the future fund to like do this for basically the equivalent of 6 months. And so it turned out really well. And then at each time when I was like, podcast, come on. I wasted a few months on this. Let's now go do something real. Something big would happen. I would, Jeff Bezos would,
You kept with it.
Yeah. But so there would always be, just like the moment I'm about to quit the podcast, something like Jeff Bezos will say that there's something nice about me on Twitter. The Ilya episodes gets like 500,000 views,
nice,
So, and then now this is my career, but it was a sort of very, looking back on it, incredibly contingent that things worked out the right way.
Yeah. I mean, look, if the AGI stuff goes down, it'll be the most important kind of like, source of, it'll be how maybe most of the people who kind of end up feeling the AGI first heard about it.
Yeah. Also very much, you're very linked with the story in many ways. First, I got like a $20,000 grant from a future fund right out of college. And that sustained me for 6 months or however long it was. And without that, I wouldn't.
Grand. It's kind of crazy.
10 grand, or what was it?
No, it's tiny, but it goes to show kind of how far small grants can go. It's sort of the emergent ventures too.
Exactly. The emergent ventures and the the last year I've been in San Francisco. We've just been in close contact the entire time and just bouncing ideas back and forth. I've learned just basically the alpha I have. I think people would be surprised by how much I got from you, 𝐄𝐏, Trent, and a couple others. Just
it's been an absolute pleasure.
Likewise. It's been super fun. Okay, so some random questions for you. If you could convert to Mormonism, and you could really believe it, would you do it? Would you push the button?
Okay. Before I answer that question, one sort of observation about the Mormons. So actually, there's an article that actually made a big impact on me. I think it was by 𝐋𝐿𝐒𝐃 at some point, in the Atlantic or whatever, about the Mormons. And I think the thing he kind of, and I think he even like interviewed Mitt Romney in it and so on. And I think the thing I thought was really interesting in this article was he kind of talked about how the experience of kind of growing up different, growing up very unusual, especially if you grow up Mormon outside of Utah, like the only person who doesn't drink caffeine, you don't drink alcohol, you're kind of weird. How that kind of got people prepared for being willing to be kind of outside of the norm later on. And like, Mitt Romney, was willing to kind of take stands alone, in his party because he believed, what he believed was true. And I don't know, I mean, probably not to the same way, but I feel a little bit like this from kind of having grown up in Germany and having, and really not having like this sort of German system and having been kind of an outsider or something. I think there's a certain amount in which kind of, growing up in an outsider gives you kind of unusual strength later on to be kind of like, willing to say what you think. And anyway, so that is one thing I really appreciate about the Mormons, at least the ones that grow up outside of Utah. The other thing, the fertility rates, they're good, they're important. So they're going down as well, right?
Right.
This is the thing that really clinched the kind of fertility decline story for me.
Even
like,
the Mormons.
Even the Mormons, right?
You're like, this is like a sort of a good story. The Mormons will replace everybody.
Well, no, I don't know if it's good, but it's like at least come on, like at least some people will maintain high, but it's no, even the Mormons, and sort of basically once the sort of these religious subgroups have high fertility rates, once they kind of grow big enough, they become they're too close in contact with sort of normal society and become normalized. Mormon fertility rates drop from, I don't remember the exact numbers, maybe like 4 to 2 in the course of 10, 20 years. Anyway, so it's like, now people point to the, Amish or whatever, but I'm just like, it's probably just not scalable. And if you grow big enough, then there's just like, the sort of like, the sort of like overwhelming force of modernity kind of gets you. No, if I could convert to Mormonism, look, I think there's something, I don't believe it, right? If I believed it, I obviously would convert to Mormonism, right? Because it's you gotta convert.
But you can choose a world in which you do believe it.
I think there's something really valuable in kind of believing in something greater than yourself and believing and having a certain amount of faith.
You do, right? That's what the series
in some
is.
sense. Yeah. And there's a, feeling some sort of duty to the thing greater than yourself.
Yeah.
And, maybe my version of this is somewhat different. I think I feel some sort of duty to I feel like there's some sort of historical weight on how this might play out. And I feel some sort of duty to make that go well. I feel some sort of duty to, our country, to the national security of the United States. And, I think that it can be a force for a lot of good.
Going back to the OpenAI thing, just to, the thing that's especially impressive about that is, look, there's people who at the company who have, through years and decades of building up savings from working in tech, have probably tens of millions liquid, more than that in terms of their equity. And very many people were concerned about the clusters in the Middle East and the secrets leaking to China and all these things. But the person who actually made a hassle about it, and I think hassling people is so underrated. I think that one person who made a hassle about it is the 22-year-old who has less than a year at the company, who doesn't have savings built up, who isn't a solidified member of the I think that's a sort of
maybe it's me being naive and not knowing how big companies work, and but I think sometimes I'm a bit of a speech deontologist. I kind of believe in saying what you think. Sometimes friends tell me I should be more of a speech consequentialist.
No, I think I really think the amount of people who, when they have the opportunity to talk to the person, will just bring up the thing. I've been with you in multiple contexts, and I guess I shouldn't reveal who the person is or what the context was, but I've just been very impressed that the dinner begins, and by the end, somebody who has a major voice in how things go is seriously thinking about a worldview they would have found incredibly alien before the dinner or something. And I've been impressed with it, just give them the spiel and hassle them.
Look, I think I feel this stuff pretty viscerally now. I think there's a time when I thought about this stuff a lot, but it was kind of econ models and kind of these sort of theoretical abstractions, and you talk about human brain size or whatever.
Right.
And I think since at least last year, I feel like I can see it. And I feel it. And I think I can I can sort of see the cluster that AGI is going to be trained on, and I can see the kind of rough combination of algorithms and the people that be involved and how this is going to play out. And, I think, look, we'll see how it plays out. There's many ways this could be wrong. There's many ways it could go, but I think this could get very real.
Yeah. Should we talk about what you're up to next?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you're starting an investment firm.
Yep.
Anchor Investments from Nat Friedman, Daniel Gross, Patrick Collison, John Collison. First of all, why is this the thing to do? Okay. You believe the AGI is coming in a few years. Yeah. Why the investment firm?
Good question. Fair question. Okay, so a couple of things. One is just, I think we talked about this earlier, but it's the screen doesn't go blank, when sort of AGI or superintelligence happens. I think people really underrate the sort of decade after, right? You have the intelligence explosion. That's maybe the most sort of wild period. But I think the decade after is also going to be wild. And, this combination of human institutions, but superintelligence, you have crazy kind of geopolitical things going on. You have the sort of broadening of this explosive growth. And, basically, I think it's going to be a really important period. I think capital will really matter. Eventually, going to go to the stars, going to go to the galaxies. So anyway, part of the answer is just look, I think done right, there's a lot of money to be made. I think if AGI were priced in tomorrow, you could maybe make 100x. Probably you can make even way more than that because of the sequencing. And capital matters. I think the other reason is just some amount of freedom and independence. And I think I think there's some people who are very smart about this AI stuff and who are kind of see it coming. But I think almost all of them, are kind of, constrained in various ways, right? They're in the labs, they're in some other position where they can't really talk about this stuff. And, in some sense, I've really admired sort of the thing you've done, which is I think it's really important that there's sort of voices of reason on this stuff publicly, or people who are in positions to kind of advise important actors and so on. And so I think there's basically the thing this investment firm will be kind of like, a brain trust on AI. It's going to be all about situational awareness. We're going to have the best situational awareness in the business. We're going to have way more situational business than any of the people who manage money in New York.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to, we're going to do great on investing, but it's the same sort of situational awareness that I think is going to be important for understanding what's happening, being a voice of reason publicly, and sort of being able to be in a position to advise.
Yeah. The book about Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
They had an interesting quote about his hedge fund. I think it got terrible returns. So this isn't the example.
I mean,
right.
That's the sort of bear case, right? It's like too theoretical. And
sure. Yeah. But they had an interesting quote that it's like basically a think tank inside of a hedge fund.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to build.
Right.
Yeah.
So presumably you've thought about the ways in which these kinds of things can blow. There's a lot of interesting business history books about people who got the thesis right, but timed it wrong.
Yeah.
Where they buy that internet's going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
They sell at the wrong time and buy at the wrong time during the dot-com boom.
Yep.
And so they miss out on the gains, even though they're right about the.
Yeah.
Anyways, what is the trick to preventing that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you can't, not blowing up is sort of like, task number 1 and 2 or whatever. I mean, I think this investment firm, it is going to just be betting on AGI, betting on AGI and superintelligence before the decade is out, taking that seriously, making the bets you would make, if you took that seriously. So, I think if that's wrong, firm is not going to do that well. The thing you have to be resistant to is like, you have to be able to resist to get, one or a couple or a few kind of individual calls, right? It's like AI stagnates for a year because of the data wall, or like, you got the call wrong on like when revenue would go up. And so anyway, that's pretty critical. You have to get timing right. I do think in general that the sort of sequence of bets on the way to AGI is actually pretty critical. And I think a thing people underrate. So, all right, I mean, yeah. So like, where does the story start, right? So like, obviously the sort of only bet over the last year was NVIDIA. It's obvious now, very few people did it. This is sort of also, a classic debate I and a friend had with another colleague of ours, where this colleague was really into TSM, TSMC. And he was just kind of like, well, like these fabs are going to be so valuable. And also like NVIDIA, there's just a lot of idiosyncratic risk, right? It's like maybe somebody else makes better GPUs. And that was basically right, but sort of only NVIDIA had the AI beta, right? Because only NVIDIA was kind of like a large fraction AI. The next few doublings would just like meaningfully explode their revenue. Whereas TSMC was, a couple percent AI. So, even though there's going to be a few doublings of AI, not going to make that big of an impact. All right, so it's sort of like the only place to find the AI beta basically was NVIDIA for a while. Now it's broadening, right? So now TSM is like, 20% AI by like 27 or something is what they're saying. One more doubling, it'll be kind of like a large fraction of what they're doing. And there's a whole stack. There's like there's people making memory and CoWoS and power. Utility companies are starting to get excited about AI, and they're like, oh, it'll power production in the United States will grow not 2.5% but 5% over the next 5 years. And I'm like, no, it'll grow more. At some point, like a Google or something becomes interesting. People are excited about them with AI because it's like, oh, AI revenue will be, 10 billion or tens of billions. And I'm kind of like, I don't really care about them before then. I care about it, once you get the AI beta, right? And so at some point, Google will get, $100 billion of revenue from AI. Mm-hmm. Probably their stock will explode. They're going to become, $5 trillion, $10 trillion company. Anyway, so the timing there is very important. You have to get the timing right. You have to get the sequence right. At some point, actually, I think there's going to be a real tailwind to equities from real interest rates, right? So basically, in these sort of explosive growth worlds, you would expect real interest rates to go up a lot, both on the sort of like, basically both sides of the equation, right? On the supply side or on the sort of demand for money side, because, people are going to be making these crazy investments, initially in clusters and then in the robo factories or whatever, right? And so they're going to be borrowing like crazy. They want all this capital, high ROI. And then on the sort of like consumer saving side, right, to like, to give up all this capital, the sort of like Euler equation, standard sort of intertemporal transfer, trade-off of consumption.
So standard.
Yeah. Well, if you
very
expect,
standard.
Basil and some of our friends have a paper on this. If you expect, if consumers expect real growth rates to be higher, interest rates are going to be higher because they're less willing to give up consumption.
Right.
Consumption in the they're less willing to give up consumption today for consumption in the future. Anyway, so at some point, real interest rates will go up. If sort of eta is greater than 1, that actually means equities. Higher growth rate expectations mean equities go down because the sort of interest rate effect outweighs the growth rate effect. And so, at some point there's like the big bond short. You got to get that right. You got to get it right that, nationalization, you got, anyway. So there's this whole sequence of things. You got to get that right.
And the unknown unknowns.
Unknown unknowns. Yeah. And so you've got to be really, really careful about your like overall like risk positioning, right? Because, if you expect these kind of crazy events to play out, there's going to be crazy things you didn't foresee. You do also want to make the sort of kind of bets that are tailored to your scenarios in the sense of like, you want to find bets that are bets on the tails, right? I don't think anyone is expecting, interest rates to go above, 10%, like real interest rates. But, I think there's at least a serious chance of that, before the decade is out. And so, maybe there's some like cheap insurance you can buy on that, that pays off.
Very silly question. Yeah. In these worlds, are financial markets where you make these kinds of bets going to be respected? And is my Fidelity account going to mean anything when we have the 50% economic growth? Like who's like, we got to respect his property rights? That's pretty
deep into it. The bond short, the sort of 50% economic growth, that's pretty deep into it. I mean, again, there's this whole sequence of things. But I think property rates will be respected. Again, in the sort of modal world, the project, At some point, there's going to be figuring out the property rights for the galaxies. That'll be interesting. But,
that will be interesting. So there's an interesting question about going back to your strategy about the 30s will really matter a lot about how the rest of the future goes.
Yeah,
and you want to be in a position of influence by that point because of capital. It's worth considering. As far as I know, but there's probably a whole bunch of literature on this. I'm just riffing, but the landed gentry before the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, I'm not sure if they were able to leverage their position in a sort of Georgist or Piketty type sense in order to accrue the returns that were realized through the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened. At some point, they just weren't the landed gentry. But I'd be concerned that even if you make great investment calls, you'll be like the guy who owned a lot of land, farmland before the Industrial Revolution. And like the guy who's actually going to make a bunch of money is the one with the steam engine. Even if he doesn't make that much money, most of the benefits are sort of widely diffused and so forth.
I mean, I think the analog is like you sell your land and you put it all in sort of the people who are building the new industry. I think the sort of like real depreciating asset, for me is human capital, right? Look, I'm serious, right? It's like, there's something about like, I don't know, it was like Valedictorian of Columbia, the thing that made you special is you're smart.
Right.
But actually like, that might not matter in like 4 years, because it's actually automatable.
Right.
And so anyway, a friend joked that the sort of investment firm is perfectly hedged for me. Because it's like, either like AGI this decade, and your human capital is depreciated, but you've turned that into financial capital. Or, like no AGI this decade, in which case maybe the firm doesn't do that well. But, you're still in your 20s and you're still smart.
Excellent. And what's your story for why AGI hasn't been priced in? The story... Financial markets are supposed to be very efficient. It's very, very hard to get an edge. Here... naively, you just say, well, I've looked at these scaling curves and they imply that we're going to be buying much more compute and energy than the analysts realize. Shouldn't those analysts be broke by now? What's going on?
I mean, I used to be a true EMH guy. I was an economist, I am, I think the thing I, changed my mind on is that I think there can be kind of groups of people, smart people, who are, say they're in San Francisco, who do just have alpha over the rest of society and kind of seeing the future. And so like COVID, right? Like I think there's just honestly kind of similar group of people who just saw that and called it completely correctly. And, they shorted the market. They did really well. A bunch of other sort of things like that. So, why is AGI not priced in? It's sort of, why hasn't the government nationalized the labs yet, right? It's like, this, society hasn't priced it in yet, and sort of it hasn't completely diffused. And, again, it might be wrong, right? But I just think sort of, not that many people take these ideas seriously yet.
Yeah. A couple of other sort of ideas that I was playing around with regards to, we didn't get a chance to talk about, but the systems competition. There's a very interesting, one of my favorite books about World War II is Victor Davis Hanson's summary of everything. And he explains why the Allies made better decisions than the Axis.
Why did they?
And so obviously there were some decisions the Axis made that were pretty, like Blitzkrieg, whatever.
That was sort of by accident, though.
Well, in what sense? That they just had the infrastructure left over?
Well, no, I mean, I think sort of my read of it is Blitzkrieg wasn't kind of some like ingenious strategy. It was just kind of, it's like more like their hand was forced. I mean, this is sort of the very Adam Toozean story of World War II, right? But it was, there's sort of this long war versus short war. I think it's actually kind of an important concept. I think sort of Germany realized that if they were in a long war, including the United States, they would not be able to compete industrially. So their only path to victory was like, make it a short war, right? And that sort of worked much more spectacularly than they thought, right? And sort of take over France and take over much of Europe. And so then, the decision to invade the Soviet Union, it was about the Western Front in some sense, because it was like, we've got to get the resources. We don't actually have a bunch of the stuff we need, like, oil and so on. Auschwitz was actually just this giant chemical plant to make kind of like synthetic oil and a bunch of these things. It's the largest industrial project of Nazi Germany. And so, and sort of they thought, well, we completely crushed them in World War I, it'll be easy, we'll invade them, we'll get the resources, and then we can fight on the Western Front. And even during the sort of whole invasion of the Soviet Union, even though kind of like a large amount of the sort of deaths happened there, like a large fraction of German industrial production was actually, like planes and naval, and so on, that was directed, towards the Western Front. And towards the Western Allies.
Well, and then so the point that Hansen was making was,
by the way, I think this concept of like long war and short war is kind of interesting, and with respect to thinking about the China competition, which is like, I worry a lot about kind of decline of sort of American, like latent American industrial capacity. Like I think China builds like 200 times more ships than we do right now. In some crazy way. And so it's like, maybe we have this superiority, say in the non-AI worlds, we have the superiority in military material to kind of like win a short war, at least, kind of defend Taiwan in some sense. But like, if it actually goes on, it's like maybe China is much better able to mobilize industrial resources in a way that like we just don't have that same ability anymore. I think this is also relevant to the AI thing in the sense of like, if it comes down to sort of a game of outbuilding, right? Including like maybe AGI takes the $1 trillion cluster, not the $100 billion cluster, maybe AGI takes the, is on the $100 billion cluster. But, it really matters if you can run, 10x, you can do one more order of magnitude of compute for your super intelligence or whatever. Maybe right now they're behind, but they just have this sort of like raw latent industrial capacity to outbuild us. And that matters both in the run up to AGI and after, right? Where it's like, you have the super intelligence on your cluster. Now it's time to kind of like expand the explosive growth. And, like, will we let the robo factories run wild? Like maybe not, but like maybe China will. Or like, will we produce how many of the drones will we produce? And I think, so there's some sort of like outbuilding in the industrial explosion that I worry about.
You've got to be one of the few people in the world who is both concerned about alignment, but also wants to make sure that we'll let the robo factories proceed once we get the ASI to beat out China. Which is like very...
It's all part of the picture.
Yeah. But by the way, speaking of the ASIs and the robot factories, one of the interesting things...
Robo armies too.
Yeah. One of the interesting things... there's this question of what you do with industrial scale intelligence, and obviously it's not chatbots. But it's I think it's very hard to predict in a net. But the history of oil is very interesting. Where I think it's in the 1860s that we figure out how to refine oil. A geologist, and so then Standard Oil gets started. There's this huge boom. It changes American politics. Entire legislators are getting bought out by oil interest, and presidents are getting elected based on the divisions about oil and breaking them up and everything. And all of this has happened. The world has been revolutionized before the car has been invented. And so when the light bulb was invented, I think it was like 50 years after oil refining had been discovered. As majority of Standard Oil's history is before the car is invented.
The kerosene lamps.
Exactly. So it's just used for lighting.
And so then they thought oil would just no longer be relevant.
So there was a concern that Standard Oil would go bankrupt. When the light bulb was invented. But then there's sort of, you realize that there's immense amount of compressed energy here. You're gonna have billions of gallons of this stuff a year. And it's hard to sort of predict in advance what you can do with that.
Yep, that's right.
And then later on, it turns out, transportation, cars, that's what it'd be used for. Anyways, with intelligence, maybe one answer is the intelligence explosion.
Right.
But even after that, so you have all these ASIs and you have enough compute, especially the compute they'll build, to run
hundreds of millions of GPUs will hum.
Yeah, but what are we doing with that? And it's very hard to predict in advance. And I think it'll be very interesting to figure out what the Jupiter brains will be doing. So look, there's situational awareness of where things stand now. And we've gotten a good dose of that. Obviously, a lot of the things we're talking about now, you couldn't have prejudged many years back in the past. And part of your worldview implies that things will accelerate because of AI getting into the process. But many other things that are unpredictable fundamentally. Basically, how people will react, how the political system will react, how foreign adversaries will react. Those things will become evident over time. So the situational awareness is not just knowing where the picture stands now, but being in a position to react appropriately to new information, to change your worldview as a result, to change your recommendations as a result. What is the appropriate way to think about situational awareness as a continuous process rather than as a one-time thing you realized?
No, I think this is great. Look, I think there's a sort of mental flexibility and willing to change your mind that's really important. I actually think this is sort of like how a lot of brains have been broken in the AGI debate, right? There's sort of the doomers who actually, I think we're really prescient on AGI and thinking about the stuff, like a decade ago, but, they haven't actually updated on the empirical realities of deep learning. They're sort of like, the proposals are really kind of naive and unworkable. Doesn't really make sense. There's people who come in with sort of a predefined ideology. There's kind of like, the EACs a little bit, like they like to shitpost about technology, but they're not actually thinking through either they're sort of stagnationists who think this stuff is only going to be, a chatbot, and so of course it isn't risky, or they're just not thinking through the kind of like actually immense national security implications and how that's going to go. And, I actually think there's kind of a risk in kind of like having written this stuff down and like put it online. And, I think this sometimes happens to people as a sort of calcification of the worldview, because now they've publicly articulated this position and, maybe there's some evidence against it, but they're clinging to it. And so I actually, I want to give the big disclaimer on like, I think it's really valuable to paint a sort of very concrete and visceral picture. I think this is currently my best guess on how this decade will go. I think if it goes anywhere like this, it will be wild. But, given the rapid pace of progress, we're going to keep getting a lot more information. And, I think it's important to sort of keep your head on straight about that. I feel like the most important thing here is that, and this relates to some of the stuff we've talked about and, sort of the world being surprisingly small and so on, I feel like I used to have this worldview of like, look, there's important things happening in the world, but there's like people who are taking care of it, and there's like the people in government, and there's, again, even like AI labs that have idealized, and people are on it, surely they must be on it, right? And I think just some of this personal experience, even seeing how kind of COVID went, people aren't necessarily, there's not somebody else who's just kind of on it and making sure this goes well, however it goes. Thing that I think will really matter is that there are sort of good people who take this stuff as seriously as it deserves, and who are willing to kind of take the implications seriously, who are willing to, who have situational awareness, are willing to change their minds, are willing to sort of stare the picture in the face. And, I'm counting on those good people.
All right, that's a great place to close, Leopold.
Thanks so much, Dwarkesh.
This is excellent.
Absolute joy.
Hey, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that episode with Leopold. There's actually one more riff about German history that he had after a break, and it was pretty interesting, so I didn't want to cut it out. So I've just included it after this outro. You can advertise on the show now, so if you're interested, you can reach out at the form in the description below. Other than that, the most helpful thing you can do is just share the episode if you enjoyed it. Send it to group chats, Twitter, wherever else you think people who might like this episode might congregate. And other than that, I guess here's this riff on Frederick the Great. See you on the next one. I
think the actual funny thing is, a lot of this sort of German history stuff we've talked about is sort of like not actually stuff I learned in Germany. It's sort of like stuff that I learned after. And there's actually, you know, a funny thing where I kind of would go back to Germany over Christmas or whatever. And like suddenly understand the street names. You know, it's like, you know, Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, and there are all these like Prussian military reformers. And you're like, finally understood, you know, Sanssouci, and you're like, it was for Frederick, you know, Frederick the Great is this really interesting figure, so he's this sort of, in some sense, kind of like gay lover of arts, right? Where he hates speaking German. He only wants to speak French. You know, he like plays the flute, he composes, he has all the sort of great, you know, artists of his day, you know, over at Sanssouci. And he actually had this sort of like really tough upbringing where his father was this sort of like really stern sort of Prussian military man. And he had a Frederick the Great as sort of a 17-year-old or whatever. He basically had a male lover. And what his father did was imprison his son and then I think hang his male lover in front of him. And again, his father was this kind of very stern Prussian guy. He was this kind of gay, you know, lover of arts. But then later on, Frederick the Great turns out to be this like, you know, one of the most kind of like, you know, successful kind of Prussian conquerors, right? Like he gets Silesia, he wins the 7 Years' War, you know, also, you know, amazing military strategist, you know, amazing military strategy at the time consisted of like, he was able to like flank the army, and that was crazy, you know, and that was brilliant. Right. And then they like almost lose the 7 Years' War. And at the very end, you know, the sort of, you know, the Russian Tsar changes, and he's like, I'm actually kind of a Prussia stan. You know, I think I'm into this stuff. And then he lets Frederick the Great loose, and kind of let's the army be okay. And anyway, sort of like kind of bizarre, interesting figure in German history.